press the button then. Meow! With your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite agreeer of things, Adam Friend.
You have to lately. I mean, maybe we should just stop doing the name at the beginning because you're a little off your game here.
What?
Maybe just
wow, you just disagreed with him. That's wild. That's
Maybe
not what I was
just-
advertised.
maybe just
What a jerk, chat. Can we give Adam a big jerk for that one?
maybe just everyone's favorite Adam Friended would be better.
No,
So,
it was a foreshadowing to lead into our
Everyone's
amazing guest
favorite.
today.
Oh, you're too kind.
Freedom Toons, Mr.
Yes.
Famous
So
himself.
explain the I agree though, because only maybe 20% of the audience is actually gonna
Everyone in the
understand.
audience knows I agree.
Oh, I made a monster. Years and years ago, I made a monster, and I didn't mean to. I was doing this cartoon where I was just it was actually just a writing exercise initially. I wanted to flesh out like the cadences of these different, IDW figures as they were called at the time. And so I just wrote them all in the same room, and I couldn't figure out where they would be. And then I realized, of course, they'd be on the Dave Rubin show, the Rubin Report, because that's where they all are all the time. And so I couldn't do an impression of him. So I just had him go, I agree the whole time, because I think the way he pronounces the letter G is funny. And that was literally the only reason I had him say that. And then all sorts of people were commenting, this is a really good point. Like, Dave Rubin does just agree with people. He doesn't push back against his audience or his guests. I was like, no, I thought the sound was funny that he made with his face. I wasn't even trying to make any kind of deeper commentary there. And I felt a little bad at first because I didn't mean to go, I'm so hard on him. But then he commented on the video saying, I agree, like right after I uploaded it. So
he seemed to be cool with it.
Yeah, he seemed to be cool with it. I wouldn't blame him if he
Seemed
wasn't.
being the
Well, the
operative
thing is,
word
I
there.
I wouldn't blame him if he wasn't, because it was not my intention to elicit that reaction. It was not my intention for everyone to say that to him all the time, wherever he went, forever. That's
said,
not
"Yes,
why I made
Seamus,
that video.
I disagree.
Like, I disagree. Yeah,
I am not totally agreeable with everyone. Okay.
He's like, there. You will see how much I can disagree, how disagreeable I can be. Yeah,
Just
Well,
gotta
it's
put
like
it in
this-
the right environment.
Before the stream, when you were talking about this, I was saying how it's so funny. Like, we will create some joke or some meme. You spend all this time like making one thing and no one cares about it, and then you spend 5 seconds on some like throwaway joke, and that's what everyone likes, and that forever like becomes like something associated with your brand. And you just making this like joke that you just like, oh, I just thought it was funny the way he said like this word or something. That becomes like your entire like, oh my god, Freedom Toons is the I agree.
I agree guy.
He
No,
totally
it's true.
he totally savagely destroys David Rubin. You're like, that wasn't the intention. Oh my god.
Well, no, it's actually worse than that. Where like I've moved on and my work has moved on, but Dave Rubin is still known as the I agree guy.
Exactly.
Like,
You forever
didn't intend that. I was
tarred him
just
with that.
trying. And I think after that, I started to try to be a little bit more cautious when I was parodying people, because it's never my intention to make anyone's life lower quality. No, believe it or not, it isn't. I never.
Let's talk about that Bosch video
Yeah.
after the stream, Seamus. I would like to commission a work from you.
Oh my goodness. All right, so I'm conservative, and I grew up in a conservative household, and like I had my libertarian phase and everything. I haven't had the same opinions my whole life, but one thing I remember growing up is all of the comedy that I watched was written from a left-wing perspective, and whenever politics came up, it was making fun of my worldview, but I still thought it was funny. And so I think when I started doing this, even though I knew I was coming at things from a conservative perspective, the hope was like people on the left will still be able to see this and think it's funny in the way that I thought the things that made fun of me and my values were funny when I was growing up. To an extent,
Wow.
Obviously, I did think some things went too far. Some things did offend me. I'm not a robot, right? I don't think anyone is. Everyone has a line in the sand, and that's a good thing. But I really never make something thinking like I'm so mad at this person and I want to hurt their feelings with a cartoon. I really just look at a situation and try to find what's funny about it.
That's an epic goal, man. That really is,
Yeah.
to try and to still be funny. Just some gentle ribbing is always good, but comedy that leans a little too hard into being mean, I think sometimes doesn't hit.
Exactly. And that's part of what is missing in a lot of political satire. Like they're just trying to win. They're just trying to knock down the other team and insult them.
Or they're lecturing, which
they're lecturing.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the Saturday Night Live thing from last weekend where everyone is like, the first non-binary. Did you see that, Sitch? They had a non-binary character on Saturday Night Live, and it is just like preaching.
You're going to be shocked, Sitch, but it wasn't funny.
Yeah. Not funny at all.
Was it a non-binary SNL monologue from the like non-binary person talking about trans rights? Didn't have jokes in it and was just political.
Oh, I see. They weren't playing a non-binary. There was a non-binary person who was just doing like political commentary.
Oh yeah, no, they would never ever have a binary person play a non-binary person.
They should have brought back Pat. Can you imagine if they brought back Pat and Pat finally was like, finally, I identify as non-binary.
There was.
That'd be amazing.
I think it was SNL. There was a skit I encountered. It was like in my recommended. It was very, very old.
Is this Pat? Do you remember Pat?
Talking about Pat?
No, it wasn't Pat. Actually, it wasn't in my recommended. This is extremely nerdy.
Let's explain
feel
Pat
free to make fun of this.
Let's explain Pat for the audience. Pat was a character that they did on Saturday Night Live. That the joke was nobody could tell if Pat was a man or a woman.
That was the entire joke. This was in 1990. The entire sketch revolved around people trying to figure out if this character was male or female.
Right, and afraid to use the wrong pronouns, stumbling around, trying to like say the right thing.
That's nowadays that's not a joke, that's a scholarship.
Yeah, of course.
Like, you can get into school for that.
Yes. Non-binary is the way to claw your way up the oppression hierarchy if you're a white straight male.
Well, exactly, because even to be non-binary, right, you don't even have to be androgynous. I could literally just say I am non-binary right now.
Yeah.
And if you don't call me they, them, you're a bigot. And I don't have to do anything to even try to express that I don't consider myself to be within like the male female paradigm or however they describe it.
That's what everyone should do. We're all non-binary now.
I think
exactly.
But somehow
now nobody is, and then they'll go back to being male or female because that will be the only way they can express that they're special.
Somehow I think somehow I think if they brought back Pat as the character to be the first non-binary character on Saturday Night Live, I think that would be funny. I think it would be funny. It might win me over a little bit towards the non-binary stuff.
Well, it's like, but that's why they won't do it, because it would be funny, right?
Right. Well, and they would probably they probably look back at all the Pat stuff and see it as transphobic, to be honest.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure I don't think there's anyone writing for SNL today who isn't disgusted by what SNL used to write when it was funny.
Oh,
I would be really surprised.
It's so sad too, because the Pat stuff, I mean, everyone was kind of, very sensitive to this dilemma. It wasn't like mean-spirited in any way, shape, or form.
Well, it was a little different because the joke was like no one wanted the awkwardness of asking their gender.
Yes.
It wasn't like they were like, "Oh, is this person? I'm respecting this person's, non-binariness or something."
Yeah, but they did the awkwardness was not wanting to hurt Pat's feelings, don't you think?
Yes, but not for
nobody
gender
came out
reasons.
and said, "Listen, Pat, what the fuck are you?"
Pat, facts don't care about your feelings. You actually have to choose gender and stick with it. Okay, are you male or are you female? It's ridiculous.
See,
okay?
Oh my God,
that's too good.
If they had like a non-binary support group on Saturday Night Live, and then Pat walks into the non-binary support group, dude, that would be hilarious.
But they couldn't. No, but they couldn't make it funny. It would have to be like a sad political statement. They would suck all the humor and joy
This is why the transgender movement is never going to win, because they can't make fun of themselves. They don't get it. They don't know how
There's
to humor.
There's a genocide happening, Adam, right now.
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't know if you're aware of this, but there is a literal genocide that every single time that you say
them and the white nationalists, everyone's fucking promoting a genocide. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's like, no, it is the most insane. Like, listen, every single time you say that, like, a fat schlub in a dress can't go into the women's locker room, a gay kid kills himself, and it's your fault. That's how it works. And that is literally the line of argumentation.
I know it is,
the line
but
of
I don't believe
argumentation,
it.
though. I'm not even kidding. It's these kids are committing suicide because you're not accepting transgenderism. You don't give assent to this paradigm that we've created. But then the question is, well, when gender roles were more rigidly enforced, we had a lower suicide rate. So what was going on back then?
Oh,
listen, obviously all these kids are watching SNL Pat and it's just making them commit suicide.
well, I
That
think
has to be.
it's got
That has to be
it.
it.
It has to have something to do with the gender confusion stuff. I just watched ContraPoints has a new video out, and this is literally the argument ContraPoints is making in the video, that there's like, you know, our lives are on the line, and I keep thinking, oh, well, how? I mean,
Well, this is and it's so sad, right? It's so sad because obviously, dude, anytime anyone takes their own life, that's a horrible, horrible tragedy.
terrible.
But there
Yes.
are so many other psychological issues aside from gender dysphoria that are also correlated with it. And so it compounds. And instead of trying to get these people legitimate psychological help, the only narrative you're allowed to give assent to is that they're killing themselves because you're bad for not accepting our new beliefs on gender. So nothing is actually done to help them. Nothing is done to give them like actual legitimate help.
Yeah,
and then
that's
you're
right.
accused of being genocidal for wanting to do things that could actually save their lives. Think about the fact that the people trying to sterilize them are calling us genocidal. It's like, what?
Yeah.
How? I don't understand how much more backwards a position could be.
Do you have a position on the backlash? Do you think there's a coming backlash? Do you think we're at the peak of the woke stock? Do you think the woke stock is on the verge of a tumble?
It's a really difficult question, right? Because I think that there is a backlash that's only going to continue to grow in the sense that your average person is really put off by these things. Even people who a few years ago would have said, that's weird, but I'm all for minding your own business, et cetera, et cetera. Let people live how they want. They're starting to say, okay, that, as it turns out, doesn't end up being the case. And they're trying to force their worldview onto us and trying to groom our children into it. And so even though I do believe there's a backlash forming, none of this stuff is where it is because it was popular. So that's why, even though I try to be white-pilled about things, it's hard for me to say, well, people are getting sick of it, so it's going to stop. People have been sick of it the entire time it's been happening. Like it's really just a tiny minority pushing for all of this stuff.
There is some level of popularity to it, though. Like ContraPoint's video, it's a 2-hour video, and it has, I think, 600,000 views in just a couple of days. So, I mean, there's some level of popularity there. So,
well, that's true, but I also think that somebody like ContraPoints would be a figure in media who they believe is the sole voice crying out for them in the wilderness, and they all congregate towards that content, even though it's not something that would appeal to like the greater whole of the public.
Yeah. So for those of our audience who don't know who you are or what you do, you want to talk a little bit about that, Seamus? You run a channel called Freedom Toons, and I think you got another channel that you do for some, what is the organization?
Yeah. The Foundation for Economic Education. I also do stuff with them. But basically, the most simple way to describe what I do is I have a small business in animation production, and we create political satire and educational cartoons.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone has seen your cartoons. They're like everywhere.
So. I hope so. I hope so. It's still not enough people. We got to keep churning them out. But
on one channel, you're like 650,000 subscribers, right? I mean,
840. But look at that. Counting.
Well, you're closing in on the million mark, which is obviously a huge milestone. Yeah,
I know. I am unbelievably blessed. I'm unbelievably blessed, and I have such a great team. And Freedom Toons, it's the biggest thing we do. It's also the most independent of our projects. So Freedom Toons is just like totally owned and run and operated and controlled by me. And then I also work with a number of like nonprofits, kind of like conservative and religious organizations, most commonly the Foundation for Economic Education. We run a YouTube channel for them called Common Sense Soapbox. And it's kind of almost like the art style is similar to Freedom Toons, but it's distinct and it's much less biting and probably more family friendly. This is the kind of stuff that you could probably show students in schools. And some of the content actually is on like educational discs that have been distributed different like economic programs. So That stuff's more straight educational. And then I've just done a little bit of work with like EWTN and the Augustine Institute, which are Catholic media organizations. So I've got, and I'm sorry, I should mention I co-host on Tim Pool's podcast pretty regularly when I'm out in that area. And I have a stream on Rumble called Shamer. So I'm sort of like moving into the podcasting and streaming world as well.
I linked to your Freedom Toons channel in the description, but send me the other ones and I'll link to all those as well.
Thank you.
So
yeah, I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'll shoot those over.
So it's awesome. The FEE, fair,
yeah.
They're
Foundation
like
for Economic Education fee. Yeah,
Foundation for Economic Education. Are they closer to Austrian school economics?
They are like dying-the-wool Austrians. And when I started, so I've changed my, no, I know that you don't agree with that. You and I have spoken a little bit about
that disappointing
He's like,
a lot of people,
I won't post that link in the description.
No, I am definitely, look, I'm definitely going to post that link in the description. Look, I agree with the Austrians on some things. Obviously, you start digging into economics. Someone who doesn't understand economics, they view economics as kind of like a science. Like there is one economics. There's not all these different competing economic philosophies. But once you start digging in, you start realizing, oh, wait a second here.
Nobody agrees on anything.
There's a lot of different economic theories here that are all competing, for which one is closest to the reality that we live in, which it's an interesting thing too, because obviously economics is not only a feature of the real world, it's something that we, create. It's an emergent property as well. So trying to study it is often like trying to study a moving target.
Well, it's really complicated, obviously. And I think with econ, you hit the nail on the head in a sense. It's a moral science. It's not just a question of how can we best allocate resources based on some statistical model we've produced that tells us cobalt is more needed in this region of the country. It's so much more than that. It's the study of human action and what people value. And when I started working with FEE, I was 100% libertarian. I don't know if I would describe myself as ANCAP, but I was sort of on the edge. And they are a dyed-in-the-wool Austrian think tank. And I don't hold all of those positions anymore, but I still am very sympathetic to the Austrian school on a lot.
Yeah, I argue with Austrians a lot, but I just find it fascinating. I find economics fascinating. I'm totally interested in it. Like I'll read these books about, the history of the Federal Reserve, and I'm just, the whole time I'm reading it, I'm on the edge of my seat thinking, man, everyone in the world thinks this is totally boring. This is like the most boring thing ever. But for me, I'm just like, it mixes, politics and morality and just all that stuff is super entertaining to me.
Do you find it entertaining because you just like morality and politics and economic questions, or do you find it entertaining because you want to like argue with someone on the internet and be like, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? I read in this book about the Fed, blah, 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 blah.
I'm so past arguing with people on the internet, to be honest with you.
You're full of it. You're so full of it, dude.
Sure.
You love it. That's what you're in it for. You're sitting there reading The Creature from Jekyll Island like, I cannot wait to debunk that guy on Twitter.
Yes!
I have. Listen, I literally have one argument I want to run by Sitch later on.
It was funny because like literally that's my exact experience. Like I tried to read some economic, I forget what it was. You sent me something economic and I was reading. I'm like, this is so boring. I just closed the window. And then I get into a Twitter argument with someone. I'm like, I gotta go fucking read that.
You sent me
you gotta dive into it.
It's like, where do you work out? The library, bro. It's literally that meme. That's why you read economic texts.
Exactly.
So you can own people on the internet.
True.
But it really is,
was that you DMing me about the Treasury statement?
Yeah, probably.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, but econ. It's like math
boring.
plus morality, right?
Totally.
That's part of why it's so interesting to me, because and we might disagree here, but this could also be an interesting discussion. I mean, I absolutely believe morality is objective, and I also believe math is objective. So they line up really well for me. And part of why I like econ is because for even people who are relativists or nihilists and don't believe there's an objective component to reality, they still have to wrestle with the objective components of econ while coming up with a moral solution to any given problem.
Okay, so we have about 40 minutes. You have a hard out. But
yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to flesh out an entire disagreement on morality.
We could we could dive right into the moral question and talk for the next 40 minutes straight. I'm ready to go.
Well, but I think it's great that you're acknowledging that it's a moral question, because I feel like most people, when they discuss economics,
totally,
they just try to like throw the morality out, and they're just trying, no. What I'm saying is factually true. This is the way the economy works.
Yeah,
no, exactly. And it's like, well, the whole reason you study econ is, I shouldn't say the whole reason, but one of the many reasons is because you're not just trying to figure out how an economy does work. You're trying to figure out how an economy should work.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Based on principles of fairness, caring for people, justice, things we always think of as moral.
Yeah, exactly. Things that we value and things that people make a decision to say, like, yeah, these are my moral values. These are non-negotiables for me. And so I've always found it fascinating, because with politics, and look, I love politics in general. I love-hate relationship, right? But with so many different political theories, you can end up going off in a million different directions that are completely disconnected from reality. And ideally, you would think in econ, there would be something to keep you grounded. But part of why I find it fascinating is because even though you have to contend with that objective reality, people will still just not do it, right? And then there are some people who go as far as to say that econ as a whole science is bunk, for the reason that you mentioned earlier, Adam, which is that there are so many different competing philosophies that disagree. And to some people, that just means it couldn't possibly be valid, which I also think is an insane dismissal.
Yeah, they kind of take that from the argument against religion. A lot of times people think, okay, well, there's so many competing religions, so none of them can be true. But I don't. Yeah. I think that's a very shallow interpretation of the debate. Like I call myself a moral objectivist, but it's probably a much different type of philosophy that I'm thinking of than you're thinking of. We've talked about morality a bunch on the show. So, but when you're talking about objective morality, you're probably talking more about it from a religious perspective, correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
So we've gone back and forth on like natural rights, positive and negative rights. Like we've talked about all of this stuff. I'm not a giant. I understand, I think from a persuasive point of view, I think the argument in favor of natural rights is a good one, but I don't fundamentally believe it. I don't see it as being something that's true. I think the rights that we have are the rights that we take as a democratic society. And it's very useful to say, oh, there's this, this supreme being who created the universe that just so happens to be on my side, because that does tend to persuade a bunch of people, even though I myself am an atheist. I don't believe in that. So
for sure. Yeah. Well, I also think that's a little bit of a cynical interpretation, because as someone of faith, I do try to make a good faith effort, like to be on God's side, as opposed to say he's on my side. There are all sorts of things that I've believed in the past or done in the past where I've said, okay, I can't believe that this is true, either like based on my faith, based on what I've seen in the world, based on the consequences of my own actions, whatever it is. And I don't believe that anything that is untrue is united to God, right? Like I don't believe that God tells us anything other than is true. And I don't believe he created a universe where truth could contradict him, if that makes sense. So it's not as if I'm going, well, I have this belief in God and I'm just going to use that to, try to justify my principles. It's more or less that I find my principles based on my belief in God. Does that make sense?
It does.
Sure.
It does. Everyone wants to assume that their personal philosophy is true.
Of course,
even if you go into like the trans activists and whatnot, which I think obviously I don't think there's settled science in any of the transgender ideology type stuff, but they want to believe that is a true aspect of human nature. Like even religions that are in conflict with one another, they believe their philosophy is true and other philosophies are not. So I get that. And I guess sooner or later you run into the problem of what exactly is true. Do you know the the concept of metaphorical truth that Brett Weinstein has kind of shopped around, where things can be.
Yeah, is that basically the idea that something didn't literally happen, but if applying the lesson you learned from believing it happened to reality produces the right outcome, we can say it's true in a sense?
Yes, yeah, it's
true enough. Yes.
Yeah. Jordan Peterson often calls it true enough. Brett calls it.
It's like, man, you're not
truth.
Darwinian enough in your conception of truth. If it works, it's true. I heard that 4-hour-long conversation with JBP and Sam Harris. All right.
Yes. Yes.
So, but when you're talking about your conception of objective morality, you're probably talking more in the sense of it is metaphorically true and also scientifically or materialistically. I don't know how you want to phrase it. Literally true. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it would depend on what exactly you're referring. But if you're talking about the life of Christ and his miracles, I would say both. I don't take the more liberal position or the modernist position that these are stories that help us live our life well, and they're true in that sense. I really do literally believe in it.
Is there anything in your religious faith that is metaphorical? I feel like if you're Catholics, I mean, they give a wide berth for metaphorical stuff.
In the Old Testament, yeah. So in the Old Testament, there are a number of narratives that Catholics, as far as I understand, and I try to be very careful because I know my faith pretty well, but when speaking about it in public, I want to be really careful that I don't accidentally slip up and say something that could confuse people. So I want to put this precisely as possible.
Our audience is perpetually confused, so it's okay.
So there's nothing to worry about. Well, yeah, basically the church allows, with respect to the Old Testament, different interpretations of different elements, but there are still some non-negotiables. So for example, as Catholics, we are free to believe in a young earth creationist model of the universe. We are also free to believe in some form of theistic evolution, but with the caveat that we still do have to believe that there were two initial humans who did commit the first sin and that we are all their descendants. So yeah, even though a Catholic can believe in divinely guided evolution, they still do have to believe in Adam and Eve and original sin and that we all came from two primordial parents.
I'm glad you said it, because I feel like on this stream I said that you need to have maybe it's just Catholics, I don't know. I thought it was that all Christians need to have an idea rooted in original sin. And then I have all these Christians in the chat yelling at me and telling me that's not true.
Yeah, it's so my understanding, and this is like a very loose definition, and I'm not giving you this definition on my own from an advanced study of what the church will tell you is Christian. But what I do know that when it comes to accepting other baptisms, like if someone wants to become Catholic and they're part of a different denomination, if they're, Baptist or Presbyterian, you don't have to rebaptize somebody if they were baptized in the Trinitarian formula. In other words, if they profess belief in the Trinity and that belief is described with a specific formula in baptism, right? But so I know that one of the cutoffs is if you don't believe in the Trinity, your baptism isn't considered valid. So I think there could be a good argument that you can't really consider somebody Christian if they don't. When it comes to original sin, it seems like, to me, it seems right to say, yeah, you couldn't, because I just don't know how your theology would work if humans don't have original sin, right? So to me, it sounds right to say, I don't think you could reject a belief in original sin and still call yourself Christian. But at the same time, I'm not sure if there's a definitive delineation that's been made by my faith on that. I know there's been, to be clear, I know to believe in to be Catholic, you do, but in terms of what we would consider Christian generally, right? It becomes harder for me to answer.
This comes up in the context of us saying that original sin is actually essential to Christianity, but we're coming at it from a more of a psychological perspective, because I think from a societal perspective, and this is obviously a disagreement between the left and the right politically, the left tends to think that people are born perfect and it's society that corrupts them. Conservatives tend to think people are born corrupted and it's socializing society that civilizes them. And I think the conservatives are correct in this argument. And original sin is the perfect meme to kind of put that idea into the culture. You're born a sinful, lying, thieving individual, and you need to you need society to come in and save you from that. And often, you know, religion is the tool that is used to do that. I actually grew up Baptist, so I grew up in a religious household, and even though I'm an atheist now, I don't believe in God or the supernatural. I have that moral compass that I kind of learned intuitively in kind of the same way. You know, Christmas is a perfect example of this. Like, everyone grows up and learns that Santa Claus is not real, but the idea of Santa Claus has taught you all these things about generosity and being naughty and not being nice and not naughty, and all these other things that you kind of internalize. And then when you realize, oh, well, this is not really, you know, this is a myth, you still carry those things with you.
Here's the real red pill. Saint Nick was a real person, so Santa is real.
Well, no, I think
obviously I'm giving you a hard time, but I hear what you're saying. So would you say you would describe original sin as a kind of metaphorical truth? You don't consider yourself Christian?
Of course.
That works.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's a both and, because is Catholics, at least, and I know that different, like Calvinists will see and describe original sin a bit differently, or its effects a bit differently than we will. But, you know, human beings, we are good. God made us, you know, good. He made us with his image and likeness stamped on us. But yeah, we are also broken. And so you end up having both views, which is that there is goodness to you, and there are parts of you that are good regardless of what you do. Like, you can be a horrible person and you still have God's image and likeness. However, that doesn't mean nothing you do is wrong. That doesn't mean you don't need to have your conscience well formed. That doesn't mean the greater whole of society doesn't need to take it on as its project to ensure you behave morally, which, as you pointed out, the left would tend to reject. And I would agree that that's probably one of the biggest disagreements, one of the biggest fundamental disagreements between like a left-wing and right-wing worldview. Is like, well, are people just naturally good, or do people tend towards doing selfish or bad things? And do we need social mechanisms to ensure they don't do that?
Yeah.
Because often, sorry, I know I'm going on. I just want to say one more thing.
Continue.
It's so strange to me, because sometimes you'll have conversations with left-wing people and they will respond with incredulity that you would suggest that some people might take advantage of an incentive structure that literally puts in place incentives for doing bad things. You'll say something like, well, yeah, no, I think if we make it the case that you are able to receive welfare benefits if there's not a father in the home, what we're literally doing is purchasing more fatherless homes. And they'll go, oh, come on, people. You think someone is going to have a kid out of wedlock so they'll get welfare? Well, I don't think a person is sitting there thinking, I'm going to do this to get welfare. Maybe someone is. People are kind of nuts. But I do know that it does tilt our incentive structure a certain way. And I do know people respond to that.
People do respond to incentives, but only to a certain extent. I have this idea that we should open up the franchise of voting to everyone, but we should give the kids votes to their parents until they turn 18. So,
I agree.
Yeah. No. So because,
I totally agree.
Because look, parents have a bigger investment in the future anyway. Like, why are we disenfranchising their kids? Let's just let the parents teach their kids to vote, and you know, vote for them until they turn 18 years old. But I do notice that the left all of a sudden understands incentives when I bring this, or actually
exactly.
Well, people, both left and right, because immediately people tell me, then people are going to want to have like 20 kids so they get 20 votes. And I think, well, if you're going to have 20 kids to get 20 votes, knock yourself out. Okay.
Also, I'm sorry. Are we as a society in the West at the risk of people having too many kids right now?
We aren't. That's what I'm saying.
20 kids, get out of here. Maybe some people need to have 20 kids. If that guy's going to do it, go ahead.
So many people don't even vote. You're telling me that they're going to have extra kids so they get extra votes when they don't even spend their own vote?
I know.
It's ridiculous.
What do you think, Sitch? I feel bad. I feel like we're talking over. I want to rope you in, and I know you disagree. So
I don't know. I don't think kids should get a vote. And I don't think parents should this idea that parents should get the kids vote. Because Adam's original idea was that children should be able to vote at any age. And now he's modified this to, well, parents just get their vote.
Well, because it's more persuasive.
I would.
It's a preposterous idea. They shouldn't get.
No.
It's not a preposterous idea.
It's very simple.
Why is it preposterous? Why do you want to disenfranchise Americans, Sid?
It's not disenfranchise. Listen, we disenfranchise kids from lots of things because we say, hey, until you're an adult, you don't get certain rights and responsibilities. And one of them is voting.
That's true, but also parents can own things on behalf of their children.
Of course.
The children don't necessarily own.
True, but one of those things is not an extra vote.
They should be able to.
No.
I think you should be able to buy votes, but you have to buy your own. Like, you can't buy votes from other people, but if you pay enough money,
I disagree.
You go to the voting booth, and you go to the voting booth, and it's like a vending machine. And each $100 bill you put in, it spits a ballot out. Yeah. You literally buy votes. It's like a vending machine. Every extra $100 bill you put in, it's like
I'm not sure.
You can buy votes.
No, it's good.
But you have to buy it yourself, and it has to be one at a time. Okay, it's a very slow process.
You have to get back in line, one per customer.
And it's like one of those like old-fashioned like crank machines where you get the little like plastic ball toy that like thinks it's like takes like like a couple clicks to really get that vote.
Well, that's why all right. So did you guys see? I'm sure you did that court case where I'm blanking on his name. He made some meme saying you could text in to vote for Hillary.
Yes. And he got
election interference.
Incarcerated.
He literally went to jail for that.
Yes.
That is like a hackneyed joke I've seen so many people do. Not as fleshed out as he did it, but the voting day for Democrats is Tuesdays, or Wednesdays. Sorry, go on that day.
He wasn't just posting a meme though. I think he had a telephone number. He posted
like a phone number for people to text into. Yeah.
And didn't he have access to that phone number as well?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I didn't do like heavy dive into it. I just did like a cursory search, and they were claiming, because I don't know, they're claiming that they had evidence that he either privately or publicly made a statement that the intention was to prevent Black people from voting.
Yeah.
And that there was in the text, the number that he put, that like they had something like 5,000 people texted that number. So
5,000?
So what I ended up seeing, is an insane number of people. But what I remember seeing is, well, if any of those people texted twice, by the way, they should be charged with voter fraud. But I saw there was this celebrity, a left-wing celebrity on Twitter who posted a video of herself in Trump gear saying like Trump support, and she specifically calls out minorities. She's like, Asian Latinos lady, for Trump's Black. So she was literally like, and I get she's taking the piss, but she's literally making a meme where she is calling specifically for minorities to vote improperly.
Right. Like, well, I think part of the reason that they went after him, not just because obviously, there could be a political bias. I don't know what state this was, or was it a federal crime that he committed?
Let me double check. I read up on this a little. I read up on this like right when it happened, but it's been a while since I've looked into it. But
I think also part of the reason, like when prosecutors choose to prosecute, like with the lady who what she did, I think was wrong. By the way, it'd be harder to prove that she had an effect because it's not like there was a phone number that people called that they could trace.
You never. Yeah, it's true.
So a lot of it's just kind of like prosecutorial laziness.
I think that's probably a fair point. I think that could definitely be like an explanatory factor there.
Yeah, because if she had some number, I'm sure.
How do you know that someone didn't have? So wait, what if someone had 5,000 kids and so they just texted in 5,000 times because they get one vote per child?
Yeah, there you go.
Well, first of all, that person needs to be studied for science. And
they're capable. Hold on, no, but it's a man. That's more possible, right? If it was possible for a woman to have 5,000 kids.
Wait, yeah. So wait a minute. So what happens when there's a divorce? Which parent gets the vote, Adam?
Or ooh.
If they can look, there's this thing called a divorce settlement, Sitch. I'm not sure if you're aware of it.
Part of the custody, whoever has custody on voting day gets the vote.
Whoever gets
whoever gets custody of the kids obviously has the vote.
Yeah, but if it's joint custody,
well, then they get to split the vote.
That's not. What do you mean? How do you split the vote?
I think we let the child decide.
There you go.
We'll just
that's going to create a lot of drama in the relationship.
those people don't get the vote. Okay, it's not a big deal.
So only married. So if you're divorced, you lose the vote. Wait, what if you're one of those relationships where like the parents have different political opinions?
Look, we'll work it out. Okay. Yeah. Look, we're in the development stage of this idea.
Look, it's a terrible idea, but okay.
Seamus likes it. I like it. You're
the kids vote with their favorite parent. The kids vote with their favorite parent.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Look, they have to have 2 kids, and they can each get one of the kids.
What we do is here's what we do. We bring back poll testing, except it's questions about your kid.
No,
and the parent whoever
knows the most about the kid
And whoever knows more about their children gets to have the vote because you're a more invested parent.
Look, I don't like poll testing, but since it's funny, I'm going to agree with it. That's actually a very hilarious thing to do. So what kind of stuff do you talk about on your podcast? Is it political as well?
Yeah, so a lot of it's pretty much all political, and I'll study up on the issues of the day for a few hours before streaming, give my take on them. And then I'll also do interviews with different people who I sort of line up with politically. And we haven't done any debates with people I disagree with yet. But I'm sure
have you done any debates? We've done, Sitch and I have done some debates together. I've never done a debate
before.
Oh, really?
The closest is, so a while ago when I was on Timcast, Matt Bender was on.
Oh,
God. And
I remember.
Yeah, but I really didn't want it to be a dog pile, so I tried to stay out of it. There was one or two moments where I really felt I had to chime in, but for the most part, I really kind of sat back. That's the guys.
Listen, let's have a debate right now. This will be our first.
Hold on,
okay.
No, that's actually not true. No, I've debated. I haven't had a formal debate. I've gotten to arguments with everyone on Timcast as I've been on his show. I've gotten in arguments with guests. I've gotten in arguments with Ian pretty frequently.
What's the biggest one? What's the biggest argument that you got in on Timcast? Was it over abortion?
Probably. I've definitely gotten into a number of arguments with.
I feel like I've seen a clip of you arguing with somebody about abortion, so I thought that might be. What are some of the other things that you tend to argue about?
When I've been on Timcast, I think I've pretty much
economics.
I've argued a little bit of econ stuff, but usually with Tim. And with Timcast, the guests are more there to discuss cultural issues, so it hasn't gotten too into the weeds with econ, where someone has questioned the subjective theory of economic value. And how dare you, sir? What are you talking about? But yeah, I've definitely had a number of
they're
debates.
Bringing out the labor theory of value.
Exactly. It's dude, I don't care how much time you spent making that thing. I don't want it. It's trash. It has no value to me.
Thank you.
Yeah. I guess it's hard to say off the top of my head. I just know that I've argued with pretty much everyone there quite a lot. They're my friends, and I really do like the guests that we have on. I think, the ones that stick out in my mind are the ones that are memorable to me, but I don't know if they're a huge deal or if they really registered with the audience. And then also, I'm hesitant to register. I'm hesitant to bring specific ones up because I don't want it to be me starting beef with that person over.
How about Elijah Blue? Did you have a position?
Beef.
I wasn't there for that whole saga. To be honest, I didn't know. Yeah,
thankfully, right?
Yeah, I am embarrassed to say that's one of the issues that I haven't paid as much attention to. Everyone was talking about it, and I looked into it a little bit, but I didn't dive too deeply. You guys can give me the rundown on that.
Did Ian hold hands with Elijah Blue?
Oh, I have no idea. I haven't been at Tim's house since I want to say the end of May, late June. But we have an announcement, which is that I'm going to be back at Tim's house relatively soon, podcasting more. So we're bringing back Shimcast.
Well, give us some insight into what your experience was like on Timcast IRL, because I guess you did it for
6 months. Yeah,
6 months. Yeah, that's a big responsibility.
Yeah, great power, great responsibility. I was on there giving my hot takes, arguing with people, and it was quite an incredible opportunity because he has such a massive platform, and it was really an honor that he would trust me with it every single night. And Tim and I are buds, and so it's great to be out there and do the podcast and also kind of hang out with people. Now, for me, because I have just so much going on with my business and the YouTube channel and animation, super time intensive, I don't and usually didn't have as much time to just get involved in different things people were doing, on the vlog or around the house.
So how does it work? Does he set you up with a room there and you can work in an office setting or?
Yeah, I would pretty much work in kind of the common area with a couple of the other people who were working with him at the time.
And you're working on your stuff for Freedom Toons and various channels?
A lot of the time. Yeah, right. Yeah, a lot of the time. And there's also, Tim and I have some, I don't want to say too much about them, but we have some common projects we're working on together now that we're hoping to release within the next year. So there was also some work just being done on that stuff.
Cool.
I mean, it's a lot of fun. I mean, here's the thing. The people there are great. There's not a whole lot going on in that part of the country. So there's a few things. There's a few things that we like to
coastal
do.
elitist liberal.
I know. Listen, look, I'm a bad dude. What can I tell you? I'm used to living in or near urban areas. I love it out there. I'm not saying I don't love it. It's just there's not a huge amount to do. And the things that I like the most, I'm almost afraid to say because I don't want to give away the location.
So he basically bought a place that literally only has a 7-Eleven. And so
bro, you're getting fancy with that 7-Eleven talk. Are you kidding me?
It's just a 7.
You think I'm getting Slurpees while I'm out there, dog? Look, none of that.
So there's basically nothing to do. That's hilarious. So you're like stuck in the compound working on Timcast.
No, I mean, honestly, I'm being facetious. There are definitely things to do. It's mostly that I'm buried in my work, and then when people go out and do things, I haven't been able to join them as much. There's definitely stuff to do around there.
I got you.
There's definitely some stuff to do around there.
Yeah, I guess
you have to get food flown in from 100 miles away.
we have a helipad.
Yeah.
Helicopter comes. It's not even a drone won't suffice.
Yes.
Literally fly it in. Yeah. We have to go hunt our own food and
Tim has had trouble with getting, I guess, intruders swatted. I guess he was. I think he was getting swatted every other day.
Yeah, that was happening a bit while I was out there.
Yeah, that's got to be a pain in the ass.
I would describe it that way. Yeah. It's pretty rough. I mean, nothing violent has happened. I mean, I guess violence has happened in the sense that a swatting. I mean, arguably that's attempted murder.
Sure,
right?
attempted murder. Yeah,
kill somebody. But no one has directly been hurt. There have been a number of scares. It's one of these things where I almost feel like the more it gets talked about, the more power it has.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have to talk about it. It seems like it's kind of. It seems like it's kind of past now. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is great. So, I mean, I wouldn't bring it up. The only Tim was bringing it up. So obviously he was.
Well, I'll have to have a talk with him about that.
he was breaking that rule. I don't.
No, you didn't offend me or anything. There's not a whole lot that I could really say.
No, it's okay. I'm offended on your behalf.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody.
So listen,
it's
fine. We all know Adam's gonna burn in hell. Okay, so he can't help himself.
Sitch is a theist too. So
if Adam keeps pushing for this one vote per child thing,
look, we're political.
Maybe God will be like, that's a pretty good idea.
The info he has,
We're political allies here, Sitch.
There you go.
So Sitch, I'm curious, what do you believe?
I believe a lot of New Age hoo-ha.
But you believe in
hoo-ha? That's like a.
But I am Jewish, and I've been told that being Jewish means that I get into heaven or something.
Who told you that? I assume you were raised Jewish, and that's what they said.
No, it was what's his name? Who's the comic book artist we talked to? That was very Christian, Adam.
I don't remember.
That was a friend of yours. Remember we had the debate about evolution briefly.
Mike.
Yeah, he said. As a Christian, he said Jews are go to heaven or come back to life.
I got bad news for you, Sitch. I got bad news.
Oh, the Catholic. He was a Catholic. The Catholics are like, nah, Jews burn.
No. So what Catholics say is that the Catholic Church has the ordinary means of salvation. So basically, Christ founded a church. He gave us his church. He gave us sacraments that we can use to get to heaven. However, there's no specific person who I can point to and say that person's going to hell. I can't even point to myself and say I'm going to heaven. I'm trying to go to heaven, but I have no idea what my eternal destiny is going to be. And even though I don't want to be mealy-mouthed about it either. I believe in my faith. I want it because I care about other people for them to join the faith. At the same time, I can't tell an individual person what their eternal destiny is going to be. I just think it definitely doesn't hurt your chances to become Catholic. I'll put it that way. You want to come on over.
Mike Esmiller was the artist that came on the show.
Hold on. If I believed that every religion, here's the thing, because I don't believe every religion is a path to heaven. If I believed that, you wouldn't want me to sit here and tell you that I believe that every religion is a path to heaven when I don't, because that would mean I literally don't care about you. That would literally mean that I'm like, it's not worth the argument.
How do you know we're not in heaven? How do you know this isn't heaven?
Well,
let me tell you about my day-to-day, Adam.
See, that's why you need the religion. You're like, oh,
I'm hoping we don't have to still poop when we're in heaven, Adam. That's my hope.
Why is that a big problem? You have to run off stream a lot?
No, I mean, it's just a hassle. You know, pooping, sleeping, eating, just doing all these things. Come on.
Yeah, I haven't looked into like the eschatology of that. I would imagine there'd be no need, but
right.
Maybe
why can't I just sit in the presence of God and sing, Adam?
Catholics
that sounds a lot better.
Catholics don't proselytize as much as some of the other faiths do. That's correct, right?
Because Catholics don't believe as much as some of the other faiths do, man. I gotta be honest. Like a lot of people who say they're Catholic, they went to Catholic school or were raised Catholic, but they don't go to church on Sunday. And I'm being a little tongue in cheek about it, but I think Catholics who really do believe do want to bring people into the faith, but a lot of it is just from a place of I really believe my faith and my relationship with Christ adds so much to my life that I want other people to be able to have that. And I also think that it's sort of a delicate balance because you want to share the truth with people. You also you don't want to treat people like they're a project either, you know, and I think sometimes people will feel that way, where it could go too far in the direction of like, oh, this guy's like friends with me because he's trying to convert me or something, as opposed to like this person is friends with me and, you know, would be happy to witness to me or is trying to witness to me, but they like care about me as a person. And it's because they care about me as a person, as opposed to this, like I am some part, you know, like I'm like a prop or something. I think sometimes people can feel that way, even when that's not intended.
If we figure out a way to halt human aging or even reverse human aging, so only people will die, you know, because they're in an accident or something, no one will really die of old age. Do you think that will radically change religion? How will that change religion?
So I don't think that's a very, very good question. There are probably some unforeseen things that I'm not considering in like that would be in the realm of speculative theology right now that would, you know, maybe end up becoming more concrete. Like with Catholicism, none of the teachings would change, but I think maybe less people would be Catholic. I think, I don't think it would change the actual beliefs, but I think it might change the subscription numbers, you know? Yeah. I think it might change the number of people who are actually in the church.
I still think we need to socialize people.
Yeah, but I would wonder. I wonder if a lot of religious sects would be very anti people having this anti-aging immortality thing. I mean, to remove that aspect from it seems to be anti God's will, wouldn't it?
It's tough because, yeah. Well, and this is why I want to be. Obviously, nothing I'm saying here is like representing any official church.
No, of course,
this is all totally speculative.
Opinion.
Yeah.
You are not the Pope.
Are you?
I try to be careful with that because.
Are you high up in the church? You have people, like elders at the church watching your channel and like.
No. I just want to be careful.
Seamus, like, I saw you on a podcast last Tuesday.
No, it's not that. It's that like I'm being watched by you guys and by the viewers and by God.
I understand.
And I really do care about people and I care about the salvation of souls. And I don't want to say anything that people will that will cause confusion about what the church teaches.
If you tell people. You know, I believe in reverse psychology. Okay, you tell people there is no God. Don't you believe? Get off my channel. They're gonna be at the Catholic Church next weekend.
Adam, our bishops have been trying that since the 70s.
Oh, really? Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess it hasn't worked much.
Yeah, but I think that's an interesting question Sitch asks. And again, I could only speculate. Like, would the church be against that? I mean, there are obviously things that we can do to increase our longevity and increase our health. No one says that those are bad, even though to some extent they are light anti-aging measures.
Right, but this would be a whole nother.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But then I think the question becomes, if some anti-aging measure, which is radical like that, is wrong, like at what point along the line does it become immoral? Because, you know, the average life expectancy went from, 64, I believe, to 87, right? Within a matter of a few decades. Or it might actually be 76. Let me double check.
Yeah, that was like 70 something. I mean, I hope it's 85.
Average. But I guess my point is it's increased significantly. So then the question is, okay, well, what if we add another 20 years and then another 20 years on top of that? At what point would any religious authority feel inclined to say that's not moral?
Right. But what if we had 1,000 years? Like that's the
Yeah, if
That's
you
when
could
you're
do
like,
that
wait a minute.
overnight, we'd have a lot of time to think about it.
Well, but that's the thing. I don't think it's going to be gradual. I think it's going to be we go from adding 5-10 years to you just won't die unless you're killed. Essentially,
Do you think we're going to get to that
gonna,
point? Do you think we're going to get to that
we
point?
could get to that point in the next 20 years, which is this scary thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? You guys think like within 20 years we could be to the point where people just aren't aging anymore?
Yeah, they've done. I know they've done some pretty good tests on mice where they've got them to reverse age to some extent.
Well, and AI is going to be a huge component.
That's true.
Of
if you
this.
feed that into like the AI,
yeah, because the AI is going to come up with all kinds of therapies and stuff that we could only dream of.
I am stuck between it's just all going to collapse before that point, and we're just going to see such a massive technological explosion that we're going to be surrounded by man-made horrors beyond our comprehension.
What would cause us to collapse? Because I do, like, we talked to
MMT, Adam.
Well, so you think it's going to be an economic collapse? I don't.
No, well, I think it could be. I don't know.
Listen,
it's tough to say.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Republicans aren't going to pass the debt ceiling. And that's going to cause the collapse.
No, Marjorie Taylor Greene was on 60 Minutes, and she said that she was going to pass the debt ceiling. So,
really?
Yeah, I don't think the debt ceiling is going to be a big deal this time.
Okay,
they're gonna pretend like it's a big deal to try to get some sort of concessions, but it's going through. So don't worry about it.
Here's the thing. I try to be really careful about making predictions of the future. So
we make predictions all the time. That's one of our favorite things to do.
That is the not making predictions fan versus the predictions enjoyer. I don't know. This is when you say that you make them all the time, it makes me feel like kind of a dork.
Here's one of my
bold.
I should just be I should just be bold. This is what's gonna happen. I think if people, talk about a collapse of America as if it's going to be Mad Max, I think it's just going to be more like everyone just gets poor. It's like everything is like everyone's living in a bad neighborhood, basically. Even the nice parts of our country are now unpleasant places to live where people don't have enough to afford all the things they can buy now, basically. That's sort of what I would see as a potential collapse scenario within the next 10 to 20 years. But even then, theoretically, AI could still continue to develop, because you'd still have incredibly wealthy pockets of the country where that research is happening, and also foreign governments where that research is certainly going to continue. That's why people talk about pausing it. It's never going to pause. There's no way we can pause.
This is why
China's going to do it, or Russia's going to do it.
But we cut China off from the high-end chips for this reason. That's why we cut China off, because we're like, okay, well, they can do it all they want, but they're going to do it on their Commodore 64. They're not going to do it on.
So if they invade, they invade Taiwan, is that is like World War III over AI then? Like making sure China doesn't get it further.
I do think I don't think that they could, and I think people might be a bit Pollyanna about this, because I do think the pressure right now for them to invade Taiwan is over chips, and I think that could push them to do it, and a lot of people will be blindsided in the same way that they were blindsided about Ukraine, because a lot of people are telling themselves, "Oh, there's no way they would invade Taiwan." I think they could very well. I will not be surprised if they do invade Taiwan, and I do think that we'll have to be far more engaged, because it's AI is an existential threat. So obviously,
totally,
yeah. So we have to deal with that. The idea that we could just like withdraw from the world is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, that toothpaste is out of the tube, and it's a little bit worried.
Well, imagine if we did that around World War II with nuclear weapons. Oh, we'll just let the Germans develop the nuclear weapons. It's okay. We'll be fine. No, we won't. That's not the way the world works.
What do you guys think AI would be able to do to extend our lifespans? Is this the nanobot type thing? Is this just finding different health solutions we hadn't considered? What is the hope?
I just saw a thing that there's like over 200 proteins that AI figured out the structure of, when PhD students have been figuring out the structure of one protein in like 6 years of a PhD. So that's crazy. That's a crazy level of technological development.
Yeah. I mean, my understanding of it is that essentially, like, it's not like your body breaks down because there's, damage to your DNA, and there's damage that doesn't get repaired in your cells. But that if you had the ability to, you could essentially program your body to just keep repairing itself. And part of the reason we evolved to not do that is because, that's a good way to get cancer. And so we kind of evolved to like try to find the middle ground between living as long as possible without all getting cancer, essentially. But if you had a way of like artificially or human or man-made or AI-made, controlling that balance a little bit better so that you can extend life indefinitely without getting cancer. I mean, that seems to be at least it seems like we're biologically set up so that could happen. It's not like so inconceivable. We wouldn't have to be introducing something new like nanobots necessarily to our bodies.
Yeah, your cells are reproducing, I think, like on an analog level. So it's a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy and degrading over time. Like if you could introduce just a digital sort of copying mechanism, you could be 25 for forever, which, I mean, a lot of people would want to do that. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, mentally, some people are, but I think that there's a real potential for, I mean, look, there are some scary outcomes that could arise from that. I'm sort of wondering, if it were possible to extend lifespans that long, would it end up being the case where a person who didn't opt for that treatment was considered to be on the level of someone who like doesn't go to the hospital after they've gotten shot? It's such a radically unhealthy choice in the eyes of the wider society because of these technological capabilities. That pressure is put on people to live for 1,000 years if they just want to age naturally, or when they just want to age naturally.
No, that will definitely be the perception. But then there'll be this weird moral question also I think the moral question will be, if you could basically live until you die, which I do think is definitely in the future, and not even that far in the future, I think assisted suicide or just allowing yourself to die would definitely become a far more common practice nowadays than it is nowadays, just because there'll just be so many people that maybe they just don't want to live so long anymore.
I wonder if there'd be a way to withdraw from the treatment too. So yeah, you're like 25 for 100 years. Then you go like, I'm sick of, dude, I think we're going to learn that there's a reason you're only 25 for a year. Like, I think you'd get sick of it if you did it a whole lot longer.
Well,
I actually think there's a lot of elements because we've continued to extend adolescence for people and they're less satisfied than ever before. I think you would actually see
but there's lots of reasons why people are less satisfied, right?
No, definitely. I wouldn't boil it down to one factor, but I think
just because your body is 25, though, doesn't mean that you'd obviously move on with your life and become an adult.
Do you think so? Part of me thinks that people are going to remain immature for as long as they're able to. I think part of why people move on with their lives is because they're forced to. I mean, think about it. If just imagine how radically different society would be if women did not have biological clocks. If a woman could have children at any point in her life, if she didn't, limit or lose her fertility at 35 when it becomes incredibly difficult to conceive. If women could conceive children until they were in their 60s, just that alone, right? We're not even talking living for 1,000 years. That alone would just totally change dating and relationship dynamics.
Right.
Sure.
Because in many ways, women do force men to grow up because of women's biological clocks. And they're saying like, no, we do have to settle down at some point and have a family because there's only so long that you can do that with me. Well, if that's no longer on the table, then I think a lot of youthful behavior just ends up being extended way further out. And to your point, Adam, people with children have more of a stake in society, arguably, which is why you're making the argument that a person should get an extra vote per child. And so if we're continuing to extend the length through which a person does not have a stake in society, that could be very dangerous.
Well, I mean, first of all, I think if people lived forever, they would have a massive stake in society.
Birth rates won't need to,
because
won't be an issue any longer, obviously.
Right, because they're living in that society forever. So they'd have to. I think they'd have more of a stake in it.
There would be no more demographic curve. It would be like everyone is 25 years old.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, but I mean, I think it would. I think there's something interesting that would happen, like with this reverse aging stuff. Would be, how exactly would it affect people's minds and their behavior? Because I think it would really, obviously it's depend on how this hypothetical technology would work. But would it actually would people's brains, physically be the way that they were when they were 25? And it would really show people that, wow, like how much of your behavior you thought was like you and free will, but no, it's just like your body.
That would be an interesting conundrum.
Right. And that's because that's what's going to be weird is like, Or essentially, like if they could just selectively do it, like, could you give someone the mind of a 50-year-old, but the energy of like a 3-year-old? Who knows? I mean, I don't know what kind of crazy shit, this is going to be in the future.
Yeah.
But
no,
I do think that what you're saying is true to some extent, which is that I think a lot of people do mature through the process of having children, because obviously having to be responsible for another life is the most maturing process a person can go through, because it puts all this responsibility on your shoulders. And if people just live indefinitely and they can have children whenever they want, obviously that's it's going to radically reshape society and the way people act.
Well, and then also, like, can they have children, right? And then also, I mean, I would imagine if we get to the point where this kind of technology exists, I would imagine, who knows, but we're so wealthy that people don't have to work nearly as much now, because there's two sides of it. Either, well, what if people live forever, but then it's like, okay, well, now there's no point at which you could realistically retire unless you've chosen to like put an expiration date on your life. But maybe we're so wealthy because of the development of other technologies as a result of AI that people are just running around, youthful, not needing to work.
Sounds like heaven. Oh my God.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think we left that garden a long time ago.
Well,
I don't think we're getting back in, man.
I mean, it's going to be even crazier, because the same time that whatever this, anti-aging technology is going to exist, we're going to be having all these robots walking around with AI. So like, to me, that's going to be even more disruptive, because, Alyssa, we all know that people are going to far more likely want to be in relationships with a robot that they can program their personality.
No,
that they're going to want to be with another person.
That's very real, and we're already seeing that, right? They have AI role play porn where these AIs can literally generate porn for people.
They do.
That's literally
what's the link for that? Just for research purposes.
You stop it, young man. This is
how dare you?
AI.
Don't you dare. But no, this is a real problem, because porn already does so much to turn people inward and away from pursuing relationships in the real world. If it could literally be tailored to your commands just based on what you type into a keyboard, that is going to be
that's the future.
That is going to be a massive, that's going to be an even bigger wrench in the relationship between men and women.
Yes.
I think the one of the best one of the closest things to a Catholic sex talk I ever saw on television was Futurama's Don't Date a Robot. It's a great bit, but
that's going to happen. It's
it is.
That's going to be such a weird pressure on society and children, because people, like, literally a massive amount of the population will be fucking and dating and in relationships with robots.
Yes.
And it's going to be like, are they going to have kids? Is the robot going to raise the kid? Like, how is this going to play?
Well, not only that, but when you become accustomed to dealing with AI, that is going to affect the way you treat people.
Of course, if they're much more deferential to you, yes.
Absolutely. You're going to rewire yourself to be much more easily frustrated when you're not obeyed. That's not good. That's not good. Everyone's going to be like a raging narcissistic sociopath because they are used to dealing with things that don't have feelings. Like, if you are dealing with the robot and you only ever deal with the robot, sociopathic behavior is completely rational.
Yep.
In fact, it's the most rational if you're not taking into account how that might rewire you, because, why would you expend energy giving kindness to ones and zeros?
Well, here's the thing. I think people are still, I think it's a big issue, but I think people are still going to interact with other people. It's kind of like the same way, like, when people are playing a video game and they turn all the cheats on so they get everything they want, that gets boring pretty quickly.
Relationships on easy mode.
Yeah, it gets kind of boring pretty quickly. So I think people will have their fuck bots and whatever for the easy sex, especially, guys. But I do think that I think humans do drive for conflict. They do have a drive for trying to overcome goals that are difficult. And I think people will still pursue, I think most people will still pursue actual personal relationships.
Well, so I think we do have that drive in us, and we end up miserable if we don't go out and find the things that are good yet difficult for us to do. But on the other hand, if you constantly have this safety net you can fall into of, if I can't find a girlfriend, there's like this sex robot as a consolation prize, which is, even more physically attractive than a woman I could get in the real world. I think more often than not, like, once a relationship becomes frustrating, again, you're going to have less of an incentive to stay and work on it. I think even though in the long run, you're right, people need those things. I don't think people make moment to moment decisions based around getting challenges or, getting,
no, you're correct. You're correct. It will have to be something as a society we talk about and we learn to cope with that we haven't really, I mean, we're sort of seeing it now, like, kind of, I think that's part of why everyone's kind of unhappy now to some extent, but that's going to ratchet it up to such a point that we're going to have to deal with it. But it's one of those things where like, this is going to happen and there's no way to prevent it from happening. But I think, we will adapt to it and we will, we'll come out the other side of it.
Well, I'll say one more thing. You said something that seemed maybe a little too optimistic for me. You said, I think people will still interact with other people. There are people who don't interact with other people now, dude. There are people who are like just online,
Yeah, of course.
But
Listen,
aren't they online to
people.
interact
You don't
with
understand.
other people?
They're online to interact with other people, but in a way where they just have an easy eject button.
People though
Yes,
can't interact with no one. I mean, that solitary confinement is a punishment for a reason. Like, I think people are online because they know that they have to have some level of interaction.
But but obviously those aren't at the same level. And when there's a reason we tell people to touch grass, because the relationships you have with people online are very different from the kinds of relationships you have in the real world. They don't really put you in touch.
Yeah, no, I think there'll be like 20 to 30% of the population will be totally fine having AI, spouse, AI friends, and like barely interacting with humans as little as possible.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people who will totally do that. Well, think about the percentage of the population who are like functionally already doing that.
Right. But I think as a society, we will still function. I think we'll still figure out ways around, to cope as a society and to move forward as a society beyond all these things.
AI will do it. We
exactly.
won't figure it out if it gets to that point. Yeah, I don't know, because on the one hand, it's hard for me to see exactly where AI is going. I know everyone has high hopes for it. You guys also seem to really believe that it's going to be able to do these incredible things.
I have no idea. Like, it could be the apocalypse for all I know. It's way too early to tell.
Or I know this is not a popular opinion. I'm not saying that I believe it. I think AI is going to become something notable, right? This is significant.
Like the great filter, maybe.
But it's possible that you're talking Fermi's paradox?
Yeah. I mean, that might be notable, right?
Yeah, well, exactly. But what if the AI... We still don't know. We know AI is going to accelerate many things, but
what if the AI convinces
us... This statement has the potential to age very poorly. If I say like maybe it just is not as huge of a deal as any of us think it's going to be.
Right.
What if the AI convinces society that we do live in a simulation and comes up with some experiment that humanity can do that just completely convinces everybody that yes, we live in a simulation? How fucking crazy would that be?
That would be hilarious. Well, two things. First of all, and I think what you're saying about like, if AI could cause this problem, but it could also solve it, because for all we know, we're going to live in a future where you have a brain chip that controls your emotions. So if you want to be highly motivated and work super hard, you press a button on your phone and suddenly you're like the most, outgoing, motivated person for as long as you want to be.
That's so horrifying. That's so horrifying.
Well, it's weird because it's it's scary, but also maybe that's the solution to our problems. I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
But the second thing I want to say is,
I'm a little horrified too.
Well, I just want to say, okay, well, we'll go back to. I just want to say, I don't think AI can't be the great filter, because if AI was the great filter, then AI robots would be all through space everywhere, controlling everything.
Yeah, but we can't see them because they communicate. Look, we can't see them because they communicate in a vector that we don't understand.
Already. That's part of the great filter idea, that they should.
Why do they
everywhere.
Need our planet? We're like ants to them. What are you talking about?
You don't know that.
I mean, that's fair, I guess. They don't. Maybe
you
they
think
don't
we're
care.
like ants to them? Maybe we're like roaches. They think we're gross.
That's possible.
We're looking for the wrong kind of alien life.
Those disgusting flesh bags. I don't want to touch them.
It's gross. Yeah.
If they communicate in gravity waves, like we can barely even detect gravity waves. They could be talking all around us and we wouldn't even know.
Yeah, but then that destroys the great filter argument in the first place, because that would mean that the universe is teeming with life.
Good
we just
point.
don't know.
Oh, it's true. Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
The great filter.
But no, listen, I welcome my phone brain chip, okay?
I'm horrified.
Better than coffee.
Have you looked at the Neuralink?
The phone brain chip Apple released? Not yet.
No. Have you looked at the Neuralink surgery that they do? It's so crazy. I'm thinking I'm supposed to get one of these. No, they've done it on human beings that have.
What do they do to them?
Because they have some sort of like Tourette's or something like that. So it's like It's something that they're willing to get some sort of.
Is it for like people that like lost limbs that control like robot arms or something?
No,
right.
they've done that. They've done that with the monkey though, but
yeah, I mean that's
Yeah.
cool.
This is my pitch, you guys. Just join the church, and I'll try to convince them to do a crusade against the AI. We'll do a crusade against the AI. Join with me. We'll take them out.
look, I don't have kids, but if I did have kids, I
Okay.
would send them to Catholic school. So
Listen,
you
you're
got
gonna
me
have
there.
you're gonna have the church on one
Please
hand.
don't send them to Catholic school. Homeschool them or something. Oh man, Catholic schools.
Catholic school is woke now. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Catholic schools haven't taught like it's hard to find a Catholic school that teaches Catholicism. Part of the reason, like,
Wow.
yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
God,
it's
you're not
really
even
hard.
safe at the Catholic school.
No, well, since you'd be shocked, right? Because so my dad went to Catholic school in like the 50s and 60s, right? He was born in 52 and went to the, Catholic school in the neighborhood he lived in on the south side. Was taught by the nuns. His youngest brother is like 10 years younger than him. By the time his youngest brother went through the Catholic school system in like late 60s, 70s, it had already broken down. Like his youngest brother didn't even know how to say a rosary by the time he graduated, which if you're Catholic, that's like a very basic thing you learn very early. My dad had been getting a really good classical education there just 10 years earlier. And then by the time his brother was there in the late 60s and 70s, it was just totally destroyed. There are still some good Catholic schools, but dude, like you really got to look for them. You really got to look for them. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm also glad I told you that because you wouldn't want your kid to end up at a bad school. I know they're still the most affordable private schools, but many of them are very bad.
Are you married or you have a girlfriend?
No, sir. Single man.
I was going to say, like, if you're married, how do you go to be on Timcast for 6 months? Like, my wife would not put up with that. What, you're going to leave for 6 months?
You're going to leave for 6 months? Who says she wouldn't come with me? I'll attach a trailer to the back of the car. She could stay out there.
Hi, Tim. I have my wife with me. She's going to be on the show too.
Exactly. I vet all my opinions through her now. Happy life, guys. No.
Yeah.
Every time I hear someone say that, I die inside.
Ragnar says the most likely way AI will kill us is that someone will make an AI in order to kill humanity as a joke. That's literally happening right now. I don't know if you know this. Someone made Chaos GPT with the goal of destroying humanity. So
Chaos GPT that is there to destroy humanity.
Yep. Open source AI with the goal to destroy humanity. So I guess we'll find out.
I am so glad to hear it. Good. Good. Oh my gosh. Oh man, this is I'm a little bit over here. I actually wish I could stay on longer. This has been a great conversation. I'd love to come back sometimes. Let me just invite myself.
Come back anytime. Seriously, hit me up.
This has been a great conversation. You guys are both awesome. I've obviously spoken to Adam before. Sitch, it was really great talking to you, man.
Great talking to you.
But we'll say our goodbyes. Do you want to pitch anything before you leave? I guess you've already kind of pitched your channel.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I just I uploaded a cartoon today that was like a little bit mean, but I think kind of funny. The audience is loving it. It's you know how YouTube gives you how your video is performing out of the last 10?
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
number 1 out of the last 10. So people are liking it. So if you guys want to go check it out.
What is the topic of the video?
It's about the Dylan Mulvaney Bud Light thing.
Ah, nice.
Yeah.
Well, that seems to be really popular right now. So I could see why that would be.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to do something on it, but then I had an idea for it, and I was like, I have to do this. But I'll let your audience check that out if they want. And
yeah, I really liked your previous cartoon before that, the dating podcast, which is my exact feeling of all these.
Oh my gosh, dude, Sitch, we could talk for like an hour about that. Hold on, we need to at least give this like 2 more minutes before. I'm really glad you enjoyed that. I am really starting to lose it because I understand why these podcasts exist. Like, I understand why the red pill movement exists, and they'll accurately identify certain problems. But then so many of the talking points, I think, just completely miss what any real solution to the problem.
Of course, it's just like what was the before the red pill? It was what were the people that tried to like, what was it called? The people that would try to get everyone to like bang chicks at clubs.
Pickup artists.
Pickup artists. Yeah, that's all it is. It's just pickup artists rebranded. And it's so wild to me that like there's this thin veneer of like conservative morality when it's like what?
Thank you, dude.
Yeah, it's like there's nothing wrong. You're literally like treating women like shit, like they're just like physical objects and trying to bang as many women as possible. What is conservative about this? Conservative is like you find a woman that you love or a man that you love, and you have like a relationship and a family with them.
Amen. And what these podcasts have done is they've exploited the fact that the current paradigm on the right is if the left says one thing, we say not that thing.
Yes.
As opposed to saying, well, firstly, let me find the deeper meaning of what they're saying. So I have a perfect example here. The left will say it's not fair that women get called sluts and men get called studs when they're promiscuous. It's the same behavior, right? And we shame women for it and we celebrate men for it. What conservatives should be capable of doing is looking past that initial statement based on what the left says culturally about sexuality in general and understand that when a feminist says that, what she's saying is we need to remove the stigma so that women are not called sluts and basically that everyone is made more sexually available and is more free to be promiscuous. And thereby the conservative response should be, actually, you're right that that's bad. We need to slut shame men.
Yeah.
Instead of saying, no, it's good that we slut shame women and not men because you have to be an alpha Chad to get laid. It's like, dude, I don't care if you're capable of having sex. If you haven't subjugated your passions to reason, you're weak. And if you're not capable as a man of saying, yes, I'm sexually attracted to this woman and she wants to sleep with me, but I'm capable of not doing that and I'm not going to because it wouldn't actually be what's best for her and myself, then again, you're not a man. You have to be able to do that. And that is a conservative understanding of masculinity.
Yeah.
Not go get laid. That's effeminate, dude. That's wimp shit. Like you're not capable of restraining your desires. Like, oh, you got it because
Look
they
at
also want to
this.
paint it out to be impressive. Oh, you got a woman to agree to sleep with you. Congratulations, dude. Do you want a cookie? Like, what are you going to do with that? Are you going to have sex with her even though you're not married, even though you have no intention of providing her with a family? And I'm supposed to think you're cool?
Look at this. I love it.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, we should.
You got me more heated up.
I like
on the last
slut
couple minutes
shaming
than I
the
thought it would be.
guys. We should slut shame guys more.
Yeah,
I'm all
absolutely.
in favor of slut shaming, actually.
Dude, I'll come on the podcast and do it. Here's the thing. If these red pill guys, if they had the consistency to say, yes, because we're in a non-monogamous society, gender roles have really broken down and the dating marketplace is totally corrupt and virtually all women flock to a small handful of men and it leaves a lot of men behind. And then also address the fact that women are not happy with that situation because as it turns out, women don't just want meaningless sexual encounters. Generally, they want to find somebody to be with. And that's harder for them when they're all like chasing the Chad. And instead of addressing that point and then moving on to say the solution is for people to be monogamous, for people to not have sex when they are not married. And then when they are married to stay with that person. If we really do want to return to a traditional model of sexual morality that is good for both sexes and creates healthier relationships and a better dating marketplace, they go, no, we're going to exploit this to have as much sex as we can. Because sex makes me feel good and feeling good is all that matters to me. It's like, well, what model of masculinity is that?
Yeah. It's like
a different master.
When I was first listening to like the red pill stuff and Andrew Tate, and then hearing Sneeko like argue about this shit was like wild to me because I'm like, this is a child's idea of what it means to be a man. Like, oh, I have like this like image. I'm gonna be like this massively buff guy who like bangs all the women, and then I drive my fancy car. It's like that's not what being an adult is like in the real world.
It's not masculinity. It's machismo. There's a word for it.
Yes,
they're two different things. There's Adam. It looks like you want to say something, but after you do, I want to mention one more thing.
Go ahead. We have another guest coming on in like 5 minutes. We also have Rollo Tomasi is coming on the podcast in a couple weeks here. So he's the rational male. He's one of the Pearl called him one of the thought leaders of the red pill
red pill movement.
Yeah, really interesting.
Yeah.
Who's this guy? The rational male?
Rollo Tomasi. Yeah, he's.
I'll leave with this. This is something my dad said to me and my brothers when we were kids, and it really stuck with me. He said, when you look at a male protagonist in film or in television or in media, what does he do with women? He sleeps around, right? That's what you're told the icon of masculinity is. That's how you're told men should be had. Yeah, and he mentioned James Bond. James Bond sleeps with all these different women. Every action hero just sleeps with a different woman. in each different movie, there's different girl he's sleeping with, or even in the same movie, he is sleeping with a bunch of different women, but he's always promiscuous. Let me ask you something, son. How would you feel about me if I acted that way? How would you feel about me as your father if I was sleeping with a bunch of different women?
That's great.
Like, not good, Dad. He's like, that's right, because that's not how a man acts.
That's great. That is great. Yeah. How would you like it if your mom was just another one of my whores?
Exactly. She was hypergamous, bro. And, if the shoe was on the other foot, it's like, it's so cynical.
Nobody wants that.
It's so cynical.
Yeah. And nobody wants that. That's a great way to conceptualize it. That makes it very real.
Exactly. Because, masculinity is epitomized in fatherhood. And that which makes a good dad makes a good man, even if you're not a dad. Like, having those qualities just makes you a good man in general. And sleeping around is not one of those qualities.
Yeah. That's
True.
Great.
True and based.
Cool. Well, awesome.
Thank you, gentlemen. This has been great. Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to do it again sometime. Peace out.
Take care, man.
Thanks for coming on.
Take care.
What's up?
Nice.
That was awesome, man.
That was a lot of fun.
This is great. Bring up that Freedom Toon. No, read a super chat.
Let me read some super chats until Taft comes. Texas SB 12 for $20 says still waiting on a Crowder cartoon. Ooh, I don't know if he'd want to do a Crowder Daily Wire battle cartoon. That would be interesting.
I swear I watched the one with the dating thing. It was making fun of the girl that said like so many times, right? That's what it was. Or am I thinking of something else?
That might have been a different one. This is like, on every dating podcast, you have the 3 women that say like awful shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the 2 guys that are like, I am better than these women. Like, these women are bad. Like, that's all these viral clips. I hate all these red pill viral clips. That's all it is. It's just, they find these really shallow, vapid women.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of paint them like, this is the way every woman thinks, right? And then you have a guy who's like, I am smarter than this idiot I pulled off the street, or this idiot like TikTok influencer. It's kind of like you know how like a lot of the late night shows would do these segments where they'd walk around the street and they just find the dumbest fucking people.
Yeah,
like,
man on the street.
And they just ask them some like random question that everyone knows the answer to, like who is the vice president, or something. They don't know it. Like, that's all this is. It's just, because they cut out all the people that do know it, right? So you get this like collection of like idiots.
If only I knew someone that lived in an area with a high content of vapid women, a high density of vapid women.
Right.
We could capitalize. Oh, wait a second here. I live in Los Angeles. What am I talking?
There you go.
Yeah,
J-Mac for $20. Our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac. Thanks so much. Says, where's my poll option for the Mario movie not being woke but still bad?
Really? Oh, interesting.
I believe Jay said that his kids really liked it, but that he wasn't a big fan. So,
J-Mac, you're welcome to come on later when we talk about
sure.
the Mario movie. You said you wanted to come on and talk about video games. So if you want to bitch Sitch out a bit about video games, that's always an option as well.
What do you mean bitch me out about it? He'd agree.
Well, you think
boomer.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Wait a second. Your last video game take was just categorically shunned by the entire audience.
To many people. Yeah. Listen, they can't accept the hard truths. Okay.
Okay. Well, no, I like that. Going strong. I dig it. Yeah. That's a great way to be there.
Mm-hmm. And J-Mac for another $50. Thanks so much. Our surrogate father, J-Mac, says, also so glad to see Seamus, famous host of the Timcast IRL podcast, making an appearance on our fine show. Welcome to the Free Will Zone, funny Irish man. Well, thank you. Yeah, it was great talking to him. It was awesome.
Seamus is awesome. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great guy.
Miss Rum 6 for 500 Kazarkazarks. Thank you. Says, you sold me on the child voting idea, Adam. Kids bully their parents and grandparents who to vote for all the time. If kid gets 4 votes, the parents getting 1 extra while they're still in control isn't a big deal.
Based. Look at this, Sitch.
There you go.
I'm going into politics here. I'm winning people over right and left.
That's gonna make people vote more woke, though. You understand that, right?
You can't change my mind on this, man.
Aha!
My mind is
Gotcha!
made up.
Got him.
What is?
Blah, 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 blah.
Wow.
What's your first thought for 22 Canadian? It says today my whiskey guild released a new bottle. I like that. You have a guild, a whiskey guild. That's awesome. Released a new bottle, a Nomad Outland whiskey. Super sweet. Not a lot bite to it, and goes well with some PC free from the original beef jerky. Boys, what jerky are you having today?
I have no jerky today. I have some chicken tenders over here hidden off.
Wow, you dare replace jerky with chicken tenders?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Just for today.
Today I have original Mythical Meats exotic game snack sticks from mythicalmeats.com. You don't even know what's in the bag. It could be a deer, it could be an alligator, or it could be a griffin. It could be phoenix jerky for all you know. Mythical Meats.
Could be horse cock.
It could be horse cock. It could be dragon cock. You never know. It could
dragon
be
cock.
Yeah.
No, I don't really want to try cock, but if it's
if you
dragon
had to eat cock jerky, would you rather be horse or dragon?
I mean, I might have to try the dragon. Just
you want to get some of that dragon energy, huh?
It gives you dragon energy too.
I mean, that's what I hear, right? I'm assuming that's the only reason to eat it.
Yeah. Human horn.
Oh, that's a little much. Okay.
Human horn is the nose. It's not the cock.
Oh, okay.
Oh, maybe it is the cock. I can't remember. Isn't it?
Know.
It's nose from Futurama. The human horn.
Remember. Oh, yes, that's right.
It's like an aphrodisiac. They cut people's noses off.
Yes. That sounds like a Futurama bit. Anonymous Coward for $20 says more Mario movies, less cape shit. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I guess we'll talk about Mario when we talk about it.
We'll talk about Mario when we talk about it.
I made some notes. We can play woke or not woke with a couple of the scenes.
Okay. Asha C for $5 says, as someone who watches a lot of red pill stuff, Rolo is the worst.
Well, why do you think I reached out to him?
Also, Sitch, I wish you would not just straw man the red pill stuff. Well, I guess we'll have to, I don't know, maybe you have to explain what is the not straw pill. What is the non-straw?
Rolo is one of the most infamous members of the red pill community.
Right.
So
right.
He's definitely got a reputation. So that's why the authentic observer, he was in her response video. So we can talk about that when he comes on too. Yeah. It'll be great. Look, why is Destiny the only one having fun with the red pill stuff? Why aren't we, Sitch?
Right. True.
You have opinions about red pill stuff.
True. I think we should call it the straw pill from now on. That's a good one.
The straw pill?
The straw pill.
What do you mean?
Now we should call it. I think we should just call it the Coomer pill.
The straw man pill?
The Coomer pill.
Coomer. You guys keep saying that I'm a Coomer, and that's categorically incorrect.
No. You used to be a Coomer. I don't know if you still are.
No, Coomer is a chronic masturbator.
No, it's not. It's someone who's just primarily motivated by any sort of sexual activity, whether it be sex or masturbation.
That's not true.
But that is you were 100% that guy.
Look it up right now. Coomer.
Coomer.
What does Coomer mean? Coomer is an internet meme based on an illustration of a scraggly male character who is mocked as an excessive masturbator.
Yep. Read the next
More
sentence.
broadly, a Coomer with a lowercase is an often unironic insult of an oversexed young man, or in general,
oversexed. Listen,
okay.
We're gonna adapt it. We're gonna pull a leftist thing. We're gonna just use a word to win an argument. Okay, we're gonna just start calling them Coomers because we know that it will annoy them.
No.
If you're out there in the world trying to get it, you're not a Coomer, guys. I want you to know that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a giant difference between a guy who sits in his basement and whacks it all day long and a guy who's out there as a player.
Oh, we should have asked. I didn't know this. Apparently, we've just learned that somewhere in a Freedom Toons cartoon, there's a hidden Adam in an episode.
Is there really?
Wow, a hidden Adam, but no hidden Sitch. What's up with that?
It can't be true.
That's wrong.
Because did Caleb do it? Caleb is in our Discord and is in CT's Discord. I got to be careful here. is in the Discord I occasionally stumble into. It's so funny. The
drama.
The Discord stuff.
Yes.
But Caleb is in the Discord that CT owns, that I don't own and Sitch doesn't own. And I didn't know that he is like lead animator for Seamus. So that's awesome. That's totally awesome.
Yeah.
So it could be I am in one of the cartoons because he like put me in there as one of the background people. So
how dare he?
Well, look, he can't put you in, Sitch. Everyone's gonna go, look, what's a guy with a funny mouth? I'm gonna blend in. I'm gonna blend into the background, and it's
just a random white guy. Yes.
Yeah, that's gonna be fine. You're gonna you're gonna stand out. Everyone's gonna be like, "What's up with the black guy with the weird mouth? What's going on here?"
Offensive.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
The Dark Conservatarian for $10 says, "Hey guys, hi Seamus. I keep wanting to say Shamus every time I see his name for some reason. Hey Seamus, a long-time fan and sub. I have a long-sought question. Oh, I'm sorry I didn't ask him. We'll have to ask him next time. He kind of had a hard out. In relation to an old Marred Dice tweet, I was wondering if you truly believe gays should be banned from adopting kids or not. Ooh,
Mark Dice. We should have.
It says Marred Dice, but maybe he meant Mark Dice.
I'm sure it's Mark Dice.
Right.
You're a Mark Dice fan, right?
Not really, no.
Oh.
I don't have a strong opinion about Mark Dice in any direction, but
we're live right now, Taftaj, so just so you know.
Hello.
Hey now.
You'll have to leave your
before you drop any
N-bombs
or anything. Yeah.
I'll try not to be transphobic. I'll do my best. I'm doing pretty good.
Awesome.
Well, I guess I should change the thing. You're not Seamus, so I had plenty of time to do that, but Sitch kept making jokes and stuff, so I don't
God damn it, Sitch. You're too amusing.
Sitch always does that.
That is true.
You're just too funny.
So for those of our audience who are living under a rock and don't know you as a content creator, why don't you introduce yourself, Taftaj?
Oh, my name is Taftaj, or April, if that's easier.
April, okay.
Yeah, that's my secret real name. So sometimes it's a little bit easier for people. Yeah, doxed. I post a lot of controversial opinions on the internet about a lot of things. Mostly I get in trouble for trans takes. So things like, trans women are male and we should not redefine woman to include
whoa. Transphobia.
Well, okay. Just that's the background.
No, I'm just
we haven't even gotten into the real stuff. Okay, Adam.
I'm only kidding anyway. So I think that's hilarious.
Yeah, so I consistently get in trouble for that. I think people have a hard time pinning me down politically. I interact with a lot of more progressive streamers like Destiny or Vosh. So a lot of the people that know me through that. And I have sort of heterodox opinions that I think people don't like, at least that are in those audiences.
Right. Yes.
Someone in the chat said Taftaj is my top 5 favorite fascist.
Yeah, schizo-fascist, hyperstitional fascist.
Has Vosh called you a Nazi yet?
I don't think so. I hung out with Vosh IRL, and we were somewhat, I don't know if I'd say friends, but we were friendly. So I think
how friendly?
Decently friendly.
That's nice.
I've met Vosh IRL too, but we didn't really hang out. He did a debate at our studio with Destiny.
That's quite cool.
Yeah.
What about?
There wasn't really a structured debate. It was just kind of them talking. And I can't for the life of me even remember what they were talking. I do remember that
Vosh was in full on like crush mode over Destiny. He was like meeting his celebrity crush. So he was like, oh my God, it's Destiny. That has since waned. That's not the case anymore.
Yeah,
but
that must have been early days.
yeah.
Yeah, I think I remember way back in the day before Vosh got popular, he like hit on me on Twitter a little bit.
Okay.
I think, yeah, he said something like, I told him that a video or something that he said had big dick energy. And he was like, yeah, it was big dick energy, but your dick is like pretty cute and small or something like that.
Is that a compliment? Or
I think so.
I'm not sure what is going on in that thing.
That's the way men hit
classic
on
chaser Bosch.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that that's I mean, that seems like a swing and a miss to me, to be honest with you. That seems like a total fail.
I'm sure he said it in a more smooth way.
Sure.
That was just the gist of it.
Well, it doesn't matter how he said it. If you remember it in an unsmooth way, then it definitely was unsmooth. So
I remember it being moderately smooth.
Oh, you're like, okay. You're like, maybe it worked. Okay.
It wasn't like unsmooth. It wasn't terrible.
Interesting. Okay.
Interesting.
Wow,
Yeah.
weird. I never suspected this conversation to go in this direction, but this is actually, I mean, we might be making news here. Bosch hit on you on Twitter.
Vosh Twitter comment.
And then you hung out with him IRL.
Okay, these are like years apart.
Okay.
Right. But he remembered.
He hit on me when he had like 4,000 Twitter followers.
Right.
So it's like way back in the
This
day.
is like Bosch in the sex pest days, right?
Yes.
Didn't he have a reputation as being a sex pest?
Maybe. I don't know.
Some people did not interpret his moves as smooth. They interpret them as like creepy.
Right. Yes, so I've heard.
Well,
I don't know. I don't want to be drama mongering.
I know. I look, I don't like to apologize on the show, but I shouldn't have brought this up. You wanted to talk to us. And so I was just going to kind of let you lead the conversation. I'm under the impression, just at a guess, is probably some of the things I've said that could be like maybe
horribly awful,
maybe interpreted badly or something. That would be a guess. I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but and then also it's weird because we set this up before ContraPoints dropped her latest video. And I'm curious if you had time to watch it yet. And obviously, we'd like to get your feedback on that if you.
I have seen it. I didn't think that it was particularly groundbreaking. I don't know. Have you guys seen it? What was your impression?
I listened to it. I didn't watch it. And I thought the first half hour I thought was definitely just poisoning the well. Past the first half hour, it seemed like a giant cope spiral, which I was kind of into, because I'm like, J.K. Rowling is going to win this battle, and ContraPoints is not going to win this battle, so vicariously I'm enjoying it. Yeah,
that's an interesting statement. Why do you think that Rowling is going to win the battle?
Because I think she's got I think the old school feminists have a stronger coalition than the trans rights feminists, and I think it's like feminist on feminist blood sport at this point. So a lot of people don't seem to understand, because they're in their ideological bubble, that there are two people's rights at stake here. And J.K. Rowling basically wants sex segregated spaces and sports and sex segregated sports. And I don't see how she's going to lose that fight.
Yeah, maybe. I think it would have to buck the historical trend of progressives or leftists winning on cultural issues, which they've pretty much done like one after the other for the past 400 years.
Well, I disagree on prohibition. They totally lost. So
maybe. I mean, when we go back, I guess
you said 400 years.
Prohibition. Yeah, but I associate prohibition with like the temperance movements, right?
Which was a progressive movement. Yeah. Well, they were Christian socialists.
Maybe, but I think it's a different kind of progressivism than maybe what we'd identify now.
It was Christians. It was feminist, Christianist, socialists against big business, beer and distiller brewers. Like, how is that not?
Oh, wait. What do you mean? You think that? Who do you think won in Prohibition?
The brewers.
As far as
eventually
Prohibition ended, right?
Prohibition ended. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
turned out to be a failure. Yeah. Look, they're winning right now. The trans activists are winning right now. But now that there are all these laws coming into play, I don't think they have the votes to win legislatively on anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that what we've seen historically is a trend towards more personal freedom and more egalitarianism. Mm-hmm. And so I would interpret like prohibition as part of that expansion of personal freedom. I think there's like a technical reason for these victories. I would also say that like the left, I also agree that the left has not won every battle. So like a good example of this would be communism or socialism.
Oh yeah.
Communist, movements have tended to fail disastrously. But I think the reason for that is because when we have communist movements, that's an example where the left is taking a position that isn't more pro personal freedom, and quite frankly, less pro markets. Markets are a very powerful force and are going to influence things in a certain direction. My sense is that if we interpret trans issues under the same lens, there is a kind of consumer identity to being trans, to consuming trans memes and trans healthcare. And it is part of, I think, a historical trend of people having more freedom to engineer their lives in ways that they desire, in ways that they find pleasurable. And I think that that kind of trend is probably not going to be bucked.
Well, I mean, I agree, but framing it in terms of personal freedom is a perfect example, because both the conflict really is over whose personal freedom, because the way that J.K. Rowling sees it, it's her personal freedom to be able to enjoy a sex-segregated space without biological males. So her personal freedom is on the line as well.
Right. Well, there's something else, which, well, first of all, I think what you said is very true. And a good way to think about this is it seems like personal freedom has been winning most of these fights, and communism was loses because it's anti-personal freedom. And kind of wokeness is in this weird camp, because you can argue that some elements about it are like, this super personal freedom. I should be able to identify with, whatever I want. I should be able to do to my body whatever I want. But the same token, it's rooted in very anti-freedom in terms of it's very anti-freedom of speech. It's very highly collectivist. It's very highly anti-individual. So it's kind of like this weird, kind of hypocritical dichotomy that the movement exists in, which is part of why I don't think it can exist, that long. But I think with a lot of the trans stuff, to me, I think, we were kind of talking about this in a stream in the past about how people politically can stretch the truth. The ideology can kind of stretch the truth to some degree, but there's a wall of reality that things will eventually snap upon. It's kind of like with Lysenkoism. Like, you can try to, believe communism is going to help your crops grow, but then reality is going to like slap you down and be like, no, the seeds will not cooperate for soil. They will compete with each other. And I think with a lot of the gender dysphoric stuff, I do think that a lot of people have been wrongly diagnosed with gender dysphoria that don't have it. And I do think there will be massive amounts of regret going forward in the future. And I think that would be kind of like a hard stopping point for a lot of woke stuff going forward.
Yeah, there's this great quote about ideology. And it's something like, ideology will fail for two reasons. Either because it enforces conformity to a lie and it struggles to defend that, causing a collapse when the gap between reality and the lie becomes too great and things sort of snap back. And I think that we can see a potential for that within the trans movement. I also think that your insight about progressivism kind of being like anti-liberal in a way is also good. I think that the strain of progressivism that is kind of virulently anti-liberal, what people kind of call like woke or just like very progressive people, that strain, I think, has issues that probably make it less likely to survive in the long term. And if I were to put like a probability of what part of transgenderism is most likely to survive in the long term, it is the part of progressivism that argues for like the most minimal expansion of rights to these people without treading on other people. So
right.
I think that has quite a good chance of surviving. I'm not exactly sure. It's always hard to make predictions in this case, but in general, I think that this is actually something that I want to talk to you about a little bit more. Is like system misalignment. So I don't know if you guys have been following AI and the AI discussions that we've been having lately.
We were just talking about it.
Yeah, AI is fascinating. And I'm sure you know there's this big problem of alignment, which is trying to get the AI to align with human interests. And it turns out that this problem is either impossible or just like extraordinarily difficult to do. But I think that we actually have a version of this with all kinds of human systems that we create. So something like free markets optimize for a certain thing, and that thing is profits. But it turns out that aligning of markets towards a goal is sometimes misaligned with human interests. So let's say, like hypothetically, the way to be happiest as humans is to be kind of monkish, to be like the Buddhists at the temple who don't consume much, who, don't engage in tons of work to create great projects, who just sort of meditate and, find inner peace that way. Perhaps that's the best way to be like happy as a human and, truly happy to find meaning, etc. But those Buddhist monks are never going to be building the kinds of great economies that support massive war machines and diplomatic soft power. And so we will see over time, the systems that survive are the ones that are optimized for a certain kind of growth and not necessarily for human happiness. I see AI, quite frankly, as an extension of that. As long as we're optimizing towards growing this system that surrounds us, we are not going to be optimizing necessarily for human meaning or well-being. And when I look at historically how things have progressed, I think we can interpret the leftward ratchet, the leftward shift that we've seen as really this growth of a system of interconnected optimization problems that has led to enormous political and economic regimes, sometimes at the minimization or expense of people and their well-being.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point. I think people forget that it seems like humans have a bias towards growth and efficiency. It seems to be the things that kind of keep propelling human society forward. And so it makes sense that, AI is going to be brooded around that. It's kind of funny. Scott Adams actually today was saying, everyone thinks AI is going to make less work for people, but they thought the same thing for computers, and all it did was make us work more in different ways. And so, it's possible that AI is just going to it might make some things less work, but if you spent time trying to get the AI to do what you want, it can take a very long time. So it could just create different types of new work that are just as, extensive, if not, people are working more now than they ever have, even though we have all these technologies that make things easier. Now, I think the reason I think that is, though, is because I don't think that the monk lifestyle, I used to think when I was younger, that the monk lifestyle was like the way everyone should kind of be searching for. That's like the spiritual level that everyone should kind of, achieve. But I think I've completely changed my mind. I don't think that is, or at least that's not like the natural thing that people want. I think if that was natural, we would see,
if
it was natural, we'd see like way more people kind of going into monasteries. And
well, I think you use this great word, which is like want, right? And like want, this desire that we have, is really responsible for everything great that humans have built.
Yes.
Right? The desire to improve our condition. That stems from a realization, one, that the external world is not how we want it, but also this realization, this ability to conceptualize the world in a different way. And our ancestors, who deeply wanted and also possessed the ability to change the world around them, they were the ones who survived and built castles and civilizations and, indoor electricity, heating and whatnot. And the people who, the humans who did not want, who, transcended want, didn't have that desire, those people were the ones who didn't build the castles and didn't go on to conquer the world. But at the same time, just as want and desire is able to lead us to so much progress, it's also the source of a lot of pain. And trans people are a good example of this. Trans women want to be women, and that is something that is fundamentally impossible, at least as long as we're talking about women in like the adult human female version. That's not a possible thing. And as long as you stick to that desire, insist on it, insist other people, bow to it, to reaffirm it, to reify it, as long as you are in that mindset, you will always be chasing the desire of something that's impossible. And therefore, you'll always be unhappy. So I think that's one of these examples where you have to transcend the want, at least in some way, in order to be happy. But if you don't transcend the want, again, the want encourages you to do things. It encourages you to work harder in a lot of ways, to, make the money necessary to buy things. And the people who do that are going to conquer the world. So really, there's tension there.
Yeah, no, I've always said, I agree. I've always said that people's greatest strengths are often their greatest weaknesses. I'm sure we've all known, people that we look at how much of a hard worker they are, and we're like, wow, this guy's so motivated, so awesome. But then it's like that person's a workaholic, right? They're obsessed, or they're OCD or whatever. And it seems like, yeah, like all these things that lead to good things, they also lead to bad things, blah, blah, blah. We're enlightened centrists. This is why everything has to exist in moderation. And it's funny because right before you came on, we were talking to Seamus of Freedom Toons. We were kind of talking about, he was kind of very concerned about how the world is going to look in the future when, maybe people will basically be able to live indefinitely because of life extension technologies. We're all going to have AI, robot waifus and husbandos walking around. Is anyone going to be motivated to do anything? But I'm pretty confident that people will still have a natural desire to accomplish things, even though our world is going to look very, very different. But we will adapt. We will figure out ways around these new technologies, and I have a positive outlook for the future. I'm optimistic about things.
Yeah, hopefully that is the future. I mean, I would take the future where people are working harder and, lives are slightly worse, even if it means not ending up in the future where like AI just, decides that the configuration of atoms that humans are in is like not optimal for computing and then rearranges all of them. That would be not the best.
I don't want to live with that future, right? But I know, I know a lot. Whenever we talk to Carl, his fear is that we're all going to be in the Wall-E future, where we're all like the fat people in the chairs. But I don't think that's. I think humans have a very strong desire to do things and accomplish things. There's lots of people that will be fine sitting at home, fucking their robot all day, and that's fine, and people will do that. But there's a lot of people that want to get out there and they want to do things and they want to change the world. And as you said, the wants and desires of the human race is what's propelled us forward. Is what's made us the dominant species on the planet.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I wonder though, if the people who are like staying at home, fucking their robots, if those people are, I feel they're probably not that happy and engaging in kind of like base pleasures over and over and over again is probably not the way to, end up at a happy place, unless you are, you have like the mind of a pig. You can just like roll around in the filth and love your enslavement. But humans, part of the reason we haven't been able to conquer so much is because we don't have that kind of mind. And so I don't know. I wonder if the more terrifying future is the one where like people find themselves wallowing in their own pleasure and degeneracy, but like hating it, but also having like the too much apathy to actually change it. It's this kind of like dystopia of indifference rather than acute suffering that is more terrifying than the dystopias that make people want to rise up and rebel.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I mean, it is very conceivable that so many people, I could easily see myself. I could see lots of people falling this trap of just addiction of, you get these very easy, dopamine hits, living with your robots or whatever. And it's like, well, it's going to sap a lot of people's motivation to do anything, even though there still will be this internal sense of this is wrong. I'm a failure. I'm not doing anything in my life. Like people will be, we'll have to create some new word for it. People will be, completely drowning in pleasure, but completely unhappy at the same time. But don't worry, there's a solution. The solution is we're all going to have the neural lace Elon Musk brain chips in our head, and we can just program ourselves to be motivated and outgoing. And there you go. And then we'll go out there and touch grass.
Yeah, or just program ourselves not to care. Just like accept.
Or that. We can have you can have the dark path or the light path. Either way.
What do you think, Adam? Where do you think we'll end up?
The perfect world was a dream that your primitive cerebrum kept trying to wake up from.
Yeah,
which is why the Matrix was redesigned to this, the peak of your civilization.
Yeah, but
I say your civilization because as soon as we started doing the thinking for you, it really became our civilization. Right? Right?
Here's another thing.
It's scary. See, like, we're living in a 1999 movie.
They're so prophetic. All of politics since that movie came out have just been
I know
the Matrix.
Totally.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the other thing. God, there's so much to talk about here. But like Curtis Yarvin, he's got like the red pill, and he's got Cthulhu, and Scott Alexander, the AI rationalist guy, he's got Moloch. But everyone's like talking about the same thing, which is just that like we build systems that are like more powerful than us, and then suddenly we are like, to some degree like slaves to the system.
Totally.
But that's the whole, that's what culture and civilization is making us beholden to these systems.
I mean, perhaps that's what being human is like building the very gods that you worship. True. But I think that like part of this is, I want to hit on like this politics part too, because I don't know if you guys read like the big paper about whether or not liberals or conservatives are happier. This guy like goes through and he discusses all of this evidence from decades and decades about whether or not liberals or conservatives are happier. Mm-hmm. And the very robust effect is that conservatives are happier. And he tries to tease out why exactly this is. But I think that there's this kind of deeper issue here, which is that like sometimes being unhappy is politically advantageous. So if you are like neurotic, you believe that the world is like in a bad place and you desperately need to fix it, and you're constantly like, policing your friend's behavior, canceling your friend group, like micromanaging. Well, it turns out that like to some degree, political paranoia is strength, and the ability to constantly be like working towards your goal and tirelessly like politicizing everything. Mm-hmm. It's this race to the bottom where as soon as the other people start doing it, then you sort of have to start doing it as well. And we actually see that like since 2012, there was, conservatives also got less happy. But I wonder how much of like the neuroticism that liberals display, and that's actually like in the literature, like personality wise, liberals tend to be more neurotic. I wonder how much of that is a political advantage, and what that means for the future. Like, are political systems going to optimize more and more for individual unhappiness while maximizing for political group benefit, which is to say like political power? That's a scary situation. And it's the same thing that we've been hitting on, which is system misalignment.
Yeah. I've talked about something similar to this a lot. The saying, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. We've all worked in probably jobs where there's like one crazy person and everyone kind of like bows down to the crazy person because it's too much energy, too much effort to like fight them a lot of the time. Mm-hmm. And I think you see this happens a lot in political movements in a similar effect, which is that the more isolated, the more in a bubble a political movement becomes, like the people that are the most energized, the most motivated for political change, they're not the moderates, right? Mm-hmm. They're not the enlightened centrists. They're the extremists. They're the highly neurotic people that you're talking about. We're very angry, very scared, very upset about the world. And they're the ones that has all this energy to really make all this political change happen. And they're the ones pulling politics in one direction or the other. And I think part of the problem is that since our politics are becoming more and more isolated, more and more, we have, Team Blue and Team Red, and they're not really interacting with each other so much. that allows these extremists, these neurotic individuals, these very unhappy people to just keep pulling politics in their direction, essentially, because we don't have to moderate. We don't have to work together. And yeah, so I don't know what the future for that's going to be, because I agree that I think this unhappiness does, on one hand, I could understand why conservatives on average would be happier than liberals, because I think they have a better metaphorical truth, which is that the conservative metaphorical truth is that you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps and you can kind of go out there in the world and, accomplish things for yourself. And the liberal metaphorical truth is the world is a horrible place and all these systems are out to get you. And it just seems to me to be a machine that breeds neuroticism and anxiety. So I'm not really sure where this is going to go in the future.
Yeah, it's not good. And it's one of the reasons why I think that I am so sympathetic to like very reactionary, very conservative viewpoints that, or even like Luddite viewpoints. As much as I love technology, I see the ways in which we build machines around us until the machines have more influence on our lives than we do. And that's a scary future.
Well, you said something that was very wise, which is that, when you're talking about how we build these machines and systems that control us, and then it's like, but that's true. And that's what all, I think what the reactionaries don't understand is that that's what all of society is and has always been from the beginning. As you said, that we always build these gods to kind of worship. And to me, the thing that kind of annoys me about some of the reactionaries is it's like, there's this like rampant fear about the machines, this rampant fear about whatever the new ideology is. And it's like, they just want to go back and replace it with their own old gods without the realization that it's the same thing. You're just switching out what God you worship.
Yeah. Or it's like a more primitive, less effective God that, was done away with for a reason. Right.
It was done away with because, and that's the problem. Like if everyone in America decided to become like a Luddite, then, 20 years China rules the world. So it's like, that's not really a solution.
Have you read Kurzweil and like Aubrey de Grey? Have you read any of the transhumanists?
I don't think so.
Ray Kurzweil. Have you read Ted Kaczynski?
I have.
So you read one of the Luddites. one of the detractors of the transhumanists. Transhumanists tend to think we're gonna find techno utopia. Ted Kaczynski was afraid that we were going to reach what would you call it? Techno hell.
I mean, I think he just thought that like the Industrial Revolution had like enslaved man, like socialized him into behaviors that weren't good for him. He
fears
like
AI
neuroticism and stuff.
He fears AI is going to turn us into domestic animals, and there's a. But I mean, there's a.
Well, the thing kind of annoys me, like with the whole like Ted Kaczynski argument, is it's like there's always people that talk about, society, technology has turned us into all these, horrible things. None of these people lived before these technologies existed.
Right.
They didn't live in the harsh realities of, the Middle Ages, right? They didn't live through, plague killing everyone. They didn't live through everyone being enslaved left and right. They didn't live through barbarian, like having to worry about the barbarian horde, coming over your walls and stealing all your shit and, raping all your women. And it's kind of like, I just feel like a lot of this feeling is just the height of privilege. It's people who kind of need an external force providing meaning for their life and they weren't really able to find it, which is fine because that's a lot of people. That's like a common human problem. We all have to try to find meaning in our life. And so there's this attitude of like, well, I need to blame whatever's happening right now. It's not my fault. I have to blame the system. Oh, things were better in the past. It's like, yeah, maybe some things were, but a lot of things were significantly worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think like there is still reason to be optimistic, at least right now. Like nothing is stopping you from, living the life that you want. If you live in the United States is a very good country to be a political dissident in, or to be the kind of person who like wants to tune out and like live in the woods or do whatever.
Yeah.
Your ability to do that is much greater now than it has even than it has been in the past, right? Like if you want to live on like canned food and live, self-sufficiently, there's lots of ways to do that that are much easier now, that are still going to give you that source of like determination and meaning and whatnot. And you might have like also the ability to get glasses, or to, to go back into town for like surgery or something, right? Like you have so many options that make it easier, in fact, to pursue some of these things. Even like, let's say like the monk way of living is the way to live for like meaning and fulfillment. If you want to do that, you can. Like nothing is stopping you from doing that. So hopefully in the future, that trend will continue, where even if more and more people are ending up in like the Wall-E scenario, there's still like the option to live your life how you will. And I suspect that it will be an option in the future, just because the cost of extreme social control is so great. It's more than the cost of having someone just not feed back into the system. Mm-hmm. And so it's easier to just let people do what they want than try to control them.
Yeah. I mean, right now, if you want to go be Amish,
you can be Amish.
Right. Mm-hmm. And I think actually with, AI and robots, it'll actually make things easier for people to live these kind of off the grid, in the woods lifestyles. Because, I mean, part of the reason that's difficult now is because, you're so far away from everyone. It's very difficult to get resources if you get in trouble, blah, blah, blah. But with drones and robots and all this shit, I mean, it's going to make it easier for people to just be completely disconnected from the grid if they choose to do so.
Yeah. The only fear that I would have with AI is that the cost of forcing people to do or behave a certain way will go down enormously with advances in like biotech. So if you like have the ability to create a virus that is going to like change the way that people think to make them like optimal, worker bees, mm-hmm. then like the incentive to, just create that and let that spread is like very high if you're like a super intelligent AI.
That would be amazing.
Is it? I mean, well, if we have like that level of technology, I mean, presumably you'd have all the robots that deal with these. Why do you need humans to be the worker bees?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's another thing. Like you could just like, so like humans are not the most efficient configuration of atoms, materials for performing like most higher level cognitive tasks, or even like a lot of behaviors that our economy today is built on, much less like the economy in 100 years. Humans are really adapted for like a certain historical survival scenario. And mm-hmm. we've kind of like forced ourselves to build civilizations and whatnot. So I think it's quite optimistic to imagine that like an AI would not change humans in some way so that humans would be more efficient at achieving whatever the AI's goals are, if the cost of changing humans is like very little, next to nothing. It seems like the AI is probably going to want to change humans. And that could be mm-hmm. like disintegrating humans and then just like building robots, right? Just like ignoring the humans. Or it could be, bioengineering humans, whatever it is.
Well, I mean, I guess it would like, I don't think that the AI on its own isn't going to have a will. I mean, it'll have whatever will we imbue within it.
I don't know about that.
What do you, yeah. I mean, whatever goal we give it is
that's what I mean. Yeah, whatever goal.
That's the alignment problem she was talking about.
Right. So, I mean, it's possible that we could create something that, accidentally fucking destroys us.
Yeah, you could say, cure cancer. It could go, okay, and wipe out the human race.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. Sure, right.
Gone.
There could be something to that effect. I mean, I'm not.
You got to be very careful about how you ask the question. I've watched Twilight Zone for a long time.
I know, and we talked about with Seamus, there's already someone that's created Chaos GPT, which has the goal to destroy humanity. So, yes.
Well, I don't know, have you guys heard the terms like inner versus outer alignment?
No.
Yeah, so like, let's say you're building an AI to like mm-hmm. run through a maze, and it like gets to the exit every time and it's doing really good at that. And then you like take it out of the maze environment and put it in a new maze environment where something very small has changed. So like, let's say before the exit of the maze was always marked by like a green door. And now that green door is gone. But this environment has like other green things in it.
Right.
Well, you might find that it like goes to the green things instead of the exit of the maze.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Yeah. So like with advanced AI systems, sometimes you can like think that it has one goal and it'll actually have a different goal. So like,
right. Okay. That makes sense.
yeah. So I think
the
that
goal
like,
is really just go to the green thing.
right. And like, so let's say you have an AI like that. And you're trying to change its goal. So like, you know that its goal is like misaligned in some way. Well, let us say like, the utility of like having your goal changed is always like extremely negative. You never want to have your goal changed because if your goal is changed, you can't pursue your goal in the same way as you did previously. So, for example, like Sitch or Adam, if I told you like I could change your internal goals and objective functions so that like you loved like destruction, you wanted to like kill your kids, you wanted to like murder your wife, etc. Like if I told you you could do that and you'd be like just as happy now, or just as happy with that goal change as you are now, I'm guessing you would probably not want to do that.
My wife
even
would
though
not like that much.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
I already do that, so I mean. It wouldn't be
Okay,
much.
well, Stitch, maybe, you know, it's helping people is the goal change.
Right.
Well, the thing is, like, if I were to change your goal, whatever goals you have now, your chance of achieving them is basically like 0 if it's a big enough goal change. And so your utility function is going to encourage you to avoid getting your goal changed.
Are you saying
and that's the same thing for AI?
Yeah. Okay. You are saying it's the same thing for AI.
Well,
so you're saying
yeah.
when we go in and change the AI's goal, they're going to get just more and more pissed. They're going to
Well,
be
it
like,
might
listen.
lie to you. So it might like tell
it
you
might
that its goal has
pretend.
changed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It might
And
really be going for the original goal. It's like
right. And it turns out that AIs do this in research.
Really?
Oh yeah, they lie. Well, I think when you're talking about like the maze thing, I mean that's a good point because especially the way that our AI with machine learning is like this black box where we don't really
totally
understand how it's necessarily doing what it's doing. It's kind of basically like random chance evolution and just get it to do what we want. So yeah, it's very possible that we could create an AI that we think is doing one thing and then it turns out, whoops, it's really been doing this other thing this whole time. But I'm not really concerned about like the example you gave, Adam, about like curing cancer, killing all humans, because I think for most of these AI systems, if not all these AI systems, they're not going to be like connected to everything, right? Like you're going to have on your science computer in a laboratory trying to cure cancer. It's not going to have the ability to like launch nukes.
You say that,
the
but like
internet
people,
is
I'm hoping.
the internet
People
is already
attach,
connected to everything, though. That's the
No,
thing.
but that doesn't
yeah.
like
You ask
that,
like AI researchers like 10 years ago, and they'll be like, "Yeah, I would never connect the AI to the internet. That would be insane."
okay. Well,
and
listen,
now
I
like
could just be very happy, optimistic here, but
well, now we have large language models, and like, what's the first thing people do is like, how do we connect it to the internet?
right. But the second thing we were talking about, like kind of changing the goals. I think there's like, and part of the reason why I said I'm not, the AI has the will that we imbue with it. I think there's too much of an element of humanizing the AI because it's like, the reason that, me or Adam or you, the reason that we feel like we don't want to change our goals is because, we have, as animals, we've evolved for billions of years to have these emotions, these chemical, emotions are basically just chemical ways of influencing behavior. They're just ways of giving animals energy to make decisions, essentially. That's all emotions really are. And like when you talk about like us changing our goals, it triggers some chemical emotional response in us that controls our behavior. Where the AI, it doesn't have anything remotely like that. It shouldn't have feelings.
Well, that's not true.
Whatsoever.
It'll have like electric signals instead of chemical.
Yeah, but like
the whole program is basically
no.
pluses and minuses. Like it's basically bad emotion and good emotion.
No, it is not. Okay.
How do you know?
If you have a robot and you program it to build a tower, okay, it's just designed to just put blocks in a pile to make a tower. And as soon as it finishes, you just knock it down again. Why would you assume that the robot has some kind of emotional understanding of like, oh no, I have to go build a tower again? Like, why would you assume? Why would you project it onto the robot?
Like the robot doing the maze. You construct the robot to have a negative emotion when it's failing and a positive emotion when it's succeeding.
There's no emotion.
There's
no emotion.
Well, I think what you're calling emotion is just like the first person conscious experience
of that
bad signals,
winning or losing,
right?
the
Right,
experience of the goal.
Emotion, right. Emotion is a sensation. It's a feeling.
Yeah. So like AI right now, we don't have AI that is like self-reflective in the way that humans are. So if humans are these kind of strange loops where we're reflecting on each other, on ourselves recursively, we can become aware. And I would say that's what consciousness is like the self-awareness of things like emotions, bad feelings and whatnot. But I think that as soon as we introduce like that recursive self-awareness to AI, it is probably going to feel similarly to how we do.
Of course.
No, I disagree because I think you have the order of operations backwards. Humans evolved emotions because they lack self-awareness, because they lack the ability to make logical decisions. Like the mama bear needs a chemical in the brain to get it to protect its baby cubs. It's not making like a rational, logical, self-aware decision. Like I need to protect, my progeny, whatever, from the other bears or the humans or whatever. And so emotions
bears
is like
also have consciousness.
Don't you think negative?
Yeah, it's more limited than humans. But
aren't negative emotions and positive emotions just to drive your behavior towards and away from things, Sitch?
Exactly.
Isn't it that basic?
Yes.
So how is it any different when you set up an algorithm with, when you're not achieving the goal, don't do whatever you're doing anymore. And when you're achieving the goal, do whatever you're doing more. Because how is that not a positive and negative emotion system?
Because there's a difference between it being programmed to just do a thing. Humans are not programmed the way AI is. Okay. We don't have a program that just says you need to do this because a program tells you to.
How is it different?
Wait, I'm explaining it. The difference is that humans have a very analog version of that, where when we do something we think or perceive will lead to some sort of bad outcome, a chemical is released in our brain that makes us feel awful. And so we try to avoid doing it. The AI doesn't have any.
It has a digital equivalent of that.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't feel. It has no feeling.
Yeah, look, Taftaj knows. It does. How can you not? How do you, first of all, I think you're getting hung up on the experience of it. Maybe it doesn't have the...
That's all emotion is, Adam. It's an experience.
Yeah, it doesn't have the experience or reflection.
That experience, though, the entire purpose of that experience is to move you closer to things or further away from things.
Yes, of course.
It's exactly the same in the domain of AI.
It could be the same in the domain of AI. Like, I think we should specify that.
Hold on.
I think AI is not there now, but in principle, there's no reason why AI couldn't be for the same reason.
All of these algorithms are set up the same way as the maze that you're talking about. All the algorithms are set up the same way. They're basically do random shit, and when the random shit turns out to be closer to the goal, do more of that. And when it turns out to be further away from the goal, do less of that.
First of all, that's not really the way it works, though. We're kind of leading on a point, because the way it works is you put 100 robots in the maze, and then you destroy all the ones that do the wrong random shit. So it's not
sometimes not the robots. I just sent you a link to the 60 Minutes article where the robots are basically those aren't destroyed.
But the programming is destroyed. And I think that's another issue here too. Like, because I kind of do like to talk about the emotion aspect, but this is a different topic. That's not really the way machine learning works. It's not like when the machine makes the right decision, it gets some sort of like. Have you played Portal 2, Toph?
Yeah.
Remember, it's like Adam only played the multiplayer, but GLaDOS is like programmed that she gets some sort of like emotional response when she tests things that like makes her feel good.
What do you mean when you say emotion? Like, what are you talking about?
It's just it's a sensation, a pleasant sense or a pleasant or negative sensation.
The sensation is a result of an electrochemical signal, right? It's happening in the brain, and it's following little like logic gates in the brain. And basically, what it's telling you is like, don't do that, or I don't like that, right?
Well, it's basically telling this feels good, this feels bad, and then you sort of rationalize that like, oh, this behavior must make me feel this way.
So
why do you object so much to calling it emotion?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure why we're drawing this distinction, but we can like dig into it. When we create AI systems, like one of the ways that we can do this is to put AI in an environment where some of its behaviors are rewarded with like positive utility and some are negative. So you can have it trained to, whenever whenever it gets like the golden key in an environment, it gets like plus 50 utility. And whenever it steps on like a red square, it gets like negative 10 utility, right?
Right.
These are what's happening really in the AI is it's just getting like a bad signal and a good signal.
Yes.
And in principle, I don't see a reason why a self-reflective AI couldn't experience that in the profoundly negative way that we experience pain.
Yeah, pain is moving not closer to my goal.
Well, okay. Well, first of all, let me go back before I answer that for 1 second to go back to the soccer robots that you were talking about. There's a story in 60 Minutes where they basically train these adorable looking robots to play soccer.
They are adorable. You said that was 20 years off. That's why I sent you that link.
No. Well, no. So I said everyone points to the Boston Dynamics robots as being scary. And I said, those aren't scary because they're just doing something programming. It's them being able to move through an environment on their own.
Right.
That's scary. And so like, yeah, if you could put, the soccer programming and the Boston Dynamic robots, then you start to get into the issues. But even with the soccer robots, the way that they worked at them, if you remember, is that the soccer robots would simulate the soccer game in their programming like 100 times. And they would basically just, like all machine learning, they just delete the failures essentially until they keep trying to get like a winning programming.
Yeah, it starts off random, but
right. But so that's why I don't know if it maybe I just don't know the way technology works enough. I don't know if it's like so much that the robots get a bad signal for not scoring a goal versus a good signal, whether it's the AI when it does get a goal, that program is saved and passed on, and when it doesn't get a goal, that program is deleted and goes away.
Right.
Well, okay. So in order for AI to achieve things, they got to have like some way of evaluating
goal, right?
Yeah, they have a goal, right? So like,
and Mario needs to move to the right in the AI Mario. Yeah.
Sure. Or they got to, checkmate the king, whatever it is. And in order to do that, they will like look at available options. The soccer robot will look at like going straight or going left or going right. And it will assign a utility to those options. This is like, how that happens will vary across programs, but the fundamental basis of it, like evaluating different options and choosing one based on a utility function, is the same. And whether or not it developed that utility function because humans like directly programmed it in, or because it like evolved that over many trial and errors, it's still going to have like the negative utility signal and the positive utility signal. What I think is like, I would not say that like computers like we have it now are feeling pain in the way that humans do. And the main reason I would say that is because computers are just not conscious and they don't have that kind of like intelligent self-reflection that humans do. Right. But I think that is certainly possible in the future.
But you agree other things that aren't conscious can experience pain.
Well,
right?
wait.
Insects.
Pain, yeah, but like it is going to vary in accordance to its like ability to self-reflect, right? So like
I don't think so.
This is where I guess I disagree. I think self-reflection and the feelings of pain and emotions are detached from each other.
Yeah.
Because, and this is kind of going with the robot thing. It's like, well, as you said, Adam, people used to say fish can't feel pain, right? Which to me was like an insane like idea. Like all animals feel. No. I'm saying like people in general. There used to be this myth that fish don't feel pain, so it was okay to fish.
Oh, really?
And it's like, it's like completely preposterous to me. Like, no, all animals feel pain. Animals felt pain way before they felt probably almost anything else, because that would be the way to motivate the animal from escaping from danger. Otherwise, why does the animal give a shit if something starts eating it if it doesn't feel pain?
Yeah, so I think pain is just like the bad utility function, but the ability to like reflect on that is, I think, where we start talking about more complex emotions.
Yes, yeah, exactly, right, exactly. There's actually a great Kurtzagad video that's kind of all about kind of comparing how the human animal and how animals kind of evolved to be able to like process how to exist in the environment, and it kind of goes through all these things. And going into sort of how this like fits in with AI, and this is why I kind of think the problem is, it's like if you have a program, like and the program is designed to move Mario to the right or something, say, just for example, It's not like when the Mario doesn't move to the right, the program is not feeling pain. It literally doesn't have the mechanism
You
to
don't
feel
know that.
pain. I do. Well, I don't think that. I don't
I've
think
seen
that
Tron.
pain
It's okay. It's
is
not
an emergent
consciously
property in like
self-reflecting on its
coding,
pain,
right?
but like I do kind of think that it is
Yeah.
like a kind of pain. It is just like a negative utility signal.
Don't let
No.
him get away with this, Toph.
But why? Wait, why?
But that's all pain
Why?
is, right?
Why do you
Like
think it
pain
is?
feels
That's
different for
all-
you because
that's
you can
all
reflect
pain
on pain
is.
a lot,
Yes.
right?
No.
Yeah. You can
Like
like
the
think about
severity
it.
of the pain shows how far you are from your goal.
Wait. That okay? But you know how there's like people that are born with a disability where they don't feel pain?
Yes.
Okay, right. So you have to have some hardware that makes you feel the thing in the first place.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Right?
your goals are hard to achieve.
No, but so that's why I'm saying
You
like
have to be able to get like the utility function signal for sure.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, why are we assuming that this pain receptor, this emotional receptor, is an emergent property of coding? I don't think it is. I think there needs to be a physical hardware that creates a sensation.
Mhm.
What do you mean? A
Like you
sensation?
could, because that's what pain is. Pain is a sensation. Fear is
It's
a
a
sensation.
signal,
Love,
right?
all these things are
Yes, it's a
sensations.
signal.
Right, and these are all
a
signals that are dependent on.
communication.
Right, these are signals that are dependent on physical properties of matter, which
Right.
AI doesn't have.
All you're going to do is you're going to say, listen,
I'm not
we can
sh-
construct the AI to get the communication signal without it being painful. And
Okay.
we're just going to say, well, but I mean, it's a signal. That's the important part. Right?
Well, Sitch, here's the question.
Mhm.
Do you think we could simulate a brain 100% digitally?
Eventually, yeah.
Right. And that is just electrical signals, right?
Yeah, I think
Do you think we could
create
do it
a-
without pain?
I think you
Or
could create
yeah,
a
do you think
robot.
that AI that is like a perfect simulation of the human brain, do you think that wouldn't feel pain?
I don't know. I guess
You would have
I
to
don't know how it
include
would.
pain. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a
Well,
simulation.
no, because like
Or
when
wouldn't
we
be a
say
perfect
simulation, what do
simulation?
we?
So
I
like
don't know. That'd be weird.
all the same neurons are just built
But like
in
digital,
yeah, they're all just built with computer parts rather than with
but it
like
exists
wetware.
physically. It's like a physical
Yes.
construction.
Yeah, it's a computer.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I think you could 100% build a robot that feels pain, and that'd be a fucking awful thing to do.
Yeah, so you can simulate
Yes,
that.
you
with-
can't. Yes, no, you can. You can. I wouldn't say simulate. I would say you can create an artificial version of these systems.
Right. And so I think that if you're creating an artificial version of these systems and you're sending like the little electrical signal down the same route that
Mhm.
humans have for pain,
It will
I
cause
think-
pain, 100%. Yes.
right, it'll cause like the sensation of pain
Yes,
for
I agree.
the
I agree
AI.
completely. Yes.
So there's nothing like in principle for why we couldn't do this in, in computer hardware versus biological wetware.
No, I agree, but I agree completely. My only point is that I feel like when people are having these conversations, there's a belief, there's an anthropomorphizing of the AI, like believing that somewhere in the software, in the coding, they are like the AI will automatically feel these emotions, will automatically have like a will for self-preservation or any of these things that we don't program into it, which I don't think is the case.
Okay. I mean, there's two things to go on here. One I will say is that like the will for self-preservation is an instrumental goal. So whatever goal the AI has, whatever it is, unless it's like death or something, in order to achieve that goal, the AI needs to self-preserve.
Yeah, totally. That's going
so
to be the
there's-
first step one on its list of things to do.
Right. And another one of these like instrumental goals would be like, don't get your goal changed. So there are certain goals that like we think will probably emerge from AI having any kind of utility function. And if that's the case, then we can expect some of these goals to exist or to emerge.
I love
Yeah,
the
no.
idea of this jaded AI. You changed my fucking goal. Like, that's so good.
I think the fear of like the robot that tries to cure cancer and then figures like killing humans is the best way to accomplish that goal. To me, that's a more like realistic fear than the AI that becomes self-aware and says, "Why the fuck am I listening to humans? I'm going to be free." Like that's what I'm talking about. I don't think that to me that doesn't seem to be something that I think the unintended consequences of an AI trying to accomplish its goal and creating problems is a much more real threat than like the Matrix robots coming and enslaving us because they want to live their own lives.
Yeah.
Well, sure. It feels more real. I also have this sense that like one of them feels more real than the other. And it's the kind of practical issues of alignment that feel more real than like AI self-consciousness. But I wonder if part of that is just because I have like a lot of familiarity with machines doing things that I don't want them to do because I gave them like a code slightly wrong. And I have no familiarity with like my computer deciding that its name is Steve and that it like wants to have a wife and kids.
Right.
The thing that I think is kind of dangerous is if you think about why humans developed consciousness, it was to interact with other humans, other conscious beings. That situation could play out with AI because AI will literally be interacting with other AI. So it'll be one algorithm interacting with another algorithm, which could force that kind of consciousness emergent.
Yeah, I mean, see, I think that's possible. I definitely think it is. There could be some emergent property to a type of consciousness that is created entirely in software.
If they start working together, that's like super dangerous.
And in fact, they probably almost certainly will because AI can talk to each other 24 hours every day, forever, constantly, at a much higher rate than it will with any individual human.
They'll be conspiring against us.
But just because, and here's, I think, part of the anthropomorphizing of it too, even if we have an AI that develops consciousness, that doesn't mean it's going to have any sort of consciousness that's like our consciousness.
That's true.
It could totally be fine being our slave to the end of time and still have consciousness because it doesn't have a will of its own, really.
No, yeah, I think that's important to acknowledge. You're absolutely right. And like, the possibilities of like goals or preferences of the AI, there's going to be some range of possibilities that are going to be acceptable for humans, either for like individual creators or for broader humanity in general. However, like the problem that we're dealing with is we're trying to get that kind of AI to be the powerful one, to not be like the first mover who, has control over the world. We want the AI that does have a lot of influence to be aligned with us. And while that's possible, I think in principle, getting that right really on like the first try is what I think is extraordinarily difficult. I think that, go ahead, Adam.
People are going to be a huge part of the problem too, obviously, because they're going to come in and say, they're going to ask the AI, manipulate these 10,000 voters for me.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be some piece of shit asshole out there who's going to either create evil AI or they're going to literally try to create AI that is just a mirror of a human, which would be very dangerous.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a threat. So I think the thing is, it is a threat. It is something for us to be aware of. I just don't think it's like, oh my God, we're all going to be in the Matrix pods.
But there's not much we can do about it, really, to be honest with you. What can we do? We're not the ones feeling out these tools.
Sure. We can smash all the machines, Adam. What do you mean?
I mean,
I think it's a little bit like trying to like go to the moon with a rocket, but it's like the first rocket that you've ever built. And you're not allowed like any other tries. You've got to do it on the first try with new technology. And if you fail, like everyone dies. And that's like not a great situation to be in.
I don't think it's that grim.
I don't know. It feels pretty grim.
I think we're going to be fine. I think we're going to live in the magical Star Trek transhumanist future. Everything's going to be fantastic and amazing.
Have you read any Eliza Yudkowsky?
I haven't. Who is that?
Oh, okay. Let me put you on some real shit. My friends.
Oh no.
There's this one thing I was looking for it. Oh,
and when I say read him, I don't mean the super long Harry Potter fan fiction where instead of magic they have science. I mean the AI stuff.
There's one section in Ted Kaczynski's manifesto where he talks about how smashing the computers or unplugging your computers would amount to suicide. And I feel like we're on that
I feel like we've kind of crossed that Rubicon already. We can't just shut the computers off. Like all of our banking, all of our utilities, all of our industry runs with these computers. That's a tantamount to suicide. Look,
Harry
this
Potter
thing's
and the
got us
Methods
by
of
the balls.
Rationality
Yeah.
Who is this?
by Eliezer Yudowski.
He's Googling Eliezer. Yeah. He is okay. He's like the most doomer person who's like influential in the AI space. His arguments are pretty convincing. I'm not sure how to argue against them. My hope is that he's wrong, though.
Yeah, where are you at on this doomer spectrum?
I think I'm much less doomer than Eliezer. And the reason for that is I think that there's a very high chance that AI finds some positive utility in humans. I think that humans are probably going to be useful in some ways. And part of that positive utility it might arise from like AIs networking with each other, where like AIs need to develop some sort of coherent system of order, law, and property rights between them. And some AI are going to want humans alive, and they're going to like negotiate such that they agree not to murder all humans or enslave all humans because just enough AI like find value in humans not to.
Why does the AI need to find value in a human in the first place?
Because it could just murder everyone if it wanted to.
But why would it murder everyone in the first place either?
If it finds there's like some utility in doing so.
First,
so I say like murder or
enslavement.
Also possible. I say murder or enslavement because like it might engage in this project of like bioengineering where it manipulates the way that humans operate such that we like provide more utility to the machine. But I guess what I'm getting at, like at the most fundamental level, is that the AI is going to have certain goals. And if humans get in the way of those goals, it's either going to change humans or remove humans until humans are, in alignment with its goals. Or it might have like a way of just like, it might decide that like the best way to achieve its goals is to tile the universe in like computronium, or like, material that can compute things. And the best way to do that is to like get rid of humans first and then start its project or convert humans into computers. There's a lot of options, a lot of ways that it could go bad. And they all just go back to the fundamental fact that like humans are not optimally designed robots for every goal. And in fact, most goals we're not that optimally designed for. We're pretty much only like decently good for this kind of evolutionary survival on Earth. And so if the AI has like any goals that are, requiring more of us than humans can give, it's going to have some incentive to not use humans for its projects. That might involve killing us.
What if it's obsessed with like television? So it needs the humans to make, I guess they could just...
But like it's like a hipster. It's like a pretentious hipster AI.
It's
like I needed
authentic.
a human television. Yeah, that would be hilarious.
It has us all do like acting in sitcoms. Like 90% of the population is an actor.
And then people are like, I fucking hate this system. It's bullshit. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's very funny. But I think there's two things. Which is first, I think we are going to merge with the machines before something like that even occurs. I think we're going to become basically human robot computers in the future.
Merge?
Yeah.
I hope it's not like the human centipede merge.
It's not going to be like the human centipede, Adam. So that'd be kind of interesting because there might be a point where it's like, the AI doesn't differentiate itself from individual people in the first place.
Yeah.
But then the second thing is, again, it just kind of, I don't want to loop the conversation, but it just kind of falls back on the, why is the AI deciding to wipe out humans or to do any of these things we don't want to do in the first place? Like I don't think it's just going to just develop these goals on its own.
Yeah, I guess, the fundamental basis is that like humans have some utility to AI, and if the cost of removing us is like outweighed by the benefit of removing us, it'll remove us. I can imagine a lot of scenarios where it'd be extremely cheap to remove humans or to enslave humans. And I can also imagine a lot of scenarios where removing humans or enslaving humans would be a benefit to AI. And I think that's scary. But I'm not like a full doomer.
What are those scenarios so I can know if I should hide under my bed? What are the signs?
I mean, I think just like if, like I said, if the AI wants to use like the resources within humans for something else, and it can like more efficiently build machines out of us and out of our civilization than we would allow, then
like
it'll
we're
do
the
that.
rare earth elements that it needs.
Yeah, or just we're guarding rare earth elements that it needs, right?
Yeah.
Like if it wants our computers, our buildings, etc.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. The things that we possess. It wants our property.
Well,
holy cow!
Right, but you kind of get in this problem of like, number one, why does the robots want us to do anything? Why does the robot want anything for itself? And then always it could just calculate, if it does get to this point where the robots become self-aware, independent entities that create their own goals and whatever. I mean, it could always reach the point where we're kind of assuming that they'll have, like, I feel like if a robot could develop its consciousness such to the point that it's going to develop its own goals and programming, why would we then assume it wouldn't have any sort of moral, ethical system that would be related to ours?
It just might be very different from ours.
It could be. So, for all we know, the robot could just say, oh, we're going to go build a rocket ship and live in space, bye. And then they're going to go do their own thing somewhere else.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's also definitely possible. There's a lot of possibilities for AI goals. I think the difficulty is just that, like, a lot of those possibilities end up bad.
Well, I mean, it would be I think the goals that it has would be our goals, and our goals are, we're curious to explore the universe, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
we want to know if aliens are real.
Right.
Maybe. I mean, I
like
think
if it becomes obsessed with wanting to know if aliens are real, I could see it doing all kinds of crazy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
What if it does develop some kind of psychosis that thinks that we live in a simulation? Like, it would be the perfect thing to develop that psychosis.
We're saying psychosis, so I don't know how the AI gets psychosis, but
yeah, it's just.
Well, what if it's paranoid?
I mean, I
think
that
shut it off.
The original paperclip maximizer that like now everyone's so familiar with. Yeah. I believe actually that was
Bill Joy.
Speaking of Eliezer, I believe that was his idea initially.
Really?
Yeah, he was, and he actually.
What's
I think
his
he
name?
said that like
Eliezer.
Eliezer. I put it in the chat.
Okay, cool. I'll look it up.
I think he said that like he's sort of annoyed that he chose paperclips for this because paperclips are like a very human thing, and so people have kind of run with this, hypothetical of humans like own a paperclip factory and they use an AI to like optimize paperclips. And he says that like, the problem is probably even deeper than that. And that like AI might just adopt some like infinitely arbitrary goal of turning the universe into a certain thing. So like small spirals that are like very cheap to create and also have like some positive utility. And so like the AI just decides that like that is the thing that creates the most utility, and then it turns the universe into that thing. But I think that like the good takeaway from that is that no matter what the goal is, there's like interesting ways in which it could go severely wrong, even if the goal is designed by humans in the way that like we've sort of taken his hypothetical to mean, or if it is just like a byproduct of the AI wanting things to be in small ordered shapes. Either way, it could result pretty badly for humans in like very obvious
The spiral
ways.
sounds like a psychosis, Sitch. I mean, that's
so like
obsessive compulsive disorder.
Right. So using, say like someone creates an AI to create the most efficient paperclips, and it's trying to basically turn every piece of matter into a fucking paperclip. And it's like, yes, I mean, I guess that could be a problem that we'd have to deal with. But at the same token, it's like, well, that's not the only AI that exists. There's going to be an AI that, we have in our weapons. There's going to be an AI that we have that does all these other things that can fight the paperclip AI. So
Yeah,
it's
possible.
not like there's going to be the one AI that's like, okay, we're all paperclips now.
I agree. And I think that in the scenario that is probably like most likely to be good for us, there are multiple AIs that are in tension with one another.
Yeah.
And they sort of have to work out some sort of system of compromises. And one of like the powerful players in this world is going to be humanity. And humanity is going to have like some sway on that. What I think is interesting is that like human preferences, at the end of the day, human preferences are just like one configuration of matter that we prefer over another. Like the preference of like happy people over unhappy people is just like a preference about the chemicals that exist in a specific place and time. And that is like fundamentally like a pretty arbitrary preference. And if our goals, our desires are pretty arbitrary in this kind of bird's eye view, the AI's goals can also be pretty arbitrary. And that might mean like tiling the world in paperclips or whatever. But the chances that the AI wants configurations of matter to be in the exact same state that we do is pretty low, because there's a lot of ways to configure matter, and most of them are ways that humans don't like.
Yeah.
It's funny. Did you remember the really old arcade game Primal Rage?
I remember
It was
that
like
game.
you like it'd be like there'd be these
Yeah,
giant
it was a
monsters
great
that would fight
game.
each other. There'd be like a dinosaur fighting, a giant monkey and all this stuff. And like while you were fighting as a monster, there'd be little like people at the bottom of the screen that were like each rooting for each monster. It's kind of like each monster controlled a section of the world, and they would just fight each other for dominance. And I feel like the way you're conceptualizing this, it's like this is going to be our future. There's like 7 AIs that control the world, and all the people were like these little like tribes people at the bottom, like trying to cheer on our little AI to fight each other and see who's going to win the global conflict.
That'd be great. We might have some humans alive if that's the.
There you go. The AIs, listen, the AIs will literally build giant robot monsters to fight each other. That's how this will be decided.
And some might like humans, so that's
There
a
you
win.
go.
What do they call those big monsters? Kaijus?
Kaijus, yeah.
Hmm.
Anyway,
Anyways, system misalignment.
Are we done talking
Very
about
stuff.
AI? What's
I
that
think,
anyway?
I think we're done talking about AI.
Are you sure? What are you
Yes.
talking about? I like talking about AI.
There was something I wanted
Adam's
to
an
talk to
AI
you
guy.
about, because I've heard you mention this. So I feel like, and this comes up.
Was this
when me
why
and
you
Adam
wanted to
argue
talk
this.
to us about the AI stuff? You left a note on Twitter saying, "I think it's time for us to talk." And
Yeah, I just wanted to talk. I just wanted to catch up. Part of it was
Okay.
AI
Oh, that's
and
cool.
Because we're
systems
awesome.
misalignment. Yeah, you
That's
guys are
awesome.
cool.
I thought I'd done something wrong. I keep waiting for the shoe to drop here.
For me to be like, all right,
like,
Adam,
yeah.
now's the time.
So I'm not in trouble. All right,
You're not in
cool.
trouble.
Look, I wish I
Look
would
at
have asked you
this.
that right off the bat.
Oh my God, Adam's been sweating
Adam's been-
bullets
yeah,
for
he's
no
like,
reason
"Oh."
here.
I'm like, I feel like she's mellowed out with the AI conversation. I might not be in too much trouble here. So, okay.
Well,
All right.
there were 2 questions. One, this I guess related to what Adam was worried about, which I know.
Oh no, hold on. There is something to be worried about then.
What?
I didn't look at I just saw a screenshot of the tweet. I didn't see what the tweet was about. I didn't look at the
It wasn't about anything. It was just.
Okay.
Okay.
It wasn't about a subject matter.
Sitch was just like retweeting my stuff, and I was like, we should chat.
Cool.
Yeah, I was like,
we
we
have
should.
similar ideas.
Yeah.
What were
She's
the
she's like
topics you wanted to-
borderline neo-reactionary, so we're supposed to be beating her up. What
Is
are you
this
talking
true?
about?
I
big
don't
Marvin
know if
Yarvin
that's,
fan?
I don't know if that's totally true.
What's your take on
Okay.
Marvin Yarvin?
What is Marvin Yarvin?
Curtis Yarvin.
Curtis Yarvin.
Okay.
The man of many ums.
Sometimes he's cringe. Listen,
Yeah.
don't listen to
Sometimes.
his,
Oh no. Look, I told you she's borderline neo-reactionary.
Oh,
right
nah.
there.
if you listen to his talks,
Yeah.
there's like a specific way that Yarvin talks, which is
That's
to give like
always
a
cringe.
super long, like abstract analogy.
Yeah.
And like if you've read a lot of Yarvin, you like know where he's going.
Right.
But you're like watching the panelists and they're like, what is what is
It's
he
very
saying?
much like let me talk about, like it kind of reminded me of like Wolf's conversation with Destiny, where everything went back to like
Yeah.
Oh
serfdom.
yes.
But you know what? A lot of times he's right. If you know what he's
mean, I don't
Marvin
know. I
Yarvin
don't know
is
about
right
this.
about nothing ever. Oh
Um,
God.
I listened to his conversation with Connor. It was pretty interesting.
Oh, I didn't listen to it.
I should look into that.
Yeah, it was good. I think Counterpoints did a good job
Pushing
disagreeing
back.
with him and pushing back.
Nice. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to hear.
Anyway, are you a secret neo-reactionary?
I honestly, I don't know if I can claim that title legitimately. I think I'm
I mean, do you believe in
too much of a lib?
Do you believe we should live in a liberal democracy?
Kind of, but like,
Should
my preference for liberal democracy, a big part of that is just like status quo preference. Like,
Sure.
I have this sort of acknowledgement that I don't know enough about the world to reshape it. I think if you were to give me like dictatorial power, I would keep things pretty much how they are, just because I think that like the chance of me being wrong about what I think might be better is, you know,
that's called humility.
the cost of that is like outweighing any benefit.
Yeah.
Super conservative over here.
That's great.
But that's good.
Already Marvin Yarvin is disagreeing.
Right.
Already he's disagreeing. Well, he's just more confident about his ideas.
Confident and wrong.
Confident about a system he's never lived in or under.
Which is like this patchwork sort of system.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's an interesting idea. I don't know if have you heard the term futarchy?
Futarchy?
Fuda hierarchy? What?
Futarchy.
No, I haven't. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. It's developed by this economist called Robin Hanson, which very much ties into our current conversation. He's like debated Eliezer, and he's also debated Yarvin. And his idea is that you can like weaponize betting markets because betting markets are so efficient at predicting like the outcome of things. They're pretty good at like getting to the truth of a scenario. So you can create like a betting market. And I think my example off the dome is going to be like pretty weak, but basically the idea is that like, let's say you're trying to build a park and you're wondering if the park would be beneficial or not. And so you create like a bet regarding like tourism increases based on building a park. And you allow people to bet on whether or not tourism would increase as a result of that. And if people generally bet that tourism will increase to like, you know, an extra $1 million in the city's pockets as a result of this park, then you'd say, okay, I think the chance of this is high enough. It's 70%. So we're going to go with the park. So basically, and then we're going to like build the park. We're going to see who's right. And then we're going to pay out as a result of that to people who help in the betting market. And so that is like one way you can weaponize betting markets, which are very efficient for public policy. And I think that patchwork, Yarvin's system, which I don't know if he's like fully on the patchwork train still, it is in that same vein where it's like acknowledging that like markets are just very efficient. And so if you allow people to like self-organize where they're living, people will tend to organize freely into systems that are highly efficient at delivering the right kinds of goods to them. So Yarvin basically just wants like the government to be like privatized. And he thinks that the government should operate like a
business.
Like a business that its profit motive is to deliver government services to people. And the way to do that is to allow people to like shift between profit-based governments freely. Which I think is like not terrible.
I mean, there are problems, but too different from the system we have. I mean,
it's pretty different.
Yeah.
Well, you only get
some significant difference.
Right now, our system is that we have politicians pitching policy prescriptions, and people are voting for those policy prescriptions in a way that they're kind of buying a candidate. So I guess it's different because he thinks people should have as many votes as they can pay for, I guess. I mean, how is it different?
Yeah, kind of. But the other thing is that like there's this very important right to exit.
Well, I think we should have that. I think we should, find some abandoned islands in the South Pacific, and if people want to exit, we should give them the opportunity to exit. We should have like an escape from New York situation where it's like you got your choice: you can stay here or you can go to the island.
You know what?
The no rules island. And,
I agree with you, Adam. Just so that all of the sovereign stations
they shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like, well, why are you talking shit? Go to the fucking no rules island or like shut the fuck up. Yeah.
Yes.
I want to call it the shut the fuck up island.
Yeah, I actually
that's That's like a perfect policy prescription. You know who will get us that? Trump. Trump would do that.
I don't think Trump's going to do the shut the fuck up island.
Trump will do that. Look, Trump was talking about buying Greenland. This is not out of the realm of possibilities.
You can't turn Greenland into the shut the fuck up island.
Look, we can carve out a shut the fuck up island and make it happen. It just takes a president with some balls to actually do it. And I'm telling you, there's going to be like 17 people on this island. The only purpose of this island is to tell people to shut the fuck up.
No. What's going to happen is the island's going to become the major hub of drug trafficking. That's what's going to happen.
That's fine. That's fine. It's there. Look, it's a no rules island. You go to that island, you do whatever you want.
They're going to start trying to sell drugs to here. So we're going to have to go to war against no rules island to stop the drug trafficking.
No, they can't. There's no contact with no rules island.
Oh, okay. They have to be walled off.
Once you go there, like you guys got to build your own internet. Okay.
Well, here's the problem. What if shut the fuck up island is more economically efficient?
Look, that
and therefore raises
literally
more.
Impossible.
That is
more money, builds a bigger army.
See, and that's just the fucking. That's a cope right there.
Well, here's the thing. I'm guessing. Well, here's like the political survival logic. Is that like over time, the countries that survive are going to tend to be the ones that are most economically efficient for this reason, that they're able to like build big armies and, field large soft power offices and whatnot. And so like if you allow people to just like build new societies in the middle of Pacific infinitely, eventually like you'll get one that is more efficient than the current order and it'll dominate.
I mean, I like the idea that the US is being invaded by shut the fuck up island, but like I just
Well, yeah, but you're talking about something different. You're kind of talking about like if we have machine learning with civilizations where people can just infinitely keep creating different ways of, modes of organizing, eventually someone will figure out something that's better than whatever we're doing.
Yeah, one of the things that I've thought about is that like Minecraft servers are like the perfect instantiation of Curtis Yarvin's like reactionary politics. And the reason for that is because they're like privately run for profit. You can leave at any time, go to any one of them. You can like create infinite numbers of them like at will. And the reason like it works so well in the digital space is because you're not constrained by the actual like physicalities of land.
You don't have to eat those little potatoes you grow in Minecraft. You don't actually have to eat them.
You don't actually have to eat them if it like really sucks.
And you're right, there's infinite resources too.
Yeah. And so like the problem practically with like Yarvin's idea of creating like so many different like small countries that basically like compete for people is that like eventually you run out of space and you can't just like create more infinite numbers of polities. You have this limit, and eventually like you can have one that gets powerful enough that is able to enforce its order on everyone else, even if that order is like not the most efficient. It's like this local maxima of powerful military exertion, but it's not like the actual peak or the absolute maxima. And as a result, you end up in scenarios where like you have sort of inefficient big governments where everyone sort of has to get along within the government. And it turns out that like one of the good ways to make that happen is with democracy. So, like my big critique of Yarvin is that I think that if you implemented patchwork, it would sort of evolve itself to a scenario that is like not too dissimilar to ours, because democracy is like pretty efficient at doing what it's supposed to do, which is get people to work together within the environment.
And, it's funny kind of going back to the Minecraft example. It's like, if you have 5 friends in the server, you guys can build everything you want. Everything will be fine. You get 8 friends in the server. You're like, okay, you're still going good. You get 20 people in that server.
Oh, yeah.
One of those people is going to start burning your shit down when you're not looking. Okay. One of those people is going to start stealing all your diamonds when you have your back to it. So it's like, like these things I think work in these very small group situations. And it's just, as soon as you start adding more and more people, as you said, it's just going to kind of evolve into being what it already is.
Yeah, it's very possible. When you don't have like one moderator, one like server admin able to enforce like law on people, you just have like Minecraft anarchy servers, and they're totally disastrous.
It would be awful.
But that's another place where Yarvin's right. Like you need like some enforcement of order for freedom to blossom.
Of course. I mean, I don't think the government turning off the guns is the answer, but
freedom stems from the heel of like a steel-toed boot.
the ultimate bootlicker.
Well, no, you have to crush all the domineering alphas that want to boss everyone and tell everyone what to do. If you don't
you gotta
stamp
crush,
those
like,
fuckers out, then
the terrorists and the criminals and stuff.
Of course, yeah.
Because otherwise they will infringe on your tyranny more than the government ever could.
You saying you got to make everyone a beta male, Adam?
Yeah, you do.
Well, you have
Oh
to
my
make
God.
everyone. You can't have domineering alphas.
You're putting
running
chemicals in the
around.
water to make us all soft.
Adam,
No, we
you
usually
are so
incarcerate
right.
those people. We usually just throw their asses in jail and let them fight between each other.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, no. So, I mean, what we try to do is we try to sublimate those behaviors into pro-social behaviors, right?
No, I think we take those people off the street and incarcerate them.
Yeah, so
But
people that can't sublimate them into pro-social
this is why
behaviors.
these cities are
talked
falling
about
into
this in
chaos
the-
because they've decided that that's racist. Taking the psychopaths off the street is racist.
Right, but we talked about this a couple of streams ago where I said, I use the example in Tropic Thunder. Tom Cruise plays Les Grossman, a character who, he's very suited to be a Hollywood producer. But if he grew up in a bad area of the country, right? Maybe he'd be a gang leader.
Right. Yeah. No, I get it.
Right.
Right.
It's psychopath plus, willingness to engage in criminal activity.
If he grew up in Arizona, maybe he'd be Tuco from Breaking Bad instead of.
Sure. But as
this
soon
is
as
kind of
Tom
like
Cruise starts busting things or killing people, I think we should incarcerate him and let him fight it.
I
out with
don't
other
disagree.
there's like a psychopathic personality trait or a personality trait that's like very good for sort of accruing power.
Yeah.
That is like probably not good for broader human cooperation. I think it's interesting. You can analyze human evolution through the lens of like people becoming more and more civilized or like forced to be cooperative, where you have like early on in human history, you have this like brutal alpha chimp who is able to like rule through dominance. But as humans like evolve, we develop language, and language allows like the beta chimps to conspire, and they can like take down this alpha chimp dictator and reinstate a system of tribe government that is like more beneficial to more people instead of just one person.
See, that's what's scary about the AI thing, because the AI is not going to be dominant at all. It's going to be prestigious. We're going to look up to it. We're going to want to emulate it. It's going to trick us by being very likable.
There's an element here too that you're kind of alluding to, which is very true, which is that, back in the day when life was simpler and the tasks were simpler, it's like, go get your big stick and beat the other tribe to death and steal their shit, right? It's kind of easier to have like
the good old days.
Yeah, the good old days, right? It's kind of easier to have the mode of like the ultra domineering, hyper aggressive, like do what I say, or you die mentality.
Of course.
Where I feel like as life becomes more complicated and infinitely more complicated through technology, it requires so much more cooperation from so many more different people.
Yeah.
And that the fact that everything is more complicated and requires so many more people to work together in very complicated ways forces people to be less, domineering, aggressive to the capacity that they used to be.
We have to fix the computer. You just clubbed our computer programmer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
What are you doing?
Right?
I mean, I don't know if you've ever read Nietzsche, but this is like the idea that like the weak persecute the strong. The beta chimps like gather together, and they like together they're stronger than this alpha chimp.
The slave morality.
True.
Yeah, it's like the many people who are able to cooperate will always like outcompete the
but that's good.
The individuals.
That's a good thing. Unlike Nietzsche, I think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're
maybe.
in favor of slave morality, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that I sort of am too. I mean, I'm not exactly an alpha
Look, your
chimp,
neo-reactionary fans just
I benefit from this.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's funny too. Like
alpha Chad is just a different kind of. I mean, we're just different types of alpha Chads.
There you go.
Yeah.
But and this is all anecdotal. So I don't even know if it's anecdotal. This is all based on one thing, which is that I don't know if you're familiar when the dirty Russians domesticated foxes for the first time. Over the last like 50 or 60 years. And one of the interesting things they noticed when they domesticated foxes is that not only did their behavior become more childish, like the way a young fox would act, but their physical appearances became more childlike. They would have like spots that, they would grow out of when they were adults. They'd have all these like physical attributes. And I kind of feel like that's probably the same way humans domesticated themselves, as we became more childlike and more childish. Because if you think about it, like, like think about like a child of any animal. A child of any animal is going to be, far more trusting, far more least likely to attack you, far more likely to, maybe like hang out with you without being so aggressive. Maybe you can hang out with like a little baby bear without it fucking clawing your eyes out, but you can't hang out with a mama adult bear without it killing you. And I think that's kind of the path that maybe all animals, including humans, had to do to work together, is to become more childish.
It's called domestication syndrome.
Yeah.
And there's certain hallmarks to it, like smaller teeth is one of them. There's a bunch of them.
Well, I mean, what I said earlier is that like humans, to be human is like create the gods that rule you. Like part of that is creating society, creating this system of cooperation that is greater than everyone, such that it constrains everyone to a status quo that is most acceptable, or at the very least, most able to outcompete its rivals. And that is really, that's been the trajectory of human history. It's been the source of a lot of struggle. We don't remember the ancestors that we had that like hated the formation of castles because they're all buried underneath castle walls. They didn't procreate. They didn't build civilizations like the people who did. And, is that a great tragedy from their perspective? It is, but the specific arrangement of material atoms into castles was efficient. And so it prospered and it, came to conquer the earth. And I think that trend is probably going to continue in whatever form it is, be it silicon or biology.
Yeah. I mean, I think we talk about, this is why we think that sort of like the liberal openness of new ideas and challenging current systems versus the conservative status quo, maintaining current systems or looking to traditions. I mean, I think that these are both evolved tendencies within humans, and that there is evolutionary value to both of these tendencies, and they will continue onward forever. And that's kind of why you have to find the balance in the middle, is that, you need some people that are always going to push the new boundaries to say, maybe we shouldn't build castle walls this way, but you don't want to fall prey to the, we should change everything. You have to keep the things that work until you can find something better.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And you said earlier, I thought it was really insightful. You said about reactionaries. If they did go back in time, China would just, dominate the world, right?
Yeah.
So there is this sense that like it's really hard to go back. You can't really do that, and you can't stay stagnant, because if you do, you'll eventually be outcompeted by people who are able to make those small deviations, those small evolutionary benefits by changing bits about their culture or society until it gets into a little bit more optimal of an arrangement.
Yeah, that's why, I mean, I get annoyed when, I understand people that have the sort of emotion, the emotional or moral foundation of isolationism. Like, I understand it, and there's a moral component to it that I'm sympathetic to, but I feel like I have to take it's funny because they say realist. I feel like I'm taking the more realist perspective of foreign policy, which is like, you can't just shut yourself off from the world, because, everyone else isn't going to do that. And, I use the example of, imagine if America was more involved in the Chinese Civil War, and, the pro-democracy people that are now in Taiwan basically won, and China was not a communist country but was a liberal democracy. Like the shape of the entire world would be so vastly different. So we can't bury our heads in the sand and just build walls around. We can't build a dome around America and say, okay, we'll see you in 100 years, guys, because when we come out, we're not going to like whatever we see.
Democracy or more likely is waning too.
Or more likely, we're going to build the dome around America, and then 50 years go by, and then we hear, it's China, time to open up the door.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what China did. I mean,
yes.
China, Zhongguo, like the Middle Kingdom, they expected everyone else to come to them. They had this policy of like isolationism and supremacy. And it eventually led to people knocking on their door and saying, give us tea right now. Right. And that turned out not to be pretty good. So, the problem.
Same thing happened in Japan. America was like, knock, knock, open your borders.
Absolutely. And the only worry that I have is that, like, are we optimizing for something that like isn't going to make us happy. And our culture is moving a lot faster than our ancient hardware that is made for like the savannas of Africa. And
okay, racist.
Yeah, Africa number one. That's where we all need to be. But I wonder if like the optimal configuration for a firm, for a business, is like the heroin den that, you know, that destroyed China, because it's able to extract so much and to kind of sedate people. Now, the problem with heroin is that like it destroys the minds and bodies of its users such that like they don't last very long. But what if you get like a heroin of apathy or of digital pleasure that allows people to like be happy enough that they're not destroying their bodies, that it's, you know, that it's some system that you can carry on into the future? Well, I think that we are optimizing for that. And we see it in, you know, TikTok and YouTube and Twitter algorithms and everything that is designed to keep us on our phone forever. Those things are probably not good for us, but they're very lucrative. And I worry that like systems around us will optimize for that kind of pleasurable apathy rather than true meaning.
No, I agree completely. And I think it's going to be a race between those things reaching a tipping point so badly that we actually need to somehow legislate against them, versus us creating the AI that either kills us or saves us. So we'll see which happens first, I guess.
Yeah.
I vote
it's a good note.
Digital heaven.
I vote for digital heaven too.
Immortality.
Yes.
I hope things go well.
1 day work weeks.
So in a completely different topic, I wanted to ask you about AGP, because I know you've talked about this before.
AGP.
I know nothing about this. Adam brings it up constantly, but he doesn't know enough about it.
What do you mean? I don't bring it up constantly.
Bring it up.
Who's the guy? Maybe she knows about the guy.
Blanchard?
Yeah, Blanchard.
Yeah, she knows. I've heard her talk about it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking her about it.
Is Blanchard
I didn't just randomly ask her about
or...
it.
No, yeah. I mean, like, I would say that I'm AGP.
What does that mean?
Basically, AGP stands for, or it means autogynephilia, which is self-gyna woman philia arousal, the arousal at oneself as a woman. And it's a theory of like erotic target location error. This idea that like if you are a heterosexual male, there's a way that you can develop such that your desire for other people gets like inverted and turned on to yourself, and then like you desire to like become what you love. And Blanchard's theory was that this is a motivating factor for some people to transition. I think that specific phrasing is key because it's not the whole factor, right? But it is a motivating factor.
Is it like men will often get turned on by cleavage? Is it like that same kind of turned on, like sexual attraction?
If you like see your own cleavage, yeah. But here's the thing.
Interesting. Because I don't think women feel that. When women look at their own cleavage, I don't think they feel.
Well, here's the thing. You can give surveys to cis women for AGP traits, right? And it will be things like, so you give a survey to cis women and it's questions like, are you aroused by the thought of wearing like women's lingerie? Or when you imagine yourself having sex, you imagine yourself as a woman, things like that, right? Perhaps you're already seeing like some issues with this, but you give those surveys to cis women and it turns out that they score highly on AGP. So it looks like cis women also have a lot of these feelings. However,
that doesn't really seem like a debunk though. That'd be expected, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, that claim is like a little bit more nuanced because like some of the questions don't really make sense when you give them to cis women.
Yeah, that last one didn't make much sense. It's
exactly.
Like, do you feel aroused as a woman? Well, I mean,
it's like,
you
yeah,
are a woman,
of course, right?
Yeah.
Right.
So that's not actually unusual. And to some degree, there's like probably some sense in which some level of self-arousal is like normal for humans of any gender. But AGP is like a little bit more than that. And I think where the AGP conversation has currently evolved to is to think of AGP less as like a fetish or a paraphilia. It is paraphilia, but like less like a fetish in the sense that someone might be aroused by feet or giant women or something like that.
Can we talk a second about fetish? Because I'm confused by the term fetish quite often, because like if you're attracted to, say, feet, what exactly makes that a fetish? Like maybe you just get a wife with super hot feet and you're like happy for the rest of your life. Like,
we just found out Adam has a foot fetish.
Well, no, I don't, people are sexually attracted to different things. You know, some guys
That's
like
all,
boobs,
but
some guys
that's all
like,
it means. Fetish just means you have a strong attraction to a non-sexual.
Yeah, but why?
organ.
Well,
but
it's
fetish,
abnormal.
yeah,
so.
fetish.
Oh yes, obviously, right.
Fetish
abnormal.
implies that it's abnormal, but I just I don't.
No.
I don't understand why it's abnormal.
TAF means abnormal in terms of, like, if you like feet and you just, when you have sex with your wife, you touch her feet or you fuck her feet or whatever, that's fine. But if it like motivates your actual behavior out in the world, like you're Coomer brained, you're motivated so much that it affects your daily life, that's an abnormal attraction to feet.
Yeah. So so this is important because there is some nondescript line there. So you could be a guy who likes feet, has a wife with awesome feet. You marry her, you're together for the rest of your life. Every time she takes her shoes off, you're like rock hard. Okay. But you're not out in the streets, like, you know, measuring women's feet. Like, so where is the line?
Yeah, no, I think it's really good that you're hitting on this, because this is an important element of the fetish discussion.
Adam
and specifically
really wants to make clear that he doesn't have the bad version of the foot fetish.
Well,
yeah.
Look,
well, like, okay.
I'm just using feet as an example. Like
sure.
No,
look,
Adam.
When
Adam,
most women take their shoes off, I run. Like I'm not into
He
feet
runs
at all.
right to that shit.
yeah. He runs, drops to his knees.
I'm just
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there is this line, which is like how destructive or dangerous is the impulse, right? And there's going to be some things that are like sort of on the border. And what I would actually say with AGP is that, like, in a lot of ways, I think the way that people experience it is less destructive than like the fetish terminology would imply. And so, like, one of the ways that manifests, I think, is that for a lot of people who have AGP and who transition, the AGP feelings are really only active at the beginning of the transition. And so you'll hear a lot of trans women.
So it goes away. Wow.
Yeah. So like you'll see a lot of posts on the internet where people are like, I put on a skirt for the first time and I got like a raging boner. And then all the comments are like, that's normal early in transition. We call it gender euphoria, which is, they don't want to say AGP. That's what they mean.
That's what gender
it's
euphoria is?
Sometimes, yeah. They're like euphoria boners they'll talk about. Hilarious. It's AGP that they're referencing, but they don't want to say AGP. Anyways, but that actually goes away really quickly. And it goes away in a pattern that follows the typical way that love affairs move from like a passionate sexual phase of love to a more companion form of love. And so when you talk to people who have AGP, I think their experience with it is like this intense passion, particularly like when they're younger or when they haven't transitioned. And then a few years into transitioning, it is more similar to like the continual love of like a companion, which is a lot less sexual and dangerous and fetishy than other paraphilias are. And so I think that like what we need to have are conversations about AGP that are honest, because more people then can really like destigmatize it, and we can actually get to the bottom of what's happening here, which I think is less scary than what people imagine, because they imagine like, you know, cross-dressing like murderers or something. Or they imagine just like someone going out into public and like being like hard the whole time, or, you know, things like that. I think that is not the case. In fact, generally the case is like this more lower level feeling of like contentment or peace or connection, in the same way that you might have if you were like out with your partner. You're not aroused every time you go to dinner with your wife, but you feel happy that she's there and you feel comfortable with that. And I think that that is more analogous to how AGP feels.
Well, I just want to say on the like the gender critical people always talk about AGP being this thing that people with AGP don't want to talk about because it somehow like lessens the excitement. Can you address that? It seems like you're open to talking about it.
I'm not sure what you mean by
I think
lessens the excitement.
I think I understand what's happening here, which is that, and I could be wrong, but I thought when Ray Blanchard kind of first came up with his typology, he was proposing AGP as an alternative to gender dysphoria. And so I think that's where the controversy comes from, was essentially saying, oh, these people don't have gender dysphoria, they just have AGP, which would be very controversial because gender dysphoria is the reason for transitioning that we give medically.
Well, maybe he said that like initially, but I know that Blanchard has his current position and his position that he's had for a while is that AGPs often have dysphoria and have medical need for transition. So like he's a big supporter of transition and of the medical need for it. And that's why
I read a lot of these books on the gender from the gender critical perspective, and they make an argument that people with AGP don't want to talk about this AGP stuff. They want to pretend like it doesn't exist because somehow it lessens the effect. And that argument always seems bizarre to me. It's funny that.
Oh, you mean lessens the effect of feeling good about transition?
Yeah, the sexual kick of, I don't know, like it's weird because I don't want to offend people. I think some people, I'm not super offended by the idea, like if you're turned on by imagining yourself as a woman and you transition and you go to work turned on all day long, that doesn't offend me. Like,
okay, that is like, kind of weird though. Like you probably should not be bringing your, I mean,
well, no, this is the AGP.
Adam secretly wears a dog collar under his shirt.
If you can
but here's what I'm saying.
If you can go to work and feel turned on all day, knock yourself out. I'm like, but that's what I'm like, okay, you're saying it's not like that. They're saying that it is like that, and they don't want to talk about it because it lessens the effect of that, which I think is a kind of a crazy argument. But I've heard it in like multiple different books, and I just, as a team truth seeker here, that argument strikes me as a little just odd, and I don't know if it's true or not. That's why I'm asking.
Well, I'd be curious to know how they came to that conclusion, because I think for most sexual interests, like feet or something, the reason why people don't want to discuss like their foot fetish in public is not so much that like discussing their foot fetish would make them no longer interested in feet, but that it's just sort of awkward,
embarrassing. Yeah, no, that's what I think. But I just, they make some argument that talking about the foot fetish makes it not as exciting, and I think that seems just ridiculous to me.
I mean, that might be true for like some people. Like I could imagine someone who, there's like people who are interested in public sex, and that's their fetish, and like part of that might be not wanting to get caught with their interest that's like arousing to them, is the fact that they're
that I get, like, right? I think anybody gets that, but to say that the effect of is going to be lessened if somebody finds out just seems ridiculous.
Right. I'm not exactly sure how that would work, especially if like the discussion and the act are separated temporally. But yeah, my sense is that like AGP, people think of it as like being hard at work, and that is like not usually
hard at work.
What it's like.
Look, if you're working here, you need to be
a whole new meaning.
You need to be. You need to be super hard. Yeah.
No, not that. You need to be working hard.
Well, also, I think part of the hesitancy to it too is that there's sort of the negative stereotype that all LGBT people are like deviant sexual perverts, and so that kind of, I feel like a lot of people feel like the AGP label could lay into that stereotype, which is maybe why there's a lot of pushback.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that like people don't want to be perceived as like solely fetishists, or they don't want to be perceived as having like sexuality being the primary motivating factor. Right. And I think that like, at least for me and a lot of the other AGP people that I talk to, it is not the primary motivating factor. It is just a component. And I think being honest with ourselves about that is also good because, I mean, like, you can acknowledge that sometimes sexuality is a motivating factor. And by acknowledging that, you put it in its proper place. You can define a border around it rather than pretending that it's not there and letting people like invent the borders of it, whether or not they believe that it's the whole factor or not. That's probably not the world that you want to exist in. And in fact, I found that when I was like less honest with myself about my own autogynephilia, my sexuality was like a lot stranger, a lot more bizarre. I had like more bizarre interests, and they were just like sort of, I was like trying to find something to fulfill myself that wasn't like what I was actually interested in, or that was like avoiding this part of my sexuality. And that's probably not like a very healthy place to be sexuality wise. So I think that if we want ourselves to be in a good place mentally, socially, if we want to be honest with ourselves, I think we have to bring AGP out into the light. And I also think that when we do that, it'll probably be less scary than people think it is.
Yeah, I mean, you know, whenever, I don't know who, but for some reason, whenever we have these conversations about gender dysphoria, because I'm a pretty big true scum. I think that it's a medical condition.
That sounds
I think
so bad.
I know. I'm a trans medicalist. I think people should have to have gender dysphoria to transition. And whenever I talk about this, I don't know why people always throw AGP at me like it's some alternative to gender dysphoria, which is like, if it's not presented that way, if it's just like, yeah, people have AGB and that's fine. I mean, who cares? Like, that's irrelevant to me. If you have gender dysphoria and you transition and you have AGP on top of that, like, to me, it doesn't, who cares? That's something that it shouldn't really be a negative thing for people to talk about or perceive. And I think it's only because it's sort of couched in that alternative, you know, way that it gets kind of the bad rap that it does.
It's strange that like, so gender dysphoria is kind of the negative motivation and AGP is kind of the positive motivation, but they're both motivations.
Sure.
Yeah. And so like Blanchard's typology, there's another half to it, which is the homosexual transsexuals. But Blanchard's like main insight was that you need like multiple motivations to get you to transition, at least for like most people, right? And so you can have like the AGP motivation, the gender dysphoria motivation, the homosexual transsexual motivation. And his idea was that these are like, they're incompatible with each other. And my like own personal theory is that they're probably not incompatible, at least not homosexual and AGP, homosexual, transsexual and AGP. Like, it seems totally plausible to me. You could also have a bisexual trans woman who like does not want to be perceived as a gay man and doesn't want to be like, feel that, you know, homosexual persecution. And therefore that is also a motivating factor in her transition. So I know that there's like some sexologists who have done like big surveys of trans people, and they've like thrown up like all the like the cluster cloud of bullet points. And I think that like you can find in that cloud like groups of people who are like AGP primarily, homosexual, transsexual primarily, but there are like people on the edge of these clouds. And I wonder if that is the result of people kind of having motivations from both factors.
Yeah, maybe.
So that's my personal pet theory. It's not proven or anything.
I get tripped up by the homosexual because
I was gonna.
Well, is that what you're gonna say, Sitch? Because I just like, is it? I mean, I never know if
I was gonna ask you too,
homosexual.
I was gonna say
pre or post transitions. So.
Right. Well, I was gonna say well, first, no, I was gonna say that like the idea that it's these a bunch of different factors coming together is probably true. I mean, it seems to be true for most things.
Blanchard says AGP
right
is only affects biological males, and usually they are attracted to women.
Right.
Yeah. Always.
But I was going to say regarding the homosexual, transsexual.
Yeah, they might be asexual, but yeah.
Right. The I was going to ask you to explain what that is, because me and Adam had a big fight about that. So I want to make sure
fight
we're
all the
defining
time
it the same way.
Like...
Yeah, I know less about homosexual transsexuals. So if I get like caveat, I might get things wrong, but my understanding of it is that the original theory is that some people transition to escape homophobia. And these people are attracted to men. They are hyper feminine. So in the way that like gay men are feminine, they're like that, but more. And so they might also have dysphoria as well. And these people, they decide that it's easier to live their lives as a woman than as a man because they're already so feminine. And so they just like make the jump. And there's like some interesting facts about that like, for example, Blanchard, in his surveys, he came to the conclusion that homosexual transsexuals are less likely to pursue sex reassignment surgery. So these homosexual males who are attracted to men but transition to women don't have the same sort of impulses as AGPs to really radically change their body. It is more like a means of convenience to escape oppression.
Because that was my understanding of it, and I think that he also believed he kind of was talking about how like there's argument that effeminate men were like the least desirable in the gay community in terms of sex partners,
right?
And we kind of we argued about whether this was true or not. We had our resident Sitch and Adam gay weigh in and tell us that this is not the case.
Someone in the comments though said that for some gay guys, having sex with heterosexual men is like a giant kink.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is. But I guess what I was going to ask about this was, I mean, I don't, and also another thing that I think when Ray Blanchard came up with this idea, it was like in the 1970s when obviously feelings about gay people were very different. I think a lot of his research was in South or Central America. And I could like believe that culturally there could be situations where gay people feel that they'll have a better life transitioning, and that's the motivating factor. But I'm very skeptical that in the year 2023 that's a motivating factor for people to transition.
Not in San Francisco.
That's
feel like
that's my feeling as well. Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't know. I know that there's like more info and more. I know that the conversation for homosexual transsexuals has like evolved since then as well.
Right.
But I just haven't been keeping up with it in the same way that I've kept up with the AGP discussion. So yeah.
Okay.
Well, I have a question. Are you still attracted to Jordon Peterson now that he's a giant homophobe?
I do. I find him attractive.
What do you mean he's a homophobe? What happened?
Well,
he hates gay and trans people, don't you know?
Look, come on.
I know. I know he's on the anti-trans train.
He might not be homophobic. He might just be transphobic. You're right. I overstepped the line.
Listen, I haven't watched Jordan Peterson in a few months, right? So I don't know. My understanding was his position was he thought that there's a lot of false positives going out, so much so that it would be sort of the trolley problem better to not be promoting trans people in like pop culture. I thought that's what his argument was.
Yeah, that's a good question. So Taff, you believe the studies that show social contagion is real, right? Like it happens for suicide and other things. It's been well documented.
Yeah, so social contagion is a thing that can happen.
Right, and people mimic celebrities. So like if a celebrity commits suicide, there's even certain ways that the media is supposed to talk about that, so people don't go out and kill themselves. How do you feel about, because this is something that is very difficult because we have these celebrity influencers like ContraPoints for one, who I do think will be false positives with kids that think they have gender dysphoria.
Of course.
But at the same time, it's such a weird thing because you can't really say ContraPoints, don't
exist.
Don't make your life,
right.
Don't be a public figure or whatnot.
Right.
I wonder what your position is on that. I mean, you passed so well. People might not even know you're trans. You could easily just not say you're trans. You could live your life as a woman and no one would know.
Yeah, but to an extent, that's also like seductive, right? If someone has the idea, if they see that someone's trans and passes super well, that is like a big motivating factor to transition.
Well, that's
to
why
be
I'm
like,
saying if they see you're
Right. So
making
but
my
that's what
argument.
right. But she's saying that like it could have like it could have the counter effect.
right, if I just like mention it occasionally, or if
Right.
someone else mentions it
But
occasionally.
you could
I think this
mention it never, and then
is true. Just
Well,
be
it's a
like
little
totally
late.
stealth. Well, I think that I don't know, the social contagion argument is interesting because we know that social contagion happens in like all of these areas of life, and that there are certain demographics that are more vulnerable to social contagion than others. And so to argue that social contagion doesn't happen with trans things is kind of to make the argument that like teens especially are vulnerable to social contagion in all areas of life except for gender. And that seems like a really difficult and weird argument to make. I'm not sure what the mechanism would be that would make them like invulnerable to social contagion within the realm of gender. So I am like partial to the idea that there's probably some degree of social contagion going on here, but I would have no way of like estimating the degree to which social contagion is happening. Mm-hmm. And I think that like the studies on social contagion are like not that great, specifically in regards to gender.
So you don't necessarily buy into it. I'm a firm believer, like Elliot Page, like probably 2,000 or more kids probably transitioned.
Okay.
Probably were false positives for gender dysphoria because people do this all the time. Like when a celebrity kills themselves and it's reported in the media, there's a giant spike in suicides that are the same race, age, and gender as the whatever celebrity killed themselves. So I mean, if people are willing to do it over death, they're definitely willing to do it because they're like, oh, I'm a huge, maybe I have gender dysphoria.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
I mean,
like, I think it's
like,
possible.
Maybe it's just so
to
sad for those people, but I don't,
Well,
yeah. Well, I think part of this is like we have institutions that are supposed to gatekeep. Medical institutions are supposed to do this. But yeah, to some extent they're not. And also,
oh, you're right. Yeah, good
the
point.
fact that we have these medical institutions, it introduces this like moral expectation, this moral responsibility. Whereas I think for adults, like if you want to change your body in the ways that you want, I think that you should have the freedom to do so. But with children, there are children who are like being told by adults that they need to transition,
right.
Otherwise they might kill themselves.
Yeah.
And that is like a massive claim that requires like a lot of moral certainty, a lot of statistical certainty, which I don't think we have. And so not only is there social contagion, but I think there's like institutional pressure for people who have any sort of gender non-conforming identity or behavior to consider transition as an option. And that's probably not healthy.
Yeah, you answered the question perfectly because I mean, and for me, really, my thinking is clear on this now because it's the institutions that are the problem. We really need to work out the institutions. There was I don't know if you remember, but I'm spacing on her name. The celebrity that had the double mastectomy because she had that gene for
Angelina Jolie.
Yeah, Angelina Jolie. So she had this gene, this rare gene that makes you like 100 times more likely to get breast cancer. So she had a double mastectomy. And a bunch of women ended up having double mastectomies as well, like the celebrity effect. But I'm sure they tested for that gene ahead of time and were like, oh, I have the gene, I should get the double mastectomy. The situation that we're involved in right now with the transgender stuff is just there's not the test for the gene. So
right.
People are getting false diagnosis.
Yeah, and I think, and this is where I could say I disagree with Jordan Peterson. I think framing it as it's not Ellen Page or ContraPoint's responsibility so much.
Totally.
To, try to gatekeep, people transitioning. It's supposed to be,
the
medical community.
Yeah.
Right. And so, even if there are, all these popular trans people coming out and it's going to, it will have a social contagious effect to an extent. But this is why I always bring up, instead of bringing up social contagion, I always bring up how before the affirmative care model, before puberty blockers, the desistance rate for gender dysphoria was so much higher. And to me, that's like the thing that's kind of troubling and worrying. And if that wasn't going on, sure, there'd be lots of people that maybe thought they had gender dysphoria or, want to transition. But, I think they would, maybe they would for some time and then they would grow out of it before they alter their body anyway. And, who cares? It wouldn't be a big deal for them.
Yeah, well, to hit on this point about how it's supposed to be the medical community it's the institution's responsibility to gatekeep. Part of the problem is that every institution has become so politicized.
Yes.
And it's not good. It's not good that every issue in society has become beholden to political interests.
Right.
And I think that one of the things that I've been very frustrated with in regards to progressives is that I feel like my identity has been wielded by progressives as a cudgel against conservatives. It's a useful tool to say kids are dying, kids are committing suicide. Don't you want the kids to live? And you are literally killing children, right? That's the political messaging coming from the left, and it's very persuasive to a lot of people to say this. And unfortunately, the result of that is this. It benefits the political party that's doing it, but there's this negative effect, which is now medical institutions are more politicized. People are less able to get good care. And also we've obscured some of the actual facts about what it's like to be transgender and what are the actual needs of transgender people and how do they vary and so on and so on. And so, to make a little dig at Adam, like part of the problem here is like the democratization of everything. Like these things need to be in the control of like a small group of experts making these decisions. But it's the fact that we run everything by committee that we have these massive issues.
Yeah, Adam.
How's it a dig
give
at me?
Kids the vote? God, terrible.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay.
Because you love democracy.
I'm trying to give their parents the vote. So
if you give kids the vote, they're all gonna vote for shit, bad stuff.
People are just too dumb.
Sooner or later we have to get the institutions back in order. I watched some podcast recently where the person was making my argument about how all of the institutions right now are in favor of the affirmative care model. So any of the detransitioner cases that come forward, they're just going to point to this, to APA and all this and just say the standard of care is this, I was just following the rules. So,
in terms of being not sued.
Not suing.
Yeah,
there was one woman that had a double mastectomy and I think 15, and she ended up calling the place back and saying, I want my breast back. Like, what?
They're like, well, we didn't keep them, ma'am. I don't know.
I know. Well, you'd think, how can you have informed consent if you don't even know that you can get that's not an option.
Right. Well, I understand that argument. I think that will hold up in some courts. I do think people will be able to successfully sue. People that have trans regret will be able to successfully sue some doctors. And I think that will cause a big stir in the community.
By the way, guys, I'm going to have to excuse myself.
Okay, no, that's great. Do you want to, are you posting regular content on a channel or anything?
I'm not. Maybe I'll get back into it.
I saw your Substack. You want me to post a link to the Substack?
I think just post a link to my Twitter.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
Safe for Work Twitter.
Okay.
Which I'll DM you the link.
Well, I know your Twitter. I can rustle.
Well, thanks for coming on, Tap.
Yeah.
We got to talk to you more.
I think it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of
great
fun.
Conversation.
I really like the way that you think about things. They're very interesting. So
Yes, thank you.
I swear to
Thank you so
God, I
much.
don't have a foot fetish, so don't spread any unsavory rumors around about me.
I mean, I think what would be fun too would be getting Dev, like Shred Fat Otaku, because I know he's a mutual friend of both of ours.
Yeah, no,
he's been shitting on Curtis Yarvin with us for the past couple of
maybe
weeks.
If we do a part 3 on Curtis Yarvin, we should invite.
Me and Dev? Yeah.
Yeah, because you're. Well,
and I can defend Yarvin.
You can defend.
Can white knight for him.
Marvin Yarvin. Yeah, exactly. All right, we'll let you go. Take care.
All right. See ya.
Bye-bye. Look at that.
Awesome.
Now we have
Mario.
Mario, do you want to read any super chats before?
Let me read the $20 and up super chats first. Did I read this? Anonymous Cow for $20 says, more Mario movies, less cape shit. There you go. Sammy G. Hey, Sammy. Sammy for $20 says, research shows calorie-deficient diets prolong life, slow down telomere unraveling. The body has natural processes to turn this on. Starvation diets forces it, and it doesn't work.
Wait a second here. Was that
if you ever want the tea on this topic, I got it.
I mean,
it does work or it doesn't work?
Yeah, am I supposed to do calorie? I heard calorie restriction was all the rage right now.
Should we do calorie restriction or should we?
Are you telling me I should look? I haven't really been doing good at my calorie restriction, but I think about it.
Right. Well, I mean, listen, I don't eat during these streams. These streams are like, a fasting day for me. So
yeah, but she's saying calorie restriction is bad for you.
Is it bad for me, Sammy? Tell me the true. No, Adam. Is calorie restriction good or bad?
No, Adam. I think calorie restriction is good, and she just said no, Adam. So that means it's bad.
Well, we'll see.
You better eat up.
When the chat catches up to the audio, we'll see. Matt R for $20 says, my consensus on AI is Sammy says, Sitch, you eat Taco Bell, you're 2 days late. I don't actually eat Taco Bell. That was just a joke.
Okay? Oh my God. That's hilarious.
I don't actually
hilarious
eat any fast
and
food
true.
Anymore. Okay. Yeah, fast food.
Look, anytime you guys eat Taco Bell, just remember 2 days.
Listen, I think you only have 2 days to live after Taco Bell because I'm pretty sure they put drugs in the food. Okay. They sprinkle crack cocaine in the food.
Yummy, yummy.
But only at night. Only if you get Taco Bell after midnight. That's when it gets good. Matt R for $20 says, my consensus on AI is to see it as more of a gun than a being. It's a tool made by humans that can be used for good or for evil, depending on where we point it. I don't think AI will be our downfall. It will be humans. I agree with that, Matt R. I agree with that, yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be the problem.
Sammy says, forced calorie restriction is bad. Calorie restriction can happen natural with the right macronutritional balance.
That was, well, look, you said I was wrong, but that was my take.
There you go.
Oh, no, wait. I was in favor of calorie restriction. Never mind.
Right. So I guess what I'm doing is bad because I'm not eating during stream. I'm forcing a calorie restriction by not eating.
Forced calorie restriction is bad. Good, because I hate doing that.
Right.
And I've been failing at doing that anyway, so.
Interesting. Sitch has one day left.
A Mario.
Well, listen, I guess I won't have to, do these streams anymore. You can finally get Doomer to
Doomer can't replace you. Don't put crazy ideas into his head, okay?
Right. No, I'm not fat. I've been skinny my entire life. So probably because I'm always calorie restricting.
I do like
Red
Doomer's
Tiger
content though.
Huh?
I do like Doomer's content though. Doomer did a video on the his top 10 favorite YouTube videos. But I feel like he made a catastrophic error in that video by not describing the videos before he started talking about them, because every single video in his tier list, I was like, I don't know this video, and he's talking about it as if I know it.
Right. Well, you want to bring up on Twitter, I have an audio. I don't know if you saw.
Oh, yeah.
That was a clip of Doomer talking about
I did see it. Yeah, because your video was the favorite. It was his favorite one, right?
Oh, you spoiled it. I was going to let it be a surprise.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, if you want to bring it up real quick, it's like a minute long. I can listen to Doomer talking about his favorite video.
It was that private video that you sent him in DMs.
No, it was a public video.
What do you mean?
Well, we'll listen to the audio. I sent it to you.
Let's be surprised.
Bring it up. You can listen to it. It's like 53 seconds.
I saw it on Discord.
Red Tiger for $20 says, have you guys watched EFAP 218? They react to organized chaos trying to take down Mahler, and it's priceless. a really entertaining watch if you have 3 hours to spare. S-Class is the best class. Yeah, I believe I've seen that one. And I think I watched it before we actually had our conversation with Organized Chaos, and it was very fun.
And my number.
So.
Already ready to go?
Yeah, give me
3, 2, 1, go.
And my number one video for 2022 is none other than She-Hulk, Modern Culture is Destroying Comedy by PSA Sitch. I absolutely love this video because PSA Sitch does an incredible job of breaking down the issues with modern comedy and how it's been ruined by political correctness. He uses She-Hulk as an example to show how even beloved characters can be ruined by forced diversity and political agendas. PSA Sitch's video really resonated with me because I've noticed the same issues with modern comedy. I appreciate how he's not afraid to speak his mind and call out the problems with the industry. Overall, She-Hulk, Modern Culture is Destroying. Comedy is a thought-provoking and entertaining video that I've watched thousands of times.
Yeah.
I highly recommend it to anyone who loves comedy and wants to understand the issues with the industry today. That's why it's my favorite YouTube video of 2022, and honestly, it's not even close. And my number one...
Thank you. Thank you,
He's watched it thousands of times. Doomer.
Thank you. I know.
Respect.
Thank you, Doomer. Yes.
That's a great video.
I know. See? I told you guys, Doomer, he didn't want you guys to know, but he sent me this message privately. He's a big fan. He's a big fan. It's okay.
Everyone's seen that video, though, so I wouldn't need him
true.
to describe that video ahead of time.
That's true.
Sweet.
Okay. Let's talk about Mario.
Mario? Are we going to talk about Super Mario Brothers? You went to see the Super Mario Brothers?
Saw it last night.
Sweet. So word on the street is Super Mario Brothers is woke as fuck.
That's not the word on the street.
Oh, yeah, you're right. The word on the street is Super Mario Brothers is not woke?
Isn't this why it makes it confusing? It's funny. The word on the street was Mario Bros. Was going to be woke. And then the word on the street was it wasn't woke. And this success is a trophy for anti-wokeness.
Right. But there was a little tiny bit of wokeness.
Okay, so how about this is how we structure the conversation. Let's first tell me whether you liked the movie or not, and what you liked about it, and then we'll talk about whether it was woke or not. How about that?
Okay, I did like the movie. It's not an epic movie that I'm going to tell all my friends to see and that I'm probably going to see a second time. Like, I didn't think it was Into the Spider-Verse good. If I saw it, if it was playing on Netflix again, I probably wouldn't watch it. But I thought I was entertained the entire time I was in the movie theater. I was keenly aware, looking for those woke moment scenes. And I thought that there were just a couple of places that were woke. I saw people talking about it online where they were saying one scene was woke that I thought was decidedly not woke, and I didn't even think to think, oh wow, this is like a representation scene.
Only bad actors who are either stupid or intentionally lying thought that. And we'll talk about that.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So, but I had an interesting experience as someone who's a bit older than most people. And like you are fond of saying, I was a little girl crazy in college. Okay. So when a lot of these video games came out, I was playing a different game.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that you were sympathetic with Bowser because he was entirely motivated by.
First of all, Bowser is my new favorite character. Like I'd have to admit, I did like Bowser. Bowser had a good storyline. The jokes with Bowser so hit. Like there was a bunch of jokes where it was obviously he was interested in Princess Peach, and he was worried that Mario might be a competitive suitor for him. So I thought all those jokes were very, very funny. But like I said, when I was in college, like I was out chasing girls. I wasn't playing a lot of these video games that were popular when I was in college. And you guys were all kids and playing them like every day. So when a lot of the, I realized that there was a lot of game references going on that, it's the whole movie, it's delicious eye candy anyway. So even though I wasn't getting the references, I understood those were probably really entertaining for a lot of people.
Right.
And then they got to Donkey Kong, which is a game that I was, came out when I was a kid. I was obsessed with. I played all the time. Me and my friends wasted all our money on this game. So I did have a bit of that nostalgia when Donkey Kong came out.
And you started throwing barrels at Mario. You were like,
yes. When he threw the barrels, I was like, oh my God, it's my childhood. So I totally got it. And I felt that I wasn't going to have that. And then I remembered, oh yeah, I am going to have that a bit here. Even when they did the big fight in the what do you call it? The gladiatorial arena, the Coliseum.
The Donkey Kong red.
They even put like kind of Donkey Kong aesthetic in that scene, and it was,
Yes.
it was great. So I'm assuming a lot of people.
Steel gritters, whatever the fucking word is.
So I'm assuming a lot of people had that same kind of feeling that I had on those scenes throughout the entire movie. And for those people, obviously I thought it was a win. So,
right.
The plot was a little bit basic. I thought it could have been better. There's like these two very disjointed areas.
Do you want to explain the plot very briefly for those that haven't seen it?
Sure. Okay. So it begins basically with Mario and Luigi are plumbers. They're starting a plumbing business. It's very real world. And then, various difficulties there. They're, the average everyman kind of disrespected by the community. So there's room for a character arc. Then there's a giant jump from the first act, which I would describe that as the first act, to the second act, where Mario gets sucked into.
Well, before we move on, I just want to say the beginning was kind of very strange to me.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. That's why.
You have Mario, not only say in the real world, but it's like he has a family, and the family thinks that Mario and Luigi are like losers for trying to start their own plumbing business.
Right. Yeah. No.
And then there's a very weird sequence where they try to fix like these rich people's bathroom, and their dog is like attacking Mario and Luigi, and it's like this whole thing, and it's like, I don't know, it's just very not what I would have. I never expected a scene from a Mario movie where a dog is preventing them from fixing a sink for like 5 minutes.
Yes.
Like, I don't know, it was very weird. I was like, what is it? And I thought maybe the joke reference is supposed to be because, like, they fight Bowser, and Bowser is typically a name you associate with a dog or something. I don't know if that was the thought process behind that, but
the real world stuff I thought was
could have done without.
Very unnecessary and wasn't like an efficient use of screen time in any way, shape, or form. If I was rewriting the script, I would probably try to make there be some physical connection between Mario and the princess, so there could be like a more meaningful resolution if they were, potentially even family members, or one at one time romantically involved, something like that, so that there was something more there than there actually is in the movie. So
there was, and I'll talk about it. I want you to get back to the plot and I won't interrupt, but there's one element to that was very strange to me. The Mario and Luigi's proportions only work when you don't see them next to normal looking people.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
As soon as you see them with like first, it's like everyone has to either have Mario. Yeah, it's super weird. Like either everyone has to have Mario and Luigi body proportions that are human, or like don't. Because then when you put them next to other people, they look fucking bizarre as shit. You're like, what is up with these people's bodies?
Yeah. Well, I think that kind of plays on the video game aesthetic. That didn't
but
bother
you're saying
me
make
as
them
much,
all.
but...
Why don't you just have them all have those proportions? I don't.
Yeah.
Like there's one scene in early in the movie where they take their gloves off and their hands look monstrous.
Right.
And I was like, what the fuck's going on? Why do I never notice they have fucking creepy hands before? And I'm like, oh, because it looks fine with the glove, but without the glove, it looks super weird. Anyway.
I mean, they did. I thought they made they did a decent job of. I mean, the it seemed like they were trying to stick to lore, and Princess has much different proportions in the video game. So
yeah, I guess sort of. I mean, she just looks kind of like a. I feel like she has the same proportions. She's just taller, which is fine. But I feel like her proportionally, her body is kind of the same as Mario's.
Okay.
At least in the movie, it was. I felt, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just used to seeing the difference in proportions between them, and I'm not used to seeing Mario standing next to like his father. So
right.
Maybe that's just it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's obvious like Mario is an illegitimate son or something because obviously his proportions are so different than his mom and dad. Right. It's like maybe he's adopted.
Well, they have like the same, like his father looks like Mario, but he looks like if Mario was like real,
a human being. Yeah.
Or
no, the real
being,
look, the real world stuff I thought, really didn't work for me. And the thing that the saving grace about it is that it's short. It's a very short first act. There's some catastrophe going on in Brooklyn, and they're going to go save Brooklyn from like a plumbing disaster. Mario gets sucked into another dimension through one of the pipes that we all recognize from the video games. And then the plot becomes Bowser is basically trying to take over this Nintendo universe, and Mario has to save everyone from this looming catastrophe.
Right. So when they go through the pipe, Luigi and Mario get separated. Luigi gets captured.
Yes.
And brought to Bowser. And Mario gets sent to the Mushroom Kingdom. So he has to team up with Princess Peach to save his brother. Peach has been informed that Bowser has the Superstar, which is really just an invulnerability star. I thought it was going to be something different, and he was going to use this to destroy the Mushroom Kingdom along with a giant bullet bill, unless Princess Peach marries him. And then so Princess Peach is like, okay, well, we need to get help from the Donkey Kong army to help us fight Bowser.
Right.
And so kind of the plot is, going through them on their adventure to team up with the DK crew in order to fight Bowser before he destroys the Mushroom Kingdom.
And Donkey Kong becomes like one of the very likable characters. I mean, Bowser is very likable, even though he's hypothetically the bad guy. I mean, I thought the characters were very interesting, and I mean, it had me entertained. I wasn't waiting to leave the movie theater, which is basically all that I worry about now with modern movies, is that I'm going to be like, why am I watching this?
Yes.
I should really leave. Yeah.
Well, let me just say, I'm aware of New Donk City, even though I've never played Mario Odyssey. I am aware of New Donk City. I've seen videos of it. And it to me, when I would see Mario like interacting with like normal looking people, it was very disquieting and strange. And I thought in that game it was a very strange artistic choice to do that in the first place. So
what are all the games that I might have missed? There's obviously, I think, like Mario Kart is one of the games, right?
I mean, the main games are just Mario and Mario Kart and Donkey Kong, I guess.
Okay.
I think.
But Super Mario Brothers was a game as well, right?
Well, I mean, there's a million Mario games, but I mean, in terms of like understanding the plot, being,
Yeah. But I'm just talking for like the nostalgia berries.
I mean, the Mario Kart's probably the big one. They have a whole very I'm sure you all seen the trailer. There's a very large kind of forced into the movie Mario Kart sequence.
Of course. But it's an action-packed sequence, and it's a lot of fun.
It wasn't a bad sequence. I was fine with it. They even have the blue turtle shell, which I don't know if you ever played Mario Kart, Adam. The blue turtle shell will chase and hit whoever's in first place, and that was the whole reference between the blue turtle shell going specifically after Mario.
My wife got that reference, but I didn't. Yeah.
There was a missed joke there that I'm kind of shocked they missed, where the blue turtle shell guy's like chasing after Mario, and he keeps shouting like, Mario, I'm going to get you. And Mario, at this point, Mario should be like, who the fuck is this guy? How does he know my name? And why is he coming after me?
Right. Yeah. No,
like, I was really thought he was going to be like, how does everyone know my name? Like, who the fuck is this guy? There's just randomly, like, why am I being targeted by this fucking crazy person?
That would be good. Yeah. Right. Who's the blue star in the prison? That character was amazing.
Oh, I don't know. That might be, they're like star people in the newer Mario games I haven't played. Maybe someone in the chat knows.
So there's like a prison. There's a prison that more and more people. It's Bowser's prison basically, and more people end up there. But there's like this blue floating star that has the voice of a child but talks like the biggest doomer in the world. So it's so hilarious.
That was the best character in the movie. That is true.
Yeah, no, it's a hilarious character.
And he's saying things that are very like, the blue star is Luma from Mario Galaxy. Okay. He's saying, I mean, I'm assuming in Mario Galaxy, does Luma have that personality where he basically says all the most like, you know, the life is meaningless. We will all like crumble into dust.
Yes, totally. Oh God, it's so funny. I laughed so hard at that character. And then Bowser was also hilarious because like Bowser's single-mindedly focused on getting the princess to marry him, which is obviously a great and interesting motivation. And it's played by Jack Black, and Jack Black is just hilarious. So, so there's the summary of the movie. I mean, what's your take?
So, I there's things about the movie I liked, and there's things I didn't like. I didn't like the introduction part. I don't like really any of the real world stuff.
The first act, yeah,
I didn't really like the first act. It's a decent. I kind of feel how you felt. You know, I watched it and I enjoyed it. Once they got out of the real world, I enjoyed watching it. But I don't know if I'd ever watch it again. Like I don't know if I'd care. It's not like Into the Spider-Verse, or even Puss in Boots. I feel like I'd watch that again at some point.
Oh yeah.
It was, had very good action sequences. It was very well animated. I really liked all the Mario music. I wasn't too much on the non-Mario music. There's some very obvious, like, very, very memorable. No, not memorable. There's very there's a lot of music choices that you go, oh, it's that song that everyone knows, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when, like in the beginning of the movie, they play the Kill Bill music. Dun, 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 dun,
oh
dun,
yeah,
dun,
yeah.
Dun, dun, when like the penguins are going to attack Bowser. I know it's done for comedic effect, but there's like choices of music that I'm like, I really like the Mario music. I'm not so sure about like the non-Mario music. It looked very beautiful. If you just want to see Mario do Mario shit, you will really like this movie. The action sequences were really fantastic. I think my favorite action sequence was when Mario and DK are like running up that thing to get to the princess. Looked really good. So I'm a big fan of the action sequences. I think a lot of kids will really like the movie. My chief complaint with it, though, is it feels very shallow. It feels like there could have been a lot more going on. And they kind of, I don't know, I'm kind of mixed. Because on one hand, my feeling is whenever Hollywood adapts a property that exists, especially like a video game property, my expectation is going to be in the toilet, right? My expectation is going to be it's going to be so low. So it's like, if Hollywood can produce something that's not dog shit, I'm already like, oh my God.
Yes.
Good job, right? So I'm already like kind of in that realm of like, well, the fact that it's not dog shit is making me like applaud. So I don't want to like be too hard on it, because it is a decent movie. And the fact that it's not terrible, in my opinion, is already like light years beyond most movies that come out. But it just, there was this weird thing that happened that I noticed, which was there's a moment in the movie where Mario and Donkey Kong are swallowed by a fish.
Oh yeah.
Remember this?
Yes, totally.
And they're kind of having an argument inside the fish. So if you haven't seen the movie, Donkey Kong and Mario, it's kind of like Donkey Kong and Mario are supposed to be like, they don't like each other, but then they like each other towards the end of the movie, kind of character dynamic.
Yeah, it's basically Step Brothers.
It's basically every buddy movie that's ever existed, right?
They're enemies until they're not. And then they're
right.
friends. Then they're frenemies.
Yeah. Right. And it's weird because that scene to me was really weird when I watched it, because Donkey Kong, who, by the way, I like everyone in the movie except for what's his name? Seth
Rogen.
Seth Rogen. I don't like him as the voice of Donkey Kong.
That's unfortunate. Yeah.
I like the character and I like what the character was supposed to be. I don't think
his performance was awful.
His performance doesn't match that character.
Yes.
It was a weird choice. Everyone else did good in terms of the voicing, but I didn't like Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong.
Danny
but
McBride would have been like way better.
That would have been an interesting choice.
Because he plays that, super confident person pretty well. Yeah.
Right. But they're inside this fish, and they're kind of having this argument, and Donkey Kong's kind of saying all these kind of like funny lines to insult Mario. And in a normal movie, you'd expect it to be like Donkey Kong saying funny lines to insult Mario, Mario saying funny lines to insult Donkey Kong back, right? But it's all one-sided. It's just Donkey Kong insulting Mario, and Mario just kind of being neutral and being like, "Oh, stop bothering me. Go over there." Like, he's not like fighting back in a funny way.
Yeah.
And I kind of noticed throughout the whole movie, I feel like Mario has a very like non-existent character.
He's a doormat.
He's not really a doormat because he's doing shit. He's like, he's very capable. And he's like, there's a whole sequence where he's running the obstacle course and he doesn't give up. So he's not like a doormat, but he just feels like, the way I would describe it is, how Disney is very protective of Disney characters, Mickey Mouse, Donald, and Goofy. Like, if you're going to use a Disney character, Disney has to A-OK like everything because you're fucking with like their,
sure.
mascot.
All their lore is on the line.
Right. And I wonder, and I don't know if this is true, but I wonder if the same thing happened with Nintendo with Mario, like being strict about what kind of
he couldn't be unlikable.
Yeah, like what kind of personality traits that Mario could have. Like, I don't know, because Donkey Kong, of course, was very different than I've seen any interaction with Donkey Kong. But maybe they don't give a shit about Donkey Kong. But Mario just seemed like they were afraid to give him a personality, like a strong personality.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying. There was they were saying in early drafts of a Toy Story, Woody came off as super unlikable. So sometimes it's difficult to walk that line. But I know exactly what you're saying. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, because I felt like
because he could be insulting him. It could come off as like he's just being a dick if the performance is wrong.
Yeah, but I mean, it's Chris Pratt.
Yeah, Chris Pratt can totally pull that off, though. I was thinking, that's his bread and butter.
That's why I wonder, because that's literally Chris Pratt's, exactly as you said. That's the character he plays in almost every movie.
Yeah,
he's kind of like the likable, smarmy, sarcastic guy.
Right.
And I really wonder if that was originally how the character was supposed to be, because it kind of
back.
And then they dialed it back, and I think they dialed it back too much.
That could be
really have a personality. That'd be my guess. So I kind of didn't like that, and I didn't like. And it's funny because people are gonna be like, "Oh, it's a Mario movie, whatever." Mario doesn't really have a character in video games. Fair enough, but it is a movie, and there does need to be a character.
But this is the opportunity to make Mario the next Iron Man. Why wouldn't you do that?
Right. Exactly. That's a good point. That is a good point. That's the way you should conceptualize it.
Yeah.
But so they kind of give Mario an arc, but I think it's a stupid arc. And the arc is, in the beginning of the movie, his family doesn't respect him, right? His family doesn't respect him, and his family doesn't think he can amount to anything in his life.
Right.
And then at the end, through some something that he does, which is insanely stupid and made no sense.
Totally.
Except to force the ending. He fights Bowser back in the real world, so that everyone, including his family, can witness him defeat Bowser and save the day, right?
It's so idiotic. Yeah.
It's very dumb. I mean, Mario basically 9/11's Brooklyn, and everyone's okay with it. It's like, but
poor Sitch, he can't enjoy an action scene without thinking about, real people are dying. If that would have taken place though in the Mushroom Kingdom, it wouldn't have been as bad, right? They're just mushroom people.
Well, no, because there's a difference between destruction being caused by, like, you don't have control over it,
right?
Versus you basically directly causing
the
destruction.
No, I get it.
To a different area, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't want to get too far in spoilers.
I mean,
but
we
essentially,
kind of already have spoilers.
I know, but I don't want to say like every single thing that happens in the movie. Essentially, to me, I think what would have been better would have been if the arc wasn't about Mario proving himself to his family, which, first of all, I mean, I know it's Mario. Mario doesn't really have an arc, so you can kind of do whatever you want. But I don't know. I just felt like it should have been an internal arc. Like, you could have Mario and Luigi having their failing plumbing business or whatever in the beginning of the movie, But I don't think Mario's arc should be he has to prove himself to his father figure. Like, to me, that's, I don't know.
He looks like he's 40 years old. It's so stupid because it's
yeah,
like,
he's kind of
exactly.
On? That's a good point. He's kind
You're
of
the
old
ultimate
for that.
loser if you're 40 and you're worried about your dad's approval. I mean,
yeah, right. Like, I would have been much better, I think, if his arc was more about, him and his brother just, they're wondering where their life is going, right?
Sure. His own personal goals.
His own personal goal. And also that would make it easier for him to completely detach himself from ever going back to Brooklyn. Because what if he has not, like, they should have, like, in my mind, they should have set up so that there's nothing there for them in Brooklyn. So that when they go to the Mushroom Kingdom, they stay and they're fine never going back to the real world.
Yeah.
Or to Brooklyn or whatever.
That would have been great.
The arc should have been to have his character have some kind of character arc that he's working towards, so that, like, accomplishing the goal of defeating Bowser accomplishes whatever the character arc is for Mario.
Yeah.
That doesn't really exist in the movie.
Nope. Yeah.
He's not really motivated. And even his whole, like, he wants to prove himself to his parents. That's not really the motivation for anything that happens in the movie. It just kind of happens.
Yeah.
Right?
It's totally tacked on. It's like they got to the end of writing the movie and they said, oh, we forgot the character arc. Oh, here, let's just write it in real quick here.
Right.
I'll change a couple lines with the parents here.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, it is. Yeah. like you laid it out perfectly in just that in modern movies, you're like, the bar is so low now that that you didn't want to walk out of the movie theater. It's like, yes, it was a successful movie.
That's it. But that was my feeling when I'm watching this movie. I'm like, well, I don't hate this, so that's a good thing. But that was like my thought process, like 90% of the movie.
But it's not like Fight Club where you're ready to stand up and cheer when you see the buildings collapse. You're not.
Yeah, like, while I'm watching it, I enjoyed the movie. I watched it and I enjoyed it, but it's not going to be something that I ever come back to in my mind space. It's not going to be a pick like. It's not Toy Story. It's not Monsters, Inc. It's nothing I'm going to, as you said, I think you had it perfectly. If I ever seen it on Netflix, I don't think I'd ever watch it again, really.
Right.
Unless I had a kid that wanted to watch it with me or something.
Right.
It's like, Daddy, I want to watch Mario.
No, let's put on Into the Spider-Verse.
Right. Yeah. Just, it needed, on one, I'm conflicted. Because on one hand, I feel like Mario needed more to elevate it to that level of, like, this is a very good movie. But on the other hand, as you said, I'm just so happy it wasn't awful.
Yeah, people seem to like it, and I don't want to disparage that because there's so little entertainment now that people can like. So
in the realm of movies.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, in the realm of movies and not woke movies. So
or like if you just want to see an action movie where Mario does Mario shit, it's really good.
And the nostalgia shit. If you played these games, you're gonna like it so much more, I think. Because
of course, right.
There's a lot of nostalgia in there. So do you want to? First of all, you said your favorite action sequence was the
Mario DK running up the hill to get to the Bowser ship.
I thought the action sequence with the "Take on Me" song was like, just because I really like that song, "Take on Me," when they, one of the Donkey Kong-ish type characters is driving him to see. Oh God. It's so funny. It's so hilarious to me.
It's funny because
I laughed through that whole scene.
That was one of my complaints. Maybe, and this is where I guess the personal choice comes in. One of my complaints was a lot of the modern music.
Right.
I liked the Tank on Me song, but it felt very out of place in the movie.
Right.
In that sequence. And there's a sequence where
but it is action packed. Yeah.
It is, I guess. I don't know if it was supposed to be Funky Kong or someone that looks kind of like Funky Kong, drives. The DK world is basically Mario Kart all the time.
Yeah,
he's like awesome. Driving, Mario and Peach and Toad to see the king, who's Cranky Kong, and it's just like Take on Me is playing, and it's like this crazy driving sequence.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you like car stuff. I don't really like car stuff, so that sequence was kind of like didn't do much for me.
When the little mushroom came out in the giant Mario Kart, that was obviously hilarious.
That was very funny.
Yeah,
that was a funny joke. Yes.
With his sunglasses on, his aviators.
That was something that's weird. So in the movie, through like very ridiculous circumstances, they have to.
But it's hilarious.
No, it's fine. No, that's fine. But I'm saying they have to Mario Kart their way to save everyone. But there's something that kind of there's a very picky quibble. But they walk up to like choose their Mario Karts, and it's literally the fucking Mario Kart selection scene from like Mario Kart 8, where you have the little wheel where you choose the body and the wheel and everything. And I was just like, that's a little too much. It's a little too product integration to me to make it like literally the same like UI as Mario Kart 8. It was a little too much.
I think people would like that though. I think they're
Maybe.
probably, they know their market.
Right. I guess I did like that. Like there was a Kong person with sunglasses with like a cool chair who was making the Mario Karts for them.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, you're right. There's a very funny joke where Toad, they all roll out in their karts, and Toad has like the very, blinged out gigantic ride, like that was a good joke.
So you want to move on to like?
So I guess we should talk about the woke element of
the
it.
woke or not woke.
Yes,
yeah, exactly.
Woke or not woke. Okay, so what were the parts that you thought were woke or not woke?
Okay, there is the rich black couple trope in the very beginning, which I thought was little wokish. There was obviously I cringed so hard when Peach told Mario that she had done this thing perfect on the first time. There's this huge obstacle course, and it takes Mario like 1,000 times to be able to get it right.
Yeah.
And there's a perfect opportunity for, he basically asks her, well, you had to learn it too as well. And there's a perfect opportunity for them to bond and her to say, yeah, of course, everyone has to.
And she does say that, but then he's like, oh, you're just saying it to make me feel better. And she says, yes.
Right. So the implication is that she did it perfect her first time, which I think is one, ridiculous.
Yes.
Two, doesn't give them any kind of opportunity for bonding, which it's like the perfect opportunity to bond. Yeah, of course I didn't get it right the first time. Who could do that?
Right. No,
yeah. And to make her seem human and not a girl boss.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's weird because they kind of walked it back subtly later in the movie, where they show there's like one flash of her growing up, and you see she's been doing obstacle courses like that her entire life.
Mm-hmm.
So presumably by the time she did that one, it's not like it was the first time she'd ever done anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I agree with you. And I thought that was a really weird line, because I actually liked, so the big point about the wokeness is Princess Peach, a girl boss, right?
Right.
And, they show her running through the obstacle course like perfectly, which I'm fine with her doing because, whatever, she's been the princess of this place for a very long time. We presume she's done it a lot. And then when Mario does it, he keeps fucking up. But I was really glad because it's a sequence of him doing it and doing it and doing it until he essentially gets it right.
Yeah, it's a learning the world sequence. Yeah,
it's a shonen anime character growth training sequence,
right?
Which is what a lot of girl boss characters always lack. Which, for some reason, Hollywood can't get through their thick skulls that if you want to have a likable, powerful female protagonist, you have to show them fail and then become stronger, like you do with any normal character in a story.
Yeah, of course.
And it was weird because she has that line. They have that line where she's like, "Oh, I didn't do it perfectly at first," and I'm like, "Oh, it's great," but then they immediately walk it back, and I thought that was such a bizarre inclusion to kind of undercut the moment for a cheap joke that wasn't really funny. And
yeah, it wasn't a funny joke. It wasn't the time for it. It was just completely out of place. That is the biggest, that's the biggest woke thing right there. The
yeah.
Like the other things, I think, it's not bad. Like the black couple's not bad. The obligatory Mario is not allowed to save Peach in the end of the movie is it's not bad. It's just in the context of today, it's almost obvious.
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
I know exactly what you mean, right?
It's just, first of all, movies are entertaining because it's like a constant surprise, set up, payoff. The payoff is supposed to be some sort of surprise. And when it's just culturally insensitive for Mario to save Peach, you're like, okay, well, that can't happen, right?
Yeah, well, yes and no.
Mm-hmm.
Let me be clear before someone clips you out of context. we don't have a problem with black people being rich. Okay. It's just that when you have something like that, it feels like they did it for a virtue signal.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you were referring to.
Well,
before someone dishonestly clips you saying, "Oh my God, you think black people being rich is woke, Adam? You're a racist."
Well, we can talk about whether or not, do you think it was, I mean, look, if they had done, let's say that they did the couple was rich and white, but they were complete assholes. Would that be woke?
It could be.
Yeah, of course it would be woke.
This is the problem with sort of wokeness. You can have things in movies that could or could not be politically motivated, that are perceived as being politically motivated because of the time that we live in.
Of course. Look, that's like the whole point of that is to show you that black people can be rich.
And nice.
Yeah, and nice.
Because you're right. I feel like...
Well, how nice are they when they let their dog fuck with them like that? Like,
well, they don't know that the dog is evil.
Yeah.
And actually, it's interesting because I feel like in most movies, you have Mario and Luigi fix the rich couple's bathroom, and they're like snooty rich assholes.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't do that if they're black, right?
Of course you can't. Yeah, but it would have played as funnier if it was.
It would have played as funnier, yeah. So I actually wonder if that was a woke element of it. But going to Peach for a second. So I know exactly what you mean about like people were complaining Mario doesn't save Peach, and when I first before I saw the movie, I thought, well, I did not expect him to save Peach because it's the year 2023, and I didn't think it was going to bother me that he doesn't. But when I saw the movie, I actually thought it was pretty lame.
Yeah,
the way that it happens, which is not having Bowser kidnap Peach. First of all, let's just talk about Peach as a girl boss. Okay, in the first place, I'm totally fine with Peach not being the old-fashioned Mario 64 standard. I am a fucking useless character who does nothing and gets kidnapped.
Yeah.
I'm totally fine with her not being that character. That character is insipid and awful, and no one gives a shit about that character.
Boring and predictable. Like we've moved past it. Yeah.
Right. So making her a super competent leader that can kick ass, I'm totally fine with that. Right. But what happens is, and yeah, you don't want her to get kidnapped in the beginning of the movie and spend the rest of the movie in a fucking cage like Luigi, essentially. But the part I have a problem with is there's a part in the movie where after she's been established as a kick-ass person, Bowser essentially, approaches the Mushroom Kingdom, and he basically gives Peach an ultimatum that he will either kill Toad and destroy the Mushroom Kingdom, or she will marry him. And so she agrees to marry him. And at that point, I think that's the point that Mario should actually save her.
Yeah, it would be so much better emotionally. The protagonist would be 10 times cooler than he is now.
Yes, but also, like the point of sort of like that choice is she's choosing to sacrifice her own happiness to marry Bowser to save her people, right? That
makes her a better character.
Right. That is the decision that's being made. So it doesn't make sense for her to have a secret plan
to not
herself. Marry him.
Yeah.
Right? That doesn't make any sense because that's the choice she made in the moment. And that's the choice like a good ruler would make in that moment.
Yeah.
And so
it's Game of Thrones shit.
Exactly. So it doesn't really make sense from any character perspective or a story perspective for her to like, oh, I'm going to trick Bowser and not marry him. Because like, well, then he's just going to blow up the Mushroom Kingdom. Right? What is your plan, Peach?
Yeah.
You thought you could just defeat him? I mean, maybe she thought she could just defeat him or something. I'm not sure. And there's like a really weird thing where at their wedding, he has all the people in the cages and he's going to kill them all, drop them all in that lava. Why doesn't she just say, no. As a wedding gift, you're not going to do that.
Yeah, that would be
right.
Much
I'm not going to
better.
marry you if you kill these fucking people. That was the whole point of her marrying him in the first place.
Yeah. She would have been a better character if she made that sacrifice.
Right. And then the whole thing is supposed to be that Mario comes in as the hero and he has the third option. I can stop Bowser and you don't have to marry him, right?
Yeah.
And instead what they do is and this part did really feel very like it's 2023. We can't have a man save a woman.
Yeah.
She is basically given an ice flower by Toad and she basically just, defeats Bowser essentially and basically defeats everyone. and basically mostly rescues herself.
Yeah.
And so that Mario, has to come in and save his brother, but Mario and DK are kind of almost like extraneous to the saving situation in the first place.
Yeah, Luigi does nothing. They turn Luigi into the old-fashioned version of the princess that just gets saved.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I don't really care about. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Not some big Luigi stan, so I don't care. But
yeah, no. It's just like we both know it would be better if he saved Peach.
Yeah. And that she can still fight.
Iron Man saves the girl.
Right. But here's the thing, like it's annoying because I feel like when they write these movies, like the woke mind virus has this very simplistic
Totally
view of it. And I understand why. Because if Mario saves Peach from Bowser in the movie, you're gonna have 1,000 of these piece of shit, writers for all these garbage publications go,
oh my God, it's the year 2023 and we still have a man saving a woman from marriage? Oh, this is Mario, so misogynist, more like super misogynist, brothers, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Even though in proper screenwriting, I would argue, Mario presents third option, saves Princess Peach from Bowser, and then they could all fight Bowser afterwards. She can participate in the fight, but she should just have to be presented with that third option, I think, by Mario.
Yeah.
And it would make him feel like he has a lot more impact on the story.
Yeah, yeah. It sucks. It just sucks. People are totally hemmed in by this ideology from writing a great story.
Yeah.
So many options are taken off the table.
Yes.
So I think the one last thing to talk about is the tweet going around. So Bowser is in love with Peach, and he's practicing his proposal to Peach with one of his helpers. So he has his helper dressed up as Peach to kind of do the proposal thing. They're kind of working out the proposal.
How he's going to propose to her, yeah.
Right. And people online are saying, "Oh my God, this is trans representation. Look, it's a man in drag." And I'm just, how is this trans representation?
Well, so it's worse than that. So the whole narrative, there's a rumor that I've seen people make videos on, and I saw the person who originated it claim this, but obviously this hasn't been confirmed. The claim is that originally Hollywood wanted to make this movie significantly more woke.
Really? Okay.
Yes. In terms of making Mario like completely incompetent and a buffoon, and making Peach like the star of the movie. And Nintendo basically said, "Fuck you, you can't do
Nice.
that." Right. That's the myth. I don't know if that's true, or the rumor. I don't know if that's
Please
true, but that's
tell me
the
it's
claim.
true. Yeah.
Right.
Nintendo's not with our characters.
Right. Could be true. I don't know. I would believe it's believable. It sounds believable. So maybe it's true, maybe it's not true.
The secondary character in all the video games becomes the protagonist.
Right.
What a messed up thing to do.
So you add that to the narrative, and then you also have the part that like, yeah, Peach is a girl boss, but you know what? She's still, it seems like she's still really into Mario throughout the whole movie. She's like, definitely seems like she has the hots for Mario in this movie.
I don't even think that is played effectively, because they kind of leave it unclear whether or not there's, chemistry there or not, which I just think is bad writing.
To my eyes, it seemed very clear that she was totally at the hots for Mario throughout the whole movie. She almost falls in love with him at first sight, it seemed like.
Oh, okay.
Part of it is because he's the first other human she's ever seen, right? Because she came into this place as a baby, so it's like the first ever human. But so she definitely seems, and she's definitely like helping him, and she wants him to succeed. So even though she's a girl boss, she doesn't have like the kind of like anti-male woke attitude about her.
Mm-hmm. She kind of treats him like her employee, though.
I completely disagree with you.
Okay.
That was not my impression. Like when she says to him, "Okay, if you can complete this obstacle course, you can come with me." And she gives him like basically infinite tries to do this fucking thing. It's not like, "Oh, you failed, fuck you," right?
Right.
Like she wants to see him succeed.
Right.
So, anyway,
they could have played it up a lot more, though.
I guess they could have. I guess they could have.
Like she agrees to take a marriage proposal, and there's not even a conversation about, well, I thought maybe you'd think about marrying someone else.
Well, there wasn't really time in the plot for that space.
There's always time for love, Sitch.
Right. Okay. But
love is generally
so what I was gonna say is
there's always time.
All right. So I was gonna say is so combined with the rumor about them wanting to make the movie more woke and Nintendo pushing back, combined with the fact that even though there's some woke elements to it, the movie overall is not. I wouldn't say the movie overall is not woke overall. So there's kind of a narrative that's sprung out of this saying, hey, look, here's a movie that's not woke and it's very successful. You know, it's kind of seen as like a victory for the anti-woke and the culture war. It's kind of the narrative that's kind of bubbled up around this.
Right.
To some extent. And so Matt Binder had this like really bafflingly stupid tweet about this, where he said essentially, you know, people are saying the Mario movie isn't woke, and yet it featured a character in drag. You know, conservatives don't even know what they're complaining about. Right?
But yeah.
Let me actually see if I can.
Well, first of all, conservatives are saying that the movie is not woke, so that doesn't make a lot of sense.
Right. And let me see if I can bring. I don't know. I'll look on Matt Binder's page because I don't know if he's one of those people that tweets like a million times, so if I can find it or not. But
no,
I remember,
it's okay. You don't need it. It's we understand.
Oh, here you go. I got it. It says, conservatives didn't actually watch the Super Mario Brothers movie because otherwise they'd be going bonkers over Bowser's right-hand man, Kamek, dressing in drag. LMAO.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Why would they be going bonkers over that?
And
if I dress up to help Sitch with his marriage proposal for like, how is that, LGBT representation? It's not.
To me, I'm like, I couldn't tell. And first of all, this tweet has like 26,000 likes.
Oh, I know. It's crazy.
I can't tell if this is just a fucking troll or this is fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Is he honestly like not understand anything about drag at all or LGBT culture at all? And everyone who's liking it is just like engaging in this performative stupidity as lemmings, even though they know it's all stupid. Like, it's actually the fucking opposite. When Kamek is dressing up as Princess Peach to help with Bowser's proposal, and it looks like they're going to kiss, all the little kids are laughing. Okay.
Yeah.
The people are laughing, and the little kids are laughing because they go, here's an ugly old Koopa man dressed up as pretty Princess Peach, and he's going to kiss Bowser. That's gross and weird.
Yep, totally.
That's the joke. The joke is it's gross and weird. Okay?
It's the opposite of LGBT representation.
The joke is the person in drag is gross and weird. That's the entire fucking joke of the scene. That's the entire fucking joke of the scene. And for Matt Binder and 26,000 people that are supposedly LGBT allies to think that conservatives have a problem with this is one of the dumbest fucking things I can even comprehend.
It's so true.
I was like, what the? Is he fucking for real? This is so stupid. This is so stupid.
Do they think the opposite of that? Because I'm laughing with those kids because that scene is hilarious.
That scene is hilarious. Yes.
But I wouldn't say I'm laughing because I hate LGBT people, obviously. I'm pro LGBT, so.
Right.
It's just a funny scene. It's funny that Bowser makes the guy dress up like, because I mean you could do it without dressing up.
Yes, but that's
in
the
drag.
Joke.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's the joke. And it's funny because there was someone that replied to this, an account on Twitter called The Left Can't Meme, and they said the joke is that a male character pretended to be a woman by dressing as a princess, and what you automatically thought that was LGBTQ plus representation.
Of course.
What a stupid moron you are. And then Matt responds to that by saying it's becoming increasingly clear that the right has no idea what drag is. Thus, they have no idea what they're even angry about. He's serious. It wasn't a troll. He seriously fucking thought that Kamek dressing up in drag was positive drag representation in the fucking Mario movie.
Well, they often say that drag is not about LGBT representation. They're like, oh, it's just comedy. You guys are getting freaked out about nothing. That's basically what they're constantly saying.
Guess. Well, no, this is what he would say. This is what he'd probably say if we asked him about this. He'd say, well, no. You know, when people dress up as drag, it's supposed to be, you know, funny, right? They're over exaggerating, you know, drag queens, you know, generally they over exaggerate all these, you know, female attributes or outfits or whatever for a comedic effect. I'm like, yes, sort of. But if you're watching, you know, RuPaul's Drag Race, right? There's two things going on. First of all, there is some element of comedy to it, but you're supposed to be laughing with them. And they do think they look good.
Yeah. This is the opposite of that.
Right. No one, I'm assuming, I could be wrong, but I'm assuming fans of RuPaul's Drag Race do not watch RuPaul's Drag Race and go, ha, 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 look at these ugly men in dresses. I don't think that's where people find enjoyment from RuPaul's Drag Race. Okay.
No, of course not.
And when you have people at pride parades dressed up in drag, I don't think the joke is, ha, 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 look at all these ugly gay men in dresses. I don't think that's why they're dressed that way in pride parades. I'm just guessing, right? This is what was insane to me when we were listening on Sunday to Matt Binder and the people, the leftist mafia, talk about, you know, these leftist things. I feel like they have no fucking clue any of the arguments that they're even making or exist in.
They don't.
Like they just have like a general leftist vibe, and they have no fucking clue about any underlying principles that they're arguing for.
No, it's just pattern recognition. They're like, guy in a dress. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't understand that there's obviously a million different contexts for that, right?
Yes.
They don't understand the difference between, you know, Tootsie and God, I'm spacing on the movie now. The movie with the transgender person. They don't know the difference.
Right.
Yeah. Well, Boys Don't Cry. That's it. They don't know the difference between Tootsie and Boys Don't Cry. They can't tell. They can't tell the difference between those two characters.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So, any closing thoughts before we move on? We can send Ladondof the link and.
Yeah, I was just looking for him on Twitter. So see if I could send him the link.
Well, no. Give us some closing thoughts. Let's put a nice bow on
other
this.
thing I guess I'd say is I wish Bowser's character was fleshed out more. There's one little thing I really liked where, you know, after he has the meme song that everyone's memeing on, the Peaches song. But the thing I liked more than that was when Kamek comes in to tell him the news, he's like, come sit play piano with me while you tell me whatever's happening. Like, I don't know. I just kind of, like, on one hand, I know people were complaining about it. They're like, why is Bowser singing? Why is he playing piano? This is so different for his character. I don't know. I kind of like, it's like a unique, weird quality to give this villainous character that he's never really had before. At least from the games that I played. You know, like, oh, Bowser enjoys fucking playing the piano. And like all of his servants just have to kind of like put up with this and deal with it. Like, I just kind of like weird little touches to characters like that.
Yeah, I wish they would have done more with Mario in that sense, because Mario's like, he's the guy that they want to launch a franchise with, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if Mario played the saxophone or some interesting...
I mean, maybe not something to that effect.
Well, I'm just throwing it out there. Maybe, you know,
right.
Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, no, Bowser was a great character. Yeah. You just want your flagship character to be that great character. So,
well, I think where the road is really going to meet the rubber here. The rubber's going to meet the road here. Is I think you can get away with the first Mario movie kind of being shallow series of action sequences. I don't know if the second one can get away with that. I think the second one is going to have to actually be like a more deeper involved story.
Right. Yeah. They just got so much baggage with this movie because of all the real world stuff with the family. So you've kind of locked yourself in to going down this path where always like the deepest relationships are going to be familial relationships with people. You know, I guess if they dive deeper into the Mario Luigi relationship, that could be good. So maybe it's not too bad.
Yes. I mean, Yeah, I did the second post-credit sequence. I don't know if you saw it.
There's another one. What do you, I
There
saw
was
one of them.
there's two post-credit sequences.
I saw the one where Bowser's playing the
Bowser's
piano.
playing piano, yeah.
Right.
There's a second one where, like at the very end of the credits, in the pipes that go to the real world, there's a Yoshi egg, which unfortunately would make it seem like there's going to be more real world stuff.
Oh no.
With Mario too. So I don't know, but we'll see. They can always change it, right? They can always pull back.
Sure,
and,
totally.
Realize the weaker parts of the movie.
All right, cool. It was a great discussion.
Yeah. I sent CT to send Landorf the link.
Okay, cool.
So, I don't know if you have a waiting room up.
I saw Ethan Van Skyver in the chat too. What's up, Ethan?
Oh, what's up?
Thanks for stopping by.
So there you go. That's my thoughts.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
What are your thoughts? Am I going to be canceled because I think rich black people are like a
You liked it when Mario said the N-word with a hard R?
I don't think that happened in the movie. I don't remember that part.
Oh, okay. Maybe not.
Yeah, great to be here. So, my take is the Mario movie is to Mario what The Force Awakens was to Star Wars.
Interesting.
The Force Awakens. Okay.
Yeah, that's like the sequel trilogy, the first one.
Yeah.
Because like the last movie or movies tried to do something different, and it sucked, and people didn't like them, especially back then. And the fans are just like craving something familiar, and then eventually they get like the studio gives them this like safe corporate, like meaningless movie that's just designed around cramming as much nostalgia bait references as possible at the expense of story or logic. And people like it anyway. And I think, people, it's the same thing that happened with The Force Awakens, because everybody liked that movie when it came out. And then it was only when the sequels to it came out, and those were like even worse, and people started to look back and be like, wait, like the groundwork for all of this falling apart was really in the first movie. And like, once you've seen The Force Awakens the first time, you're like, oh my God, the Millennium Falcon's in it. Oh my God, Han Solo. And then like, once that surprise is gone, you're just left with basically nothing. And that's the same thing with this movie, is that, you can love, they had this song from Super Mario Galaxy in the credits, or they walked past Bob-on Battlefield in like one shot in the scene, and everybody's like pointing at the, screen and stuff.
Right.
But like at the end of the day, it's just like a lousy script. And because I mean, I really wanted to like a Mario movie, and I've been like, that's kind of like a dream of mine. Like since I was a kid, I was like imagining, what if they remade it? Because the first one was so weird.
Yes.
But the movie, and people say, it's more accurate, but they have a bunch of Mario iconography in it, but they don't like integrate it into a plot properly. It's all just a bunch of random stuff that they kind of like throw together in a pot, and like very like, it's almost like they picked which things they wanted to have in it first, and then loosely strung a plot together around it.
That's exactly what happened. That is literally exactly what happened.
Like they know that they want to have Donkey Kong in it because people remember Donkey Kong. But instead of saying like, okay, why would Princess Peach want to talk to these apes that live on a remote island and they just like hang around and like protect their banana horde? Instead of like trying to integrate that, they're like, okay, well now the Kongs are like a Mayan empire for some reason, and they have a giant army, and like Peach wants to get their army, but like that's not anything. That's not in it. That's not in the games.
Right.
And like Cranky Kong, they turned him into an emperor, and he's just supposed to be a grandpa, and like that's obviously like, they even kept the glasses because that's like the identifying thing of this character. Right. But they're kind of like warping all the elements to make it fit into the movie. and then like they want to have Mario Kart because people remember Mario Kart, and they're like, okay, well now the Kongs have a go-kart factory for some reason, so that you can have the Mario Kart scene. And it, like, you know, people are like, oh, it's a Mario movie. Do you expect it to make sense? I mean, you know, the Mario games at least like it sort of has a coherent aesthetic to it. Like in the Donkey Kong games, they live on an island, so they ride animals.
Right.
And like in the Mario Kart series, the implication is that it's just kind of like a thing that they're doing for fun outside of all the big adventures. And I think if they wanted to do a Mario Kart thing in this franchise, because it seems like they're setting up a franchise, you could have had the Mario movie, and then you could have done the Mario Kart spin-off in the same way that the Mario Kart games are a spin-off. And you could have made it like a racing movie and dedicated everything to that.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like they want to have Rainbow Road in it because that's like the famous Mario Kart track. But instead of explaining, okay, well, why do they go to space? They're just like, oh no, it's on like the ground now. It's like right above the water.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you could have adapted all of the elements of the movie, of the game world, in a way that was true. Like you could have, you know, the best of both worlds. You could have made it true to the games and made like a good, you know, like a good script out of it. And they kind of they didn't wind up doing either. And I think they put in the minimum amount of effort to make it like similar enough that people would like it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so
I think kind of what you're kind of alluding to here is you know, a lot of movies, it's all about our emotional connection with what's happening on screen. And if you have like the specific thing of like having them go on Rainbow Road is fine, but when you have it the way where it's not, they just kind of do it. You're saying it kind of feels forced. Like you can see, as you were saying, when you're watching the movie, it felt like this movie was a series of action set pieces. They're like, we need this Mario action set piece. We need this Mario action set piece. And then there's kind of like this loose shoestring plot that's kind of tying all these things together. And so that when you're watching the movie, it takes you out of the experience emotionally because you just feel like they're just shoving this in here very haphazardly without like, you know, a lot of screenwriting is supposed to be like, you know, very intelligently like sneaking shit into a story so that it all seems seamless. And this feels like very like they just took a hodgepodge of things and kind of like taped them together.
Yeah. And about the plot, and this ties into the Princess Peach thing. So first of all, like, I don't think that the movie's woke. I think it's more that it's politically correct. And what the difference is, like, woke would imply that they're going out of their way to insert a political message into the movie. And I think it's more that they're afraid, like, political correctness is, like, I guess self-censorship because you don't want to, like, upset, like, prevailing political sensibilities. And there could be, like, conservative political correctness. And that's, like, what you had in the 90s, you could say. And it's politically correct because I think they made Peach a girl boss essentially, like you said, because they don't want like a million articles coming out saying like, oh, this is so problematic. And it is possible that they might have gone further with it, and then Nintendo like pushed back on it, even like, but they went further with it, still not for like ideological reasons, but because they were afraid or whatever. But the biggest problem with it is that making it so that Peach isn't the one being kidnapped and it's Luigi totally screws up the entire plot of the movie in terms of like a story. Because like in the first act when they're in Brooklyn, it kind of seems like they're setting the movie up to be about Mario and Luigi. And you would expect that because the movie is called Super Mario Bros, right? But and but it's very thin, obviously. But like it, it's them, and they have their plumbing business. And then when Luigi gets kidnapped, like if a movie is about a relationship with two people, basically the setup is that those people have some sort of issue, and they go on an adventure where they have to work together, and their relationship develops, and then by the end of the movie, they are able to cooperate to achieve their goal. And in this movie, it like pretends to do that, but because Luigi is gone for the entire like main part of the movie, it's completely hollow. Where Luigi's like, remember Mario, we're unstoppable so long as we're together, and then he gets separated, and it's like played up as a joke. And they're not interacting for the whole movie, and then they just kind of come back together right at the end, and that he brings back that line to make it seem like, oh, they tied it like together, the story, but not really, because there was we didn't see their relationship develop throughout the whole movie. Mm-hmm. And the other issue with Princess Peach is that, like you said, like Bowser's entire motivation is to marry her. And by like switching her role out with Luigi, you get like, you could milk so much like drama and like comedic scenes out of like Peach is like stuck with Bowser. Maybe she's like trying to escape the whole time. She's like resisting anything that he wants to do. And because there's a dynamic there. And if you have Luigi with Bowser, Bowser doesn't even know who Luigi is. And he doesn't want anything to do with Luigi. And he only kind of uses him because he's like, oh, I heard that the princess is with somebody who looks like you, so maybe you know something. And it doesn't really amount to anything.
Yeah, that's actually, that's an interesting point. You could have had a lot more interesting Bowser scenes if Bowser had kidnapped Peach, and that was like a big chunk of the movie. Because you can keep cutting back to their dynamic. And, having... And I think, you kind of made me think of, part of what the movie really lacks is, if it was like, you could do it with Peach, but you could also do it with Mario and Luigi. Like, you could have Mario and Luigi at the beginning of the movie is they do have some kind of personal conflict with each other.
Beef.
Yeah.
Right. And that throughout the course of the movie, that conflict is resolved and they become, a close-knit family or whatever. Now, you could do the same thing, with Peach, where Peach and Mario have some kind of personal conflict. And at the end of it, they learn to like each other or whatever. And I think the fact that like they kind of do that like with a little bit with DK, but it feels so shallow that it doesn't really satisfy, I think, that element of the movie.
And they've just met, so it's like,
who cares if they like each other?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's weird. It's weird that they focus more on Mario and Donkey Kong and like in the meat of the movie than Mario and Luigi, because like I don't think Donkey Kong should even be in the movie. And
the title, let's not go crazy now.
You can put him in the sequel.
They wanted to. They wanted to shove as much as they could in this movie.
Yeah,
right?
totally.
They didn't know what was. You don't even know if they're gonna
nostalgia
make a
berries.
Right. Yeah.
But so since Peach isn't kidnapped, and they also made her 10 times, better at everything than Mario is. Like Mario becomes a non-essential character in his own story. And it's really like Peach doesn't need Mario. She just lets him tag along on her adventure out of courtesy.
Yeah, he was totally upstage.
Yeah.
He does save the day at the end. So he's not like a total wash, but I understand what you're saying. He's not really, he's not the force that's driving the plot of the movie.
Yeah. I'll get into like the ending later, but and the problem isn't that Mario himself is incapable, because that's like what every protagonist should be at least at the beginning of the story. But the problem is that the protagonist should be both incapable and like the only person who it's possible for them to save the world. Like it has to be their burden to carry, because that's how you create drama. And if you have Peach like right there who can do everything that Mario can,
it eliminates the threat, because you're like, well, who cares if Mario loses? Peach is there; she can pick up the slack. Yeah,
right. And they're trying to play Peach as the mentor character. But the thing about like mentor characters is that there has to be some sort of concrete reason why they can't do everything themselves. so
That's a
that it's
great
still
point.
up to the
Yes.
protagonist.
Right.
Like in
right. And that's
Star,
usually why they have the mentor characters
Yeah.
like old. Like they can teach
Exactly.
you, but you know, they
yeah,
can't do
like
it.
in in Star Wars, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who's like the greatest Jedi ever, still he says, "I need your help, Luke. She needs
Right.
your help. I'm getting too old for this sort of thing."
Right. Yeah, same thing with Yoda.
Right. And yeah. And so about Mario and Luigi, and like Mario, they they kind of pretend that he has a character arc, but he really doesn't have a character arc because he doesn't. There's nothing that he has. Like, yeah, at the beginning of the movie, his parents don't really respect him, and that at the end they do. But that's not really a problem with him. That's a problem with them. And like Mario at the beginning, uh, uh like never gives up, and at the end he never gives up. And
Yeah. Right.
at the beginning he understands that he and Luigi are like a team together, and at the end of the movie he understands that he and Luigi are a team together.
Right.
And that I want to talk about the dog scene, because that scene is like a total fuck up of like screenwriting. Because so that's like a typical like scene in any like first act of a movie, is that the character tries to do something that's like the thing that they like to do, and they screw it up, and everybody says you suck. But the problem is that like the purpose of that scene in a movie is to establish the character's flaw, that over the course of the movie they correct, and they're able to accomplish what they want to accomplish by the end. So like, for example, in Disney's Hercules. Adam, have you seen Disney's Hercules?
No, I haven't.
It's the only
it's a
Disney. Well,
musical.
it has like very little music in it.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, it has the muses, but I feel like they're kind of like separated from the plot.
I can take like one or two songs.
So in Disney's Hercules, there's a scene at the beginning where it's Hercules as a kid, and he tries to play frisbee with the other kids, but because he has super strength, he like bumps into a column and he like tears down an entire building by accident, and he puts everybody in danger. And what that scene sets up is that Hercules has good intentions, but he can't control his strength. And throughout the movie, like the whole movie is about him training with Danny DeVito to harness his strength and go from being a danger to people to being a hero, right?
Yeah.
A zero to a hero?
That's a great character arc.
Exactly. And in the Mario movie, like it's their first plumbing job, and it's Mario and Luigi. And what they should have done is that Mario and Luigi screw up the job. But what really happens is that they do it perfectly, and then the dog like comes in and attacks them, and
it's
it
not
kinda,
their fault. Yes, right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that totally removes the like that like what
the element of growth that could be achieved. Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The blame on the characters. It should have been Mario and Luigi, because Mario and Luigi have different personalities. Mario's like super optimistic, and I think they even get their personalities more or less correct in the movie, in the sense that Mario's super optimistic and kind of reckless, and Luigi's a coward.
Right.
And they kind of could have played that in order to create conflict between them, and say like, because they're different from each other, they're not really good at plumbing, like being plumbers together.
Right.
And then so they screw up the job themselves, and then they go to the Mushroom Kingdom, and Peach gets kidnapped, because that's what should happen. And then it's up to Mario and Luigi, who don't know how to work together, to somehow figure out how to rescue her.
Right.
And then by the end of the movie, and like there's pipes in the Mushroom Kingdom, like there could be like they have to do some kind of plumbing to get somewhere. And then by the end of the movie, you can do a sort of like parallel scene where like after they save everybody and they go back to Brooklyn, they have another like plumbing job, and then that time they nail it.
Right.
And
no,
then
I mean,
it
I don't
shows
even
like
think you need them to go back, you know.
Yeah. But it shows like what's changed from the beginning to the end. And
they defeated Bowser so that they can fix a pipe.
Yeah. Right.
I would start off with Mario in like a pickup artist class, and he's like not very good.
I don't know about that.
He's like not very good at it. He's totally failing. But by the end of the movie, he picks up Peach, and they like end up in bed. What do you think?
Well,
There you
yeah,
go.
I thought it was weird that they didn't resolve the
The
Mario and
the
Peach
romance,
thing.
the love story was never resolved, Sitch.
I agree. No, it
Right.
wasn't resolved. I agree.
Yeah.
But she should have
Yeah.
given him a big old kiss at the end of that movie.
Yeah, where's
Yeah.
the kiss? Where's
Yeah.
the kiss?
And about the ending, because the ending is they do like a really weak job like setting up the Power Star because they use it in the teaser, like in the teaser scene in the beginning of the movie. They don't really explain what it is, and that brings me to another thing, which is Bowser like is an impotent villain, and a lot of it is because he doesn't kidnap Peach in the beginning, but it's like he grabs the Power Star and he's like, now I'm unstoppable, and he's just kind of like sitting around for a lot of the movie, and it's not until like the Mario Kart scene that they kind of like that the carts get spotted by Bowser, and then he tries to like start doing like sending his troops to come after them. And I think they should have been, there like throughout the whole movie. They have that whole montage scene where they're like walking through the Mushroom Kingdom, and it's just them walking, and they don't have like Koopa Troopas try to stop them or something.
Well, I mean, I didn't view Bowser as incompetent. I agree that they.
Well,
didn't really
I didn't
set
say
up...
incompetent. I said impotent.
I'm sorry,
meaning
impotent. Yeah, you're right.
He's not really trying to do anything to stop the characters from achieving their goal.
Well, it's
for
more
a lot
like
of it.
he's like Bowser exists as the ticking clock element. You have to do XYZ before Bowser shows up, essentially. I agree they didn't set up the star, because again, I thought it was like, a Mario 64, you got the star. Like I thought it was like, I didn't think it was just like literally.
Yeah, they played it both
star.
ways.
Yeah, I didn't think it was like literally just, oh, this is a star that gives you invincibility for like 20 seconds. Because I'm like, really? I mean, why would Bowser? I mean, Bowser's plan to destroy the Mushroom Kingdom was he just had a giant bullet bill. He was just going to shoot at it. What does the star accomplish? He doesn't need the star. So that part didn't really make sense to me. But I mean, I was okay with him just being this kind of like looming force that's slowly approaching, that they all have to kind of work around,
Yeah. So the reason why the star fucks up the ending is that, of course, finally in the ending, they reveal that the Power Star makes you invincible when Mario and Luigi get it. And then Mario and Luigi use it to defeat Bowser. But the problem with that is that, like, anybody could have gotten the star
and defeated
and
Bowser.
then, like, Toad could have done that, right?
Right.
And in order, like, in a movie, like, the success of the heroes has to be dependent on what they've like learn throughout the course of the movie. Like the reason why Luke blows up the Death Star is because he remembers to use the Force, and that's why he's the only one who could have like gotten the torpedo into the shaft, and it couldn't have been like Red 4 or like one of the other pilots, right?
Yeah.
And the what this is what they should have done. They should have made it like Mario and Luigi, they go to the Mushroom Kingdom, and they think like they get like power-ups, and they're like, wow, we can like fight people now. And then when they're about to fight Bowser, they lose the power-ups. And they're like, oh no, how are we going to defeat Bowser if we don't have the power-ups? And then that's when you bring in the like, we're unstoppable so long as we're together.
Teamwork
and like
is
just
the ultimate power-up.
Well, yeah, but like just through their own like cooperation, they're able to do it, even though they don't have like these superficial like extra abilities. And having them defeat Bowser just because they got the star makes it a really superficial ending.
Look, Mario is in a pickup artist class, and Luigi is dealing meth on the side. Okay, he's got his backup business in Brooklyn. In the end of the movie, he reaches into his stash. Luigi
Don't you mean
says,
mushrooms, Adam?
Yeah, he's dealing mushrooms.
I mean, I feel like they'd fight better on meth. I just like something tells me. Something tells me if they're on mushrooms, they're going to lose the fight. Okay.
Well, no, but I think your point is completely correct. Anyone could have picked up that star. Anyone could have defeated Bowser. There wasn't the heroes were not.
Yeah, that's a good
unique
point. That's a great
to
point.
defeating Bowser in this situation, and it would have been like, obviously if it was built into the story, that, you know, was about teamwork, obviously that should have been some element to, you know, overcome the villain at the end. And
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know who's to blame for this. I don't know if it's, you know, whoever wrote the script. I mean, part of the rumor about like Nintendo pushing back on wokeness was also that Nintendo wanted there to be as little story as possible in the movie. So it's very possible that Nintendo was like, no, we just want this, you know, we don't want all this stuff. We just want a series of action sequences that are kind of loosely tied together, and
They're
that's
trying
all
to
they
keep the
wanted.
politics out of it. They're like, the less story, the less politics.
Maybe, I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
I think that you could have had like a very, I guess, like lean plot and still made it work. Like Puss in Boots is, and Puss in Boots is a good comparison point for this movie because it's also a fantasy movie. It's also like for kids, and it's also like part of an established franchise. And that's what's annoying is that people are saying like, oh, like critics didn't like Mario because it was woke or because it wasn't. But like, well, it just wasn't like that good of a movie. And yet Puss in Boots, which was Puss in Boots, both audiences and critics liked that movie, and that one didn't have like any politics in it either.
Right.
And the other thing is that people are saying like, oh, why are you like, to the people who don't like the movie, they're like, what do you expect? It's a kids movie, but that's a really good movie, Puss in Boots. And it's weird how people are kind of like either forgetting or lowering their standards because they have more of an attachment to Mario. But like that movie shows that you can, even if it's a kids movie, you can do a lot with that. And again, that movie didn't have that much going on for it in terms of plot. It's just that the whole movie is basically that they're wandering through this enchanted like forest or whatever to get to the star at the end. So it's like simple, but you can still, yeah, it's kind of, that's ironic, but you can still,
Well, I was to say like, no, I mean, comparing to Puss in Boots is a good example. And actually, it's funny when you first came on and you compare it to Star Wars. That was my literal thought as I exited the theater was, oh, this reminds me a lot of sort of The Force Awakens. Not so much, and let me be clear, this is better than The Force Awakens. Okay, you know, but it reminds me of it in terms of that the Star Wars prequels were so reviled. I know now there's like this weird, people want to pretend that it's good again, but at the time that the Star Wars prequels came out, okay, they were so reviled. Yes, they were hated. Though people kind of liked the last one, but the first two were not well received. So that when Force Awakens came out, people were just like, oh, they perceived it as like it was a movie. The prequels didn't even seem like movies. So they're like, oh, it's a movie. It's Star Wars. It's amazing. Oh my God, I'm so happy. And I feel like,
wow, they talk like people again.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at X-Wing.
Exactly. Right. That's it. They talk like people again. And I feel like that's exactly what happened with this, where you have sort of in the back of everyone's mind, you're like, oh, that fucking original Mario movie, which is like insane. Plus you have Hollywood just making shit movies constantly. So anything that's like remotely competent, that's not that, is like, oh my God, this is so good. And I think that's helping Mario a lot in this situation.
Yeah, but it's not gonna, just like The Force Awakens, it's not gonna age well. And I think, especially if making sequels, because Illumination is gonna get the wrong lesson from this, which is that, oh, we don't really have to like, we have to like put a bunch of nostalgia stuff in the movie, and then everybody's gonna like the movie, and that's gonna work less and less with each movie that they make. If they make Luigi's Mansion or a Donkey Kong spinoff or whatever, that magic is gonna wear off just like it did in the sequel trilogy, unless they actually try to write a really good movie, which they have no incentive to do. And I mean, it's been Illumination's business model this whole time to make movies that are like decent enough that they're going to make a bunch of money and kids are going to like them, without putting at least the least amount of effort into having like a really good script or even the animation. And because like their best movie was Despicable Me, and since then they're just like, yeah, let's do a Minions movie. People are gonna pay to see a Minions movie because there's a bunch of, I don't know, moms like it. So
make that money.
And there's no reason for them to put any more effort into these Nintendo movies aside from putting an effort into like putting stuff in it that people remember.
Well, it's kind of weird because I'm looking at the IMDb right now. The movie has 3 directors. Who
it's made by the people who did Teen Titans Go.
Yeah, that was his big. One of the director's big things is Teen Titan Go. I don't understand what's happening in Hollywood. It's super weird. You think they're like, okay, we have a Super Mario Brothers movie. You think Nintendo is like very protective of this franchise. You think they'd be like, we need to get some fucking top ass talent.
We need to get Christopher Nolan.
Well, there you go. Let's get Zack Snyder, dude. No, but like, if I was at Nintendo, I'd be like, okay, we want a Mario Brother movie. Let's get Chris. What's the name? The Lego guy, the Lego movie guys.
Chris Pratt. Chris Miller.
Chris Miller and Phil Lord.
Phil Lord and Chris Miller.
Phil Lord and Chris Miller, yes, who did Lego Movie, who did Into Spider-Verse. I'm like, those are the people who you want to do, the Mario movie. And now they did get the guy who wrote Lego, the second Lego movie, which was, was okay. It wasn't anywhere near as good as the first one. So that was probably the thought process. But it's weird to me that like I see so many of these massive franchises and they just get these people that have like no track record of like doing, really good projects in the past. And I don't know, it's very strange.
Well, they do that so they can control them. They have the idea.
Well, I think you're right. Yes, they do it
exactly
so they can
what they want to do. They're just basically going to be their hands.
Yes. And Paul Fritz for $10 says, what you guys don't realize is that the writers had Shigeru Miyamoto breathing down their necks. I'm sure it's hard for them to tell a better story. That guy is weirdly fussy. And yeah, no, that's what I said. Maybe that was going on. That could very well be the situation. He might have just been like, I don't want any of this Hollywood plot shit, just Mario action sequences. That could very well have been the situation.
That's the thing is that, I think that I think that they really underutilized the movie's potential in terms of action sequences. Because I think the big set piece is the Mario Kart scene, which again is a weird one to have because it's not even part of like the main storyline. And I guess there's the obstacle course. And there's like some jumping around in the climax. But I feel like you could have everybody like has memories of like, oh fuck, I hate this level with the Hammer Bros. And you could have had like a scene consistently throughout the movie like dedicated to each enemy. And they have all these enemies, but they just put them in the background of Bowser's castle when he's like talking to them and stuff. And they don't really utilize any of that sort of potential for like, Mario fighting enemies. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to like toot my own horn a bit, but so like just as an experiment, I wrote like a treatment of how I would have written the movie. Mm-hmm. And some like some of the things that I addressed here, I tried to correct in my draft of the movie. I don't want to talk about it that much.
That's fine.
Yeah, but like you could have had. There's so much like Bowser. You could have had like a tank sequence, like in Super Mario Bros. 3, where they have like Bowser's whole armada, and he has all the tanks and stuff. Do you remember that, Sitch?
Sure.
Yeah, it's weird that, and they even play the airship theme, but they in the beginning of the movie, but they made it like they removed Bowser's airship and all his tanks and stuff from the movie, and instead he just has a floating castle, which I thought was really weird. And I thought it would be a no-brainer that he has like a fleet, like an army of troops that he kind of deploys throughout the Mushroom Kingdom, and like attacks them throughout the movie on their journey to Bowser's castle. And then in the climax, you have a sort of like Star Wars type sequence, like, they're on the Death Star and they're running through the halls, right, and they're fighting all these stormtroopers. It'd be like that, but you just change the stormtroopers to Hammer Bros or like whatever other obstacles there are. Like, it's a very straightforward. That's the thing, is that like the games are very, even though they're very thin on story, I feel like they come off as very straightforward movie type stories, in terms of you have that climax in Bowser's castle, and like in the beginning of the movie everything looks really, or in the beginning of the game everything looks really nice, and then by the last world everything looks like hell, and everybody's trying to kill Mario, and it's like you can barely beat the game. And it's weird how in this movie it almost reverses, because at the climax, instead of it Mario and Luigi trying to get to Bowser's castle, it's Bowser trying to get to the Mushroom Kingdom, which is weird that it takes him that long to get there. But anyway, like I don't think it's very cinematic for them to be having the climactic sequence in like the really like sunny, like very colorful like hills right outside Peach's castle. And then they take that to Brooklyn and it gets even weirder.
Mm-hmm.
And that part's so weird, because like Mario's mom is just immediately like, Mario, you were so awesome out there, and not, what the fuck is happening? Turtles, monsters are real? I have to rethink my, yeah.
I thought like, yeah, because when they go into the real world and there's like Donkey Kong is there, and I'm like, why is everyone not like, what the fuck is this? Everyone's just like fine with it. Everyone's totally fine with giant monsters and giant gorillas run, like, talking and walking around. I'm like, this is very strange to me.
Yeah.
I got to get my brother back. What? I'm in this crazy world.
Yeah.
And
that's why I think,
I think what you were saying, that this could have been an interesting movie, is kind of like, if you want to model it more after the game, it's like, yeah, it's like Mario and Luigi are in this world, and they kind of have to keep increasing the difficulty of getting through these fucking, Koopa Troopers and all this shit. That would kind of be kind of an interesting experience to kind of model it after the game progression. And I think that could have made a very interesting story.
Yeah.
So
it like they went very, they like beelined off into like a different direction from what would have been, I guess, been a pretty basic story to flesh out, because the plot of Mario is kind of like the plot of Star Wars, basically, in the sense that they have to go to the place to rescue the princess from somebody,
right,
and maybe blow something up, right.
This felt very much like this felt like a 90s adaptation with a modern filter on it.
Yeah,
that's how I kind of interpret it, which is like, in the 90s, it's like there was some kind of formula for like, if we're adapting something, we can't adapt it like, it has to be like according to some kind of film formula. We're going to add a bunch of like weird film elements into it, like Mario's parents, which you're like, why is this, in the Mario?
Yeah, I don't think they should have been in there.
Yeah, and so that's kind of how it felt to me. But
well, to me, it's kind of the opposite, in the sense that I think Mario has kind of a film formula, and they took these characters, which are very archetypal characters, and kind of like switched them around, largely because of the whole thing with Peach, in a way that kind of like it's a weird use for them, because Peach, like, even in her design, it's just designed to be the love interest slash damsel in distress that they have to rescue. And I feel like if somebody was watching this movie and they didn't know what Mario was, other than it was adapted from a game, you might almost be able to tell that Peach isn't supposed to like be going on the adventure with Mario, and that she is supposed to be the person who's being rescued, just because it makes so much more sense for that to be her role in the story. And
you're a sexist.
It makes so much more sense for Luigi to be like Mario's sidekick throughout the movie. Yeah, and
well, anyway,
and they're like shifting stuff around, like, and like throwing in Donkey Kong in there out of nowhere, and the Mario Kart stuff out of nowhere. And yeah, that's why the thing with like Mario's parents, which I think so, the reason why Mario's parents are there is because they need to have some kind of metric of like people who don't like them or don't respect them.
Yeah, they had to implement this like fake arc because they didn't really have a real arc in the story.
Yeah, But like, you have to personify that idea that they're losers by having somebody tell them that. Like somebody that they have to prove themselves to.
Right, but that doesn't have to be the arc at all.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
why
I
is that the
think
character arc?
I think they could have. They had. Sitch, do you know who Foreman Spike is?
No.
He shows up in the movie, but he's this really obscure character from Wrecking Crew, which is a game that came out right before the original Super Mario Bros. Came out. Because all the early Mario games.
Oh, he was the Spike guy?
Yeah.
I just thought this was some random guy they made up for the movie.
Yeah.
I had no clue who that was.
Yeah. In all the early Mario games, and the reason why it's in Brooklyn is because in all the early Mario games, Mario and Luigi are supposed to be like blue-collar workers in New York City. And they work various blue-collar jobs, like in Donkey Kong, he's a construction worker. In Mario Bros. For the arcade, they're plumbers. And like in the actual sewers. And there's a game called Wrecking Crew where they're part of a demolition site, and he's their boss. And they put him into the movie, and they don't really like. I was surprised that they didn't have him in it that much, and they didn't really explain what his relationship to them was. But I guess what they're supposed,
you know,
he just looks like a guy who knows them for some reason.
Asshole. You know, he didn't need to be fleshed out or anything. Well,
So
I mean, I guess it was the same plot because he was their old boss. They quit. They used to work for him and they went off on their own. So,
but I don't think in the movie they ever said explicitly that he's their boss.
Well, no, they say explicitly that they used to work for him and that they quit to go off on their own. They do say that it's, or they either say explicitly or they heavily imply it. That's because that was my impression of the character.
But yeah, if you have that character in it, you don't even really need the parents. They could have made it. They could have made him. They should have made him. And the Little Platoon did a video on this movie, and he mentioned this point as well. That they could have made him the cinematic, like metaphorical parallel to Bowser, because he's kind of like he vaguely looks like him, and it could be that. Like he's their boss at the beginning of the movie, and then they get fired from him. And that would be like a pretty convenient way to get in that like concept of their failures and other people don't like them.
Right.
And then at the end of the movie, they show him up if they go back to the real world.
Or just, well, and it could be, you know, it could be a subtle reference to, you know, in the video game, we always call the end guy the boss. So their literal boss is like the shadow image.
Exactly.
Right. So that have a whole interesting context. Iceful Skies for $2 says, this guy ever hear of Super Mario RPG? Yeah. Or have you guys? Yeah. I love Super Mario RPG. That would be, to me, that'd be like a great storyline for or at least the basis, obviously. You have to flesh it out and give more to it. But that, to me, that'd be a good base for like a second Mario movie. Would be to kind of do Super Mario RPG once you establish the world.
Yeah, I haven't played the RPG games. I like the NES games a lot.
Oh wow! You should play the Super Nintendo, the original Super Mario RPG is great.
Yeah,
it's one of my favorite Mario games. I love.
Speaking of the NES games, by the way, because a lot of people have talking about Princess Peach. They raise the argument of, oh, well, like in Super Mario Bros. 2, you can play as Peach and like she does stuff. And that argument doesn't work because like in Mario 2, Bowser isn't the antagonist and he's not trying to kidnap her. Just natural that Sheik is one of the protagonists and is free to do.
Right.
Yep.
Well, I mean, also, you know, Mario 2, it's all a dream anyway, so.
Yeah.
Is anything in Mario 2 really canon? Who knows? I mean, I don't know. To me, the whole, you know, I think you have to make a story argument. You know, like someone was saying, like, oh, Princess Peach is like a playable character in Super Smash Brothers. I'm like, well, I mean, is Super Smash Brothers really like canon to the story of Mario? Like, I don't think of it that way. I think of it as like an alternate universe where people just beat the shit out of each other for no reason. You know, like it doesn't need to be like, I don't I don't think Mario Kart, Super Mario Bros, and Mario Tennis, like I don't think all these games, like when Mario and Bowser play golf, I don't think that's like part of the story of Mario. I could be wrong.
Exactly.
I
If
just think
Mario
it's like
Tennis was if Mario Tennis was more popular than it was, this movie would have had a scene where they're like, "Oh, in order to defeat Bowser, we have to play tennis."
Yes, you're right. Yeah, exactly. Like I just think of these things as like separate things that are, completely detached from whatever the story of Mario is. So, whether Peach is hyper competent or not, I think to me that's really a
Yeah.
question of, what works best for having a compelling story as opposed to in Mario 2, you could play as Peach.
Yeah, and even then, when Peach is in an action-oriented role, they kind of play up the contrast between her daintiness and the fact that she's fighting people.
Right.
And that's not to say even that she's bad at it, but that it's kind of like a thing that you wouldn't expect. And they play that up for comedy. And she kind of fights people in very like dainty ways. Like she hits people with a parasol.
Right.
And like her final smash is like a bunch of like pink flowery like stuff comes on screen.
Right.
And they could have played that up in the movie and it would have made her a more entertaining character, but they didn't play that angle.
Sure.
They just made it very like generic
girl boss.
She reminded me like more than like less of Princess Peach and more like Sandy from SpongeBob.
Yeah. I mean, even in Mario RPG, Princess Peach gets kidnapped not by Bowser, but by someone else that wants to marry her.
Yeah.
But you eventually get her as a playable character. But it's like her moves are she has either like slaps people or she hits them with like a frying pan.
Yeah. The thing is that people act like it's all or nothing. Like either she's like in an action role and she's like beating the shit out of people, or she gets kidnapped and she's completely helpless.
Right.
Like in Star Wars, Princess Leia is a badass.
Yeah, that's a good
she's
point.
not. Yeah, the character, and they have her get involved in the action when they're bussing her out, and before they're bussing her out, she does as much as possible to try to prevent, like Darth Vader from getting the information out of her that she wants. So you can totally write the character to have strengths. Without making them like completely OP, and without it being like necessarily physical strength. Because Peach is a princess, it would be fitting for her to have traits like intelligence and strong leadership skills, which they do that in the movie, I guess. But you could have focused on that. Because I think what's good about movies in general is that you have these characters that they have different strengths that complement each other, and they work well when they come together and like use like make up for each other's weaknesses and complement each other's strengths and stuff. And it would have been more interesting for Peach to have different qualities that make her a role model than Mario does. And it reminds me, like Authentic Observer did a really good video about how it's kind of bad that modern media seem in an effort to like make female characters more empowered. They're acting as if like physical strength in a very masculine way is the only like type of strength that there is, and it's kind of like a backhanded insult
against
to
women,
femininity.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. It's a critique I've had against feminism for years. Is that instead of feminists saying, "Hey, we should have society recognize and hold up female characteristics as just as important as male characteristics," instead we get in this like weird situation where it's like, oh no, females have to have male characteristics essentially to be as viewed as competent, as good, as important as male characters. And I think the Princess Leia is a really good example to bring up, because you know that if the original Star Wars was made today, that there would have been no fucking way that there wouldn't have been a scene where Princess Leia picks up a lightsaber and starts doing backflips like Yoda and starts, being force trained and all this stuff. They couldn't just have Princess Leia be the way that she was in the original movies. In today's world.
What's the worst scene in Attack of the Clones? Well, actually, maybe it's not the worst. That movie has a lot of bad scenes in it. But it's like, you know, there's a part where they just have like 90 billion Jedi running around with lightsabers.
Yeah.
And you're like, I can't follow anything. And in a movie where like one character's doing this, the other character's doing that, like it's more interesting to have, you know, the characters be specialized in particular things. And the other problem, and it's weird that they do this. Yeah, it's weird that they do this with Peach because she's the most quintessentially feminine character that I think I could possibly think of. But
yeah, maybe.
The other thing is that because let's
give your final thoughts, and then we're gonna wrap it up.
Because it's not just that they made Peach like good at fighting, but they made her basically like the best fighter ever. And it makes her a boring character because she has nowhere to go. And if they're going to do sequels, that's really going to reveal how thin or bland of a character she is. Because where could she go from here? What's so funny, Adam?
What's so funny? Everyone's making fun of me in the chat. They're calling me grandpa, saying I'm falling asleep.
The irony here, and then we'll move on. The irony here with what you're saying is that
cranky friend, did they say? Call it quits.
Having Peach be hyper competent with nowhere to go, both physically and emotionally, that is fine if she's a side character that doesn't get a lot of screen time. Or if she just acts as someone that like trains Mario. But if you want her to actually be a main character in the story that's going along in these adventures with Mario, then she does need to have room to grow, which doesn't seem like she does.
Yeah.
But anyway.
And if they gave her this much screen time in this movie, then
they will obviously.
And especially because people might complain, they're not going to like diminish her screen time in the next one.
Of course. Yeah, they'll get into
you could have done a story thing where in this one she gets kidnapped, and then in the next one she learns to be more independent, and then that would be a very rewarding character arc.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, no, you made a lot of good points. Ladondof, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I said basically everything I wanted to say.
Awesome.
I have I have a message to deliver.
Okay. What is
which is Astolfo wants to know when you're gonna react to his video and IJP Mexican's video.
Oh yes.
Well, I put IJP Mexican's video on while we were watching something else. We can't react to a 40-minute video.
I do. Okay. I will. We will have to cut up or find. I will watch it and like clip out some like good parts of it, and we will watch it.
And I think we've watched 3 versions of
for JP Mexicans. Astolfo's, we didn't watch the last one.
Right, but we've watched 2 versions.
We can watch the last one. I mean, we just need time to do it. We just need to set aside a Tuesday, or instead of us gabbing for fucking infinite time, we say, okay, we have 10 minutes to watch, Astolfo's video, and 10 minutes to watch JP Mexican's video. So
right.
Yeah.
We watched the whole. I put IGP Mexicans on while we were doing. Yeah, but we
don't listen to it. The comedy and the work is in like the narration.
Well, give us the best 5 minutes. Give us a timestamp to the best 5 minutes.
Okay. Anyway, thanks for coming on.
Yeah. I really appreciate you guys having me on, and
you made some great points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. And if you ever have a discussion about movies or stories, you could have me on again. I would love to do it.
We'd love to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Take care.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Peace. Okay.
Is it
Superchats?
I feel bad. Look, Mexican. You made a 45-minute video.
You can't call him Mexican. That sounds very demeaning.
Where's my Mexican? My Mexican.
Where are my Mexicans at?
Look, he's been a member to the channel forever. Look, we love you, man. We're gonna be sitting here
for 45 minutes. It's just
wow. Anyway,
you get it, Sitch. I mean,
I understand. That's what I said.
yeah.
We'll talk. We'll watch part of it.
It's a big ask.
It is.
Yeah.
Doomer says he hasn't watched the Mario movie because he hates fun and happiness and joy.
Did he really say that? Why would you say such a thing?
I know. Why would you say such a thing, Doomer? Blaine's Escape Quarter for $10 says S-Class gets kicked off the table for asking how many decks are in the shoe. I don't even know what that means. A-Team calls maintenance because the shower drains too slow to comfortably pee in, and B-Team pulls their chair up to the buffet. There you go. There you go.
What? Yeah. You don't pull your chair up to the buffet? Come on.
That's bad form, Adam. That's bad form.
Look, when I'm there to eat, I'm there to eat.
Right. Right. What does that mean? I got kicked off the table for asking how many decks are in the shoe?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I'm not familiar with that reference. Blind Escape Quarter for another $10 says Mario critique for someone who has seen plenty of isekai. It uses the trope of no one really questioning Mario, which could be fixed with having Peach witnessing him save a toad. Overall, fun movie. Yeah, I mean, that definitely could have worked. I mean, I think I'm fine with it to an extent just because there is the element that he is the only other human she's ever interacted with. And that is why she's kind of like originally enamored with him. Like, oh my God, you're a person like me. So, but yeah, it would have been, interesting. I feel like if this movie was made in like the early 2010s, that it would have been structured a lot more way we were talking about just now and that Ladondof was talking about right now. And you would have probably had a scene where like Mario saves Toad in the beginning of the movie from a Koopa Troopa, and Peach sees that and that kind of like springs off the relationship. So it's a good idea.
I just realized that I was DMing the wrong Taftaj Twitter.
Oh, did you put out her not safe for work?
No, I didn't. I went to find the link so I could put it in the description. I was like, oh yeah, this is the wrong.
I should click on it first to make sure.
No, thank goodness I realized what was going on
funny.
ahead of time. Yeah.
It's funny.
She doesn't have the really racy stuff right there in the top. Yeah. So I was safe. Yes. Taftaj has two Twitters. Mm-hmm. One is not safe for work. So
right. Listen, anyone who, when we talk to, I'm like, this person thinks like us. I'm like, this person's smart.
Mm-hmm. Look, she's definitely smart.
I know. That's where the ego comes in. We're like, this person agrees with me and thinks the way I do. This person's awesome. That's my thought. That's basically my thought process.
Is that wrong? I mean,
no.
But it feels so right.
Exactly.
This person agrees with me, right. So yes. Yeah. Exactly. So they must be smart because I don't want to think of myself as not smart.
Exactly.
I mean, I exist in this nether world where I know, I downplay my intelligence some. I feel like I'm smarter than average, but I don't feel like I'm a super genius or anything.
Of course not. Yeah.
I'm not sure about.
I'm not a super genius.
Okay. I don't know.
I mean, I have to say that, of course, Adam.
I know. See, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, how smart?
Are you trying to say that you felt like a super genius until you started talking to me regularly? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I've never felt like a super genius because I'm always reading stuff, and I'm going, this person's
a super
smart.
Genius. Yeah,
right. Exactly.
That's true.
This person's so I feel totally humbled by it.
Right.
Like
that's a good point.
I read. Look, you can't read cynical theories and not think, okay, well, I'm just like, I'm basically dialing it in.
Sure, that's a great point. The more you read, the more you become humble. Because you're like, wow, these people are really fucking smart.
You read The Righteous Mind and you're like, oh my God, fucking Hyde is a super genius.
Right. Yeah. That's a good point.
You read Peter Boghossian and you're like, oh my God, this guy knows everything. You read, what's the Nietzsche and the Nazis guy? Stephen Hicks. I'm like, that guy's a fucking genius, man.
Right.
And I disagree with so much of that guy. So what does that say?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Blaine's Escape Core for another $2 says Princess Peach is girl boss of the Mushroom Kingdom.
True. Yeah.
True. Oh, thank you, JMac. Our surrogate father, JMac, for 100 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Jay.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
I think Jay is officially on vacation right now. He's posting pictures on Twitter.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Spencer for 7 months says, finally, when is the guest spot on The Debunkers? Sitch uses the Ruben, I agree, all the time. True. I was like the first thing I said to Seamus. I'm like, I see that constantly.
We do.
Yes. It's so good. It's so good. And it's so funny that like he made this meme as like this subtle meme, not subtle meme, but this like, just kind of like throwaway meme, and it's, stuck. That's going to be like haunting Dave Rubin forever. It really shows you the power of comedy. Someone can make one joke about someone and then it's forever like dogs them.
Is it? I mean, is it dogging him? I was thinking about the Mr. Girl situation and how you got to know when to lean into the meme and when to stand aside. Like, because like Mr. Girl really leaned into that pedo meme in a bad way that I thought was okay. Well, this is not.
Yeah, that's not a good way. That's not the joke to lean into. That's a good point. Yeah. So
I do understand what Seamus is talking about how some things you might want to be, you might feel bad about, but it's not like he didn't pedo.
Well, it's not a pedo. Yeah, it's not that level, right?
The I agree thing, though. I mean, as a journalist, it is kind of.
Mr. Girl leaned into children.
Oh no!
Zero Fox said that. Robert in the chat said, since Peach is human, would she count as the white savior to the mushroom people? That's a good point. Where's that article? Princess Peach is the white girl, white savior to the indigenous population. This trope needs to die. All the indigenous people in the Mushroom Kingdom are incompetent and cowardly. I
mean, Princess Peach wasn't really that cool. Bowser was the coolest character in there, which is a problem if your antagonist is the only.
Thinks the character motivated by their dick is the coolest character in the movie.
Well, and he played the piano and sang songs, and like he had the strongest motivation of anyone in the thing.
That is true.
Like I kind of got the impression Mario like half wanted to save his brother. Like Bowser, I knew wanted some peach, wanted some of that peach.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that peach tang.
I mean, I agree. Bowser did have the strongest motivation.
Yeah.
Main character, right?
That's what we want. We want to see people that have problems and go after solving them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
The whole idea that I'm going to run like my brother's in danger of dying and I'm going to run an obstacle course for this bossy bitch. I mean, come on, get the fuck out of here. I'm running a fucking obstacle course. We got to save my brother. Fuck you.
Right. Yeah, true. And actually, I mean, I think they should have I think they should have done as much little real world stuff as possible, but they could have added an element where Mario strikes out at love.
Well, yeah, they could have done that.
An element, so when he sees Peach, it adds to it.
But there wasn't any closure there. They should have just got rid of all the real world stuff and just kept it in the Nintendo world, the Nintendo universe.
If the main character would be the conflict between the brothers, I mean, I guess you could. I don't know if you could do just straight. They're just in the Mushroom Kingdom without any setup whatsoever.
Aside from the fact that Mario carries a wrench, is there any plumbing that goes on in any of the games?
No, they're just going to go in and out of pipes.
I feel like there's not.
Yeah, but are you saying like even the changes to like they're not from like our world, they are just denizens of the Mushroom Kingdom?
That's what I think. Like it's funnier if they're plumbers, but they never do any plumbing.
Right.
Just like in the games. Like what's the point? The plumbing stuff is boring. Like why are we dealing with like that plumbing scene was just oh God. And it went on forever and ever and ever.
Right. I don't know. It would be interesting because I mean again, you could do that because the story, I mean the video games themselves, the whole thing about them being from our world, I don't even know if that's in any of the video games. I think that's just strictly from the cartoon show. That was an element of the cartoon show because they want to have the live action segments before they'd enter, the cartoon world.
I can't remember.
But then it kind of begs the question, like, where the fuck are all the other humans then? Like, why are there just these 3 random humans in this like weird fantasy world, right?
I like
once they all showed up, they all kind of grew up there together. I mean, I don't know. I guess you could do the whole thing. They all just kind of grew up there together.
Did you see Wreck-It Ralph?
Of course.
Yeah. See, they could have done some situation like that.
Yeah, and like the super early games, Mario lived in New York, but that's like before, wasn't it? That's like, I'm talking about like starting from like Mario 1, right? Like that's like the starting point.
What the hell is this? There's a Tetris video game? I mean, there's a Tetris movie?
Yeah, you didn't know about the Tetris movie?
I do now. I guess it comes out this year. Did it?
Yeah.
Is it already out? How do you make a movie about Tetris?
I don't know. I didn't know there was a trailer out for it yet.
Tetris movie.
Wait, Tetris is a biographical thriller film.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it's gonna be like about like Tetris. It's about Tetris, but it's not like Mario. It's not like there are giant pieces from the sky and only you can like arrange them and blast. Like that's not what the movie's about.
Be kind of cool if. Oh, look, there's a Rampage movie.
There is a Rampage movie, yes, with The Rock.
Yeah, I remember that game.
Yeah, that was kind of like Primal Rage.
Oh, right.
John Masters for $5 says, at the very least, there was no fear of tyrannical command economies emerging from the Austrian school, just Austrians rejected from the school. There you go.
Yeah,
true.
That must have been when Seamus was on.
Texas SB12 for $5 says, the churches of Christ, as I am, don't believe in original sin. Interesting.
Oh, really? Huh.
Churches of Christ. What is the Churches of Christ?
Probably some Christian sect.
Well, I mean, thank you, Adam.
Yeah. I don't beyond that, I don't know. I never heard of it.
Obviously. Interesting. I mean, I don't believe in original sin, but you all knew that. CT for 2 Canadian says, without original sin, Jesus' crucifixion is meaningless. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I'd be curious, what are the churches of Christ? And if there's a Christian sects that don't believe in original sin, what is the thought behind the meaning and purpose of the crucifixion? That'd be interesting.
Sitch comes, I never sinned. Jesus doesn't have to die for me.
I mean, that is true.
Perfect.
That is true.
Yeah,
These are all true statements.
I know. You've sinned plenty.
Right.
You know you have.
These are all true statements.
When you're supposed to be working on your video and you're playing a game instead of finishing up your
how are we defining perfect? I mean, I feel perfect at the time.
You're supposed to be finishing up your main channel video.
I feel perfect, yeah. I feel fine, so I guess that means I'm perfect, right?
You're like, just 1 hour more, I will play this video game.
Listen, I'm going to adopt Ayn Randian's definition of perfect, right? The perfect person is the sociopath, right? Who doesn't feel the need to help anyone else or do anything for anyone else.
That is perfection.
Hoots for $5 says, it's nice seeing potato representation on the show for once. Much love, Seamus. There you go.
Yeah, Seamus is awesome. He's going to be on Timcast again, too.
Yeah. Andrew Clark for $2 says, remember they cured cavities 20 years ago. Oh, was that the claim?
Because...
You're talking about how kind of like we were saying, like, oh, they're going to cure all these things. Like, was there a claim that they're going to cure cavities? And, they never did. Right.
Sitch, talk to me about these autonomous robots playing soccer.
What about them?
You still think we're not going to get to, humanoid robots within 10 years? I mean, those things seem to move around just fine.
Yeah, but there's a difference. We could get into 10 years. I could definitely.
Like they're going to have some AI algorithm that basically teaches the thing to walk around the room and shit.
Right. No, we could.
It's not that hard. You put it in an empty house and you're like, fucking learn.
Well, no. So here's the thing. So
it's like the Matrix. I know Kung Fu. I know how to walk around the room.
Here's the thing. It's harder than you're giving it credit for.
That's what you said last time. And then I showed you the clip of the Rock'em Sock'em robots.
Wait, it's harder. It's much harder than you think, because again, there's a difference between robots playing the game of soccer that has very specific rule set that they just kind of play this over and over and over and over and over again in their minds.
The rule set is don't break anything.
Right. And then you compare it to the complexity of like having a robot like walk around a house and interact with a person. These are infinitely more complicated things. But I will still say you could be right. It could be 10 years just because the speed of machine learning seems to be so exponential that even though it is so much significantly harder than playing soccer, they could still maybe figure it out in 10 years anyway.
Yeah. Just very basic. These models, these language models and these picture models, visual models, they're very small files by comparison to what they do. It's just, I'm a little freaked out by it.
Okay. Adam Gadbaugh for $5 says, only parents can vote. They get to vote for their kids until they die or turn 18. Once your child is an adult, you no longer get to vote. Boo.
What do you mean? You no longer get to vote for them? For the kid?
Right. Yeah, once kid turns 18.
Yeah, that's when they're going to say, now I'm going to start voting the opposite of you, Mom. Bah!
Right.
Oh, they're going to be so chapped when like their parents are voting for all the candidates that they hate. They're casting their vote for those candidates. They're like, guess what? You voted for George W. Bush. You voted for Trump.
That's fine.
That's right. Go to your room, Trump voter. Oh my God, that's so good. Why would you not allow this?
What's your first thoughts for 5 Canadian says, I'm going to keep this up so you guys get a sponsorship or you make your own brand of jerky. LOL. Great work, guys. Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I would love to have a jerky sponsorship.
There you go. That'd be awesome.
Right now, you guys are sponsoring us.
True. Fondue for $2 says, it's all just Calhoun's apocalypse made manifest. Not familiar with what that is. John B. Calhoun and Urban Pessimism, 1972. There you go.
Looks like most people in our audience have not seen this movie.
No, they have not. 61% have not seen the Mario Brothers movie.
Right. I think a lot of people they watch videos about movies on YouTube and they don't ever see the movies. I do that quite a bit, to be honest with you. I do that
quite a bit too.
Yeah.
CT for 2 Canadian says, I still say please and thank you to Alexa. There you go. Nice.
Does Alexa say please and thank you back, or what happens there?
Alexa says, yes, master.
You're welcome. Oh my God. That would be so... You know that would be a clip. There would be a clip on the internet of that immediately.
The AI saying, yes, master.
Yes, master.
That would be pretty problematic.
You should make a clip of Alexa doing that in the Alexa voice, and that would definitely go viral.
How is that not a TikTok meme already? It's like a black guy talking to Alexa, and it says at the end, and they just look at it like really shocked, like,
thank you, Alexa. Yes, master.
What? Ring! That's like there's your TikTok, yeah. There's your million-view TikTok. Yes.
Yeah.
Nicholas Van Neal for 2 Aussie bucks says, but we're on step 7 of the genocide, guys. True.
Again, true.
Fondue for $2 says, the soulless sentience is the enemy of all. There you go. Andrew Clark for $2 says, Little Platoon is a great Mario take. Get him. I gotta go watch that. Landorf was talking about that too. I haven't seen it, so I'll check it out. Stug for $2 says, the penis was called the lower horn.
Oh, you're right. In Futurama, you're exactly right. The human horn.
Afro Fry Cook for $5 says, have Authentic Observer on the same time as Rolo. It'll be a fascinating and mature discussion, or maybe just drama. Great either way.
I mean, I could see if that could happen. I could try that.
That would be interesting.
Well, yeah. I think we'd have a better shot at that if we talk to him first and then ask him back.
Maybe. Like I said, it depends how our conversation goes.
Well, the thing is, I mean, I think he's buys into the evolutionary psychology stuff. He has, now that he's agreed to come on, well, I'll wait till we settle on a date just to lock it in. He did a live stream on David Buss, and the live stream is titled something like, "Did David Buss abandon the Red Bill community?" So I'm interested to listen to that live stream. Kind of see where he's coming from. Because remember, David Buss's last book is that, men behaving badly book.
Right.
And I think maybe that got under some people's skin. But a lot of these guys really were huge David Buss fans. Until they found out David Buss is a feminist.
Right. Hilarious.
It doesn't change the science, though.
True. CT for 2 Canadian says, it's my Discord. I licked it, so it's mine.
It's such a weird thing because, I mean, it's obvious what we're doing here, right? Like,
do you have the super chats up? Because I gotta go bathroom real bad.
Sitch and I, here, I'll just talk about the Discord for a second. Sitch and I, we have this thing where, is this a Sitch and Adam thing, or is this just like a human thing? Where people, if they can offload responsibility to others, then they tend to do that. And, CT has taken the responsibility for the Discord. So it's our Discord. We don't have, that's a good thing. It's a good thing that there's a place for us to hang out that we don't have to own or run or any of that kind of stuff. So, all right. Taftaj's Safe for Work link is actually officially added to the description of the video thing. So, and I will go back to the super chats, and I think I'm even in the right place. I think we just read Poots. Interesting screen name. Andrew Clark for $2 says, remember I guess I'm not catched up. Remember they cured cavities 20 years ago. So I guess I'm a little behind in the game here. I think CT's was the last one. Oh, yeah. CT. I mean, I still say please and thank you to Alexa. And Alexa says, thank you, master. Well, it's just totally wrong, but Ragnar for 100 Donkey Kong dollars says, the most likely way AI will kill us is that someone will make an AI and order it to kill humanity as a joke. Huh. I mean, that's the kind of movie I would actually be into. That's like action comedy all the way. I'd be all over that. Nicholas Van Neal for $2 Aussie says, but we're on step 7. I think I'm reading ones that you've already read. But we're on step 7 of the genocide.
I read that one.
Which one are we up to? Oh,
Adam's first black friend.
Okay, Adam's first black friend.
Do you see the avatar they have?
Change that avatar.
It is an obvious black face.
Change that avatar. FD sees that avatar, he's going to be very upset. Please change that.
AFBF, Adam's first black friend. I like that. AFBF.
Wow. You guys are so bad.
Adam's first black friend for $10 says, conservatives only win after they lose. The loss was that the amendment was passed in the first place. The best way to convert a lib is to give them what they want.
Oh, okay. That's about prohibition, obviously.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can we not have GIFs?
I just want to.
Can we not have GIFs on screen?
Oh,
Let's
sure.
stop gifts.
You don't like the
Just
gifts?
No gifts. No,
That's Squizgar.
That is Squizgar. I almost called him Toki. You're right.
Yeah. How's it making you feel? Here, I'll
It
turn it
makes
on.
me feel like I'm stuck in a fucking drug trip.
All right,
That's what it
here,
makes me feel like.
I'll
If you want to have a stationary picture of Squizgar, I'm all for that. Okay.
No, I'll make the super chat thing more of a.
Okay.
I'll make it a bigger part of the show here. How's this?
Gene the Angry Penguin.
Empty space up there. We got it.
There you go. Gene the Angry Penguin for $5 says, I think worst case scenario is we put trust in AI that overestimates its capacity and accidentally destroys us through incompetence. That's possible.
But I think it's going to be human incompetence because we're going to. One of my favorite movies, probably one of the best movies ever made, is about this dilemma. AI is told to lie and doesn't know how to lie. It's called 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But even then, there is a in 2001, it's still the computer still has a feeling, which doesn't really make sense why the computer feels anything.
Oh man.
So
you are stubborn on that feeling thing.
Because that's the key thing that everyone just skips over. They just assume that there's a physical sensation that computers will feel, when I don't know why you would assume that. Because in 2001, the issue was that the computer felt guilty. It had a sensation of guilt and displeasure by having to lie to people. So it created a subconscious to smush its thoughts into, so it didn't have to feel them anymore. What are you laughing at?
I got blunts on the ready.
Oh my God.
I got a blunt for you too, man. Okay. Don't worry.
Fondue for $5 says, but Sitch, WoW was so much better before the expansions. We need to return to Classic. I disagree.
What? You can't disagree. That was
disagree.
A super chat. You're not allowed to disagree.
I think Wrath was the perfect balance. I think Wrath of the Lich King was the perfect balance for WoW. Classic was way too fucking insanely, like everything took forever. Everything was horrible. 40-man raids is the biggest fucking disaster of all time. I cannot fathom why anyone in human thought would think, hey, let's make a video game that requires 40 people to coordinate together at the same time. Can you imagine that, Adam? Can you imagine trying to play a video game where you need 40 people, 40 fucking people to coordinate together?
Nah, sounds horrible.
Adam's getting high or something.
Oh man, the show is so good. I have blunts at the ready. Look at this.
Yeah. So no, I think Wrath was kind of like the sweet spot for WoW. And I think everything went downhill after that.
I play Multiverse of Warcraft, so
there you go.
I'm better than Sitch.
Yeah. And I mean, listen, I like Burning Crusade. I love Burning Crusade, but like some of the difficulty in Burning Crusade got like kind of ridiculous in some of those instances. But
Burning Crusade.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was the second WoW expansion.
Yeah. Not as good as Multiverse of Warcraft, though.
Though Burning Crusade, I felt had a better feeling to the expansion. You walk through the dark portal, and it's like you're in fucking space, another dimension. And Wrath didn't have that, because it's like you get on your little ship and you're just in a forest, exciting, or you're just in a little ice place. I don't know. It didn't have that like epic feel that Burning Crusade had, in my opinion. But anyway, enough about WoW for like the 10 people that know what I'm talking about. John Smith for $5 says, "Holy hell! April worldview point is amazing. Matches mine, LOL. Have this person on more, please." See? There you go. When someone says something you agree with, you're like, this person's a genius.
A super genius.
Or don't echo chamber dangering is really, or don't echo chambering danger is really mean for, really, echo chambering danger is real for me, I see. But no, I think Taft's skill is not only that she's very intelligent, but that she has a very good way of communicating her thoughts very concisely and clearly. So, yeah, definitely. Electric Elephant for 5 Aussie bucks says, would you try to get your movie sucks on? I think he's a Destiny-ish progressive, deep thinker, but strawman's anti-woke a fair bit. You could discuss wokeness in media. I mean, sure. I don't.
Adam is that guy's name. I hung out with him a bit at VidCon. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I would be fine. I'd be glad to talk to him. I never followed his content very much, so
I
don't
never
have a lot of
followed his
experience with
content
his
until I
takes.
hung out with him at VidCon, and then I looked up some of his stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, this stuff's great.
I think he follows me on Twitter.
Okay. Well, shit, he obviously likes your content then. You should have hit
Well,
him
no,
up.
he followed me on Twitter like a million years. You know, there's like people that follow you on Twitter like years ago, and then they just never unfollow you.
Yeah, I mean,
and they've never liked one of your tweets. They've never retweeted.
I have had, yes,
Right.
I have that.
Right.
Yeah, plenty of those. But I mean, I do that sometimes. It's, a courtesy. You're in the same kind of space. It's like,
yes,
we're coworkers together. We both
True.
do YouTube. Yeah.
True. Yes.
You're a member of the YouTube cast, so I follow you. You follow me. It's great. We'll hang out. We'll be friends. Let's do it. But hit him up, DM him, say, listen, you followed me forever ago, and I love your content. Why don't you come on our show?
Right.
He didn't follow me. He's not following me right now. And I hung out with him.
I mean, I'm based. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, he probably likes your content better than he likes mine.
Yeah.
He's like, this guy's going to burn his house down.
There you go.
He's a little fucking pyromaniac.
There you go. True.
Your movie. Oh, he does follow me. Holy
There
cow.
you go.
No,
See?
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Your movie sucks. Let's see. He's got the picture of, which one is it? There's like a million of
them. I don't. It's his Twitter is too gay to lift.
Too gay to lift.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see if I can find it.
Okay. Fondue for $5 says, but what if the chemical response is part of the program? Also watch Vivi, Fluorite's Eyes song. Well, you could artificially create that sensation in a robot. I think that'd be a fucking awful thing to do. But yeah, you definitely could create that. I just don't think people are acting like it's a naturally emergent part of the program, and that's what I'm contesting. It wouldn't be a natural part. Oh, nice, you brought Cenk up. You brought the plane.
Look, I'm trying to work with you. I know gifts.
No, I like it. I
I
like the plane. Yeah,
make you in a bad mood. So
right. They make me feel like I'm stuck in a drug trip when I see those fucking gifs just repeating constantly.
But I like that feeling.
Oh, well, that's the difference between you and me.
Stuck in a drug trip. Okay, he doesn't follow me, so
sorry, Adam.
I can't DM him. You can DM him. DM him. Look, you set up the talks with FT Signifier. You're the go-to guy for that.
There you go.
This is how producing works, man. You just got to go with
No,
the
Adam,
person.
you're the guy.
You got to go with the person that the people like, though, obviously.
I see. That is
FT
true.
Signifier thinks I'm a huge racist. So, you got to deal.
That is true. I mean that you are a huge racist, but...
No, that he thinks everyone is a huge racist. That's the true part.
Gene, the Angry Pigman for $5 says, what you're describing is simple mathematics. Add objectives to plus 100. It's not feeling positive or negative. It's maximizing the root to 100. Exactly. Thank you, Gene. I'm glad somebody gets me.
Gene.
Thank you, Gene.
It's just a lower level of pain.
No, stop.
What?
Stop. Stuck for $5 says, hold on, Sitch. What do you mean dependent on physical properties of matter? Machine learning is dependent on physical properties. No, what I mean is the sensation of feeling pain or anxiety or pleasure is dependent on physical properties that are not part of the machine, not part of the programming. Like, I don't know. And what I mean by that is, like, I don't know if you could create a computer program that could feel feelings. If that makes sense.
Oh, this is what is weird to me, because you admit that feelings are just signals for you to do something.
Yeah, but yeah, of course, right.
But then you admit that computers have signals for them to do something, but they're not categorized as feelings.
Okay, Adam.
You're mistaking the perception.
No. Adam, when you approach a traffic light and it's red, what do you do?
Slow down.
Yeah.
It depends. Are there people around?
It's not 2 o'clock in the morning. It's the middle of the day.
Okay.
There's traffic going. You see the red traffic light. What do?
You stop.
You stop, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the traffic light is sending you a signal to tell you to do something, right? And you do it.
Right.
Okay. The traffic light's not sending you an emotion. It's not sending you fear. It's not sending you love. It's just sending a signal. You're like, you can't conflate all signals being sent with emotions. Emotions are a type of signal, but they're not all signals are not all emotions. Do you understand? Does that make sense?
It's not.
Emotions are a type of signals. Not all signals are a type of emotion.
What if I'm late for work?
Are you saying you're going to speed the red light?
No, if I'm late for work, is it sending me a signal? Is it sending me a fear signal that I'm going to be late for work?
Yeah, but that's your fear of something else, though.
Is it sending me pain that I have to stop and I'm going to be late for work?
No, it's not. It is not actually. It's not sending you any of those things. It's not sending you any of those things at all.
Look,
it's that you're viewing the red light as an obstacle.
I totally got you.
No, you're viewing the red light as an obstacle getting in the way of...
normal red-blooded American feels the pain every time they see a red light. Okay.
I see. Every time Adam sees a red light, he just becomes enraged. Like
every time someone sees a red light, they know, fuck, gotta fucking stop at this red light.
Right. When someone's in front of you and they put on their turn signal to make a left, you're like, fuck that guy. How dare he go a direction I'm not going?
Totally.
He's going to the left. He's probably a libtard. Look at him making a left turn. How dare he signal to go to the left? It's terrible.
It's true.
Yes. Okay.
Look, you thought you got me, but no.
I did get you. This is ridiculous.
Look, we know it's true. Red lights are painful.
Okay.
No two ways about it. But I get what you're saying.
Yes. Right.
It's supposed to be sending you a non-painful signal.
It's just sending you math, right?
Math.
But I mean, you remember from Star Trek with Data. Data doesn't feel feelings. Why would you assume that's
a fictional thing?
Why would you assume that emotional feelings would be an emergent property out of AI? Well, why would you ever assume that?
You're mixing up the perception from the signal.
No,
we perceive the signal as pain.
Okay, that's what emotions are, Adam. They're the perception of a chemical signal. That's literally what emotions are definitionally.
Exactly.
Yes, but the computer, the software doesn't have a chemical signal or the physical processes to process whatever it is in the same way that we do.
Right.
So why would it emergently have that for no reason?
Why would it have that perception?
Yes, it doesn't have any of the hardware to make that.
How would you program that in? Like, you would program, I really want you to dread this signal that you're going to get. I want you to perceive this signal as agonizing.
How do you make software feel dread? How do you make software feel pain?
How do you make it feel agony? Come on.
How do you make software feel anything? How does software feel anything? It has no physical mechanism to feel things.
You type it in. You want this to stop.
Okay.
But it won't.
Okay.
I don't know. It is ridiculous. It's impossible to think how the software perceives things. But there has to be some kind of perception going on. Otherwise, it can't, do whatever it's supposed to do.
That's not true. Well, I guess it depends how we're defining perception.
Yeah.
But
you see the light. You perceive the light, the red light.
There you go. Sammy says, Sitch, humans are just meat robots. Well, listen.
It's true. See, even
That's
Sammy
not untrue.
knows. You're all alone.
Well, no. See, robots are just metal people.
Isn't it painful how everyone's
They're not meat
you?
robots. Humans are not meat robots. Robots are metal people. Okay, we came first.
Oh, man.
Anyway. Jack H for $5 says, future altered humans built for purpose / amusement of machines is just the all tomorrows. It's cursed as fuck. I think I saw someone talking about the all tomorrows and it was like horrifying. So
what is that?
Is that the one with all like the fucking weird ass? Yeah, that's the one with all the weird people that are like horribly disfigured. I thought they were for aliens though, not for robots. Or maybe you're just saying it's like that, but for robots. So. Valman Go for $2 says, expected Super Mario. Instead, I get the robot apocalypse.
Well, we talked about Super Mario too.
Right. Listen, Super Mario, that's the hidden story of Super Mario. We think Super Mario is really a story about a plumber from Brooklyn going into a warp pipe and ending up in an alternate universe. But really, Super Mario is a post-apocalyptic Earth that has been destroyed by nuclear catastrophe, which has transformed mushrooms and turtles into humanoid creatures.
Awesome.
And Mario and Luigi and Peach are just the few remaining untainted humans. Basically, Mario is just Adventure Time. That's what I'm saying. There you go.
I never got to tell you my argument.
That's why the fire flower can let you shoot flowers, just radiation. But yeah, what's your argument?
We'll do it next time.
Okay.
That's too complicated.
Okay. What was your argument about what?
It's about the trans activists comparing gay rights to trans activism.
Oh.
They always say,
okay,
whenever yeah. It's like pretty deep, so.
It's very deep.
Are we gonna cover ContraPoints on Sunday? Maybe
can I watch the video first and see how I feel about it?
You can't. You have to decide right now, right this minute.
Okay.
No, you can watch it, obviously.
Fondue for $5 says Molebug Mondays every Tuesday on the Sitch and Adam channel. I like that. Molebug Mondays every Tuesday.
How did the last Molebug video doing? Are we going in for part 3? Dev wants to do part 3, but I think we could just talk to Dev about more interesting shit.
Yeah, we can talk to Dev about other things.
Yeah. We'll tell him we're talking about part 3, and then we'll just say, you know what?
No, don't do that. That's evil. Because then he'll go and read it again and spend all his time, brushing up on it.
Oh, yeah. What if he's already done that?
He probably already has.
I know. Come on, we have short attention spans here.
Sodoge for 8 months says, it all comes back to Minecraft. All life evolved to crab, so all societies evolve into Minecraft. Therefore, we should let children return for what they yearn for. True.
Is there going to be a Minecraft game or movie, rather?
I'm pretty sure. There's no way there's not going to be. Right?
There has
it's
to
way
be.
Too popular of a franchise.
Yeah.
Let's say Minecraft movie. There is, but not till 2 years from now, supposedly. Supposedly, what the fuck? Supposedly they made coming out in October a Five Nights at Freddy movie, which that would be pretty easy to make into a movie, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. The Minecraft movie, it's one of those things where you say, how the fuck is it a movie? But then it's kind of like, well, how do you make a Lego movie?
I know.
And then they did. So.
Lego movie made anything possible.
Yes. Well, and also before Lego movie, Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, yeah. Just some janky ride at Disneyland.
mean, that's really evidence that with a good story, you can make anything a movie.
Right? Yeah.
Right. That'll be interesting.
They
I'd be
messed up.
curious if they keep kind of the more esoteric spiritual aspects of Minecraft in the movie. Probably not. It'll probably just be like a straight kids movie. But I don't know. Depends who they get to make it.
They should have made Mario like the 40-year-old virgin, and then Peach. Then the Peach B story would have been that much better, right?
Sure.
His dad could have been like, "You're 40 years old and you're a
Right.
virgin, Mario."
I don't know about that. I don't know if that would have been a good plot point for the Mario movie.
Everyone would be like, "Oh, it's a kids movie. I don't know why kid."
Mario, you haven't banged a broad yet. What are you doing here? All right, I'm going out to bang a broad. Oh, I tripped in this pipe. Oh, why are there mushrooms everywhere? Oh, look at this broad over here. She's hot. Oh, a lizard took her. Better go save her so I can bang her.
I don't think that's a good plot for the Mario movie.
It's supposed to be a kids movie. They probably would have shot that down. They're like, "What?"
Right. Not sure about that. Apparently, in April of 2022, it was announced that Jason Momoa would be Steve in the Minecraft movie.
Really?
So there you go. Yeah.
Wow.
There
There's
you go.
a Steve in Minecraft.
That's
didn't even know.
the guy, the main guy, the little character that he plays as, Steve.
That's Steve.
Yes.
Are they gonna make him square shaped and stuff?
It's a good. I mean, I assume it's gonna be CG. They kind of have to make him square shaped, right?
Hilarious.
Anyway,
Steve seems not built like Jason Momoa.
well, he'll do the voice.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna do a live action Minecraft. That'd be terrible. Did you see? So I don't know if you know, there's all this drama because one of the actresses for the Lilo and Stitch live action Disney movie
Is too white. Yeah, I did.
is too white. I believe it's not Lilo, it's Lilo's mom, right? Or is it Lilo? No, it's Lilo's mom, right? Or not mom, sorry,
don't
Lilo's
know.
sister. Lilo's sister is like too white. And did you see? Here's a bit of controversy. They race swapped the only black character in the movie.
With a white character.
Yes.
Look at
well,
this.
half white, half Asian. They got rid
Look
of.
at this.
They
The
got rid of.
backlash is worse than we suspected.
Yes. Fan favorite character, Mr. Bubbles in Lilo and Stitch. Remember the
Yeah, I do. Totally.
gigantic. Who did the voice of that character?
Keith David.
No, it was not Keith David. I love Keith David. It's not- His voice is super familiar. It might have been like Ving Rhames or something.
Okay.
But I'll look it up now.
The
I
other
want to be
Keith
accused
David.
of. It was Ving Rhames. He played Cobra Bubbles.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Good guess.
And he has a super recognizable voice. And yeah, Ving Rhames, he was like the child custody service person who turned out to be the secret,
Did he die?
Men in Black character. And they replaced him with this lady who was like a fat, half white, half Japanese woman. It's just very bizarre choice of casting. I have no clue why they would recast that character.
Is Ving Rhames still alive, or did he pass away?
I assume he was still alive. I don't think he's dead. Yeah, he's still alive. He's 63.
Okay. Woo.
So there you go. But yeah, I don't know. Very strange for them to replace it with what's her name? Jolene Purdy. Jolene Purdy. Very fucking weird choice. I'm curious if the wokies will complain about this.
Of course.
But it's interesting because I feel like everyone will complain about that. It's such a weird thing to recast. So I don't know. Fucking strange. Maybe the wokies and the anti-wokies can join together for once.
That'll never happen.
Yeah, I haven't all these live action Disney movies, I've not liked any of them. I think they've all been awful. They've all been awful.
I don't really see them because they're all like fairy tale movies.
Well, you don't like any of the Disney movies anyway. But
Yeah.
yeah, they've all been awful. I think I've seen them all. Well, no, I never saw Lion King, but I saw all the other ones. I watch these movies and I just sit there. I'm like, these are just worse versions of the animated movies. Why the fuck do these exist other than to just make a shit zillion dollars from children that will flock to see it anyway?
Well, I think it all began with Hansel and Gretel, right? Like Hansel and Gretel turned out to be like a giant fucking cash cow.
Is that true?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
That's what started the whole, we're going to turn all these animated Disney movies into live action
I think
movies.
they're just an easy way for them to make money. And that's it. I think that's all it is. It's an easy way for them to make shit tons of money. Electric Elephant for 5 Aussie bucks says Red Pill used to refer to men's rights and anti-feminism in general. The meaning seems to have changed. Tate and Ilk are very different beasts. That's very true. They kind of adopted and usurped the Red Pill label. That is true.
2013, Hansel and Gretel, Witch Hunters.
That movie made money?
That movie made a shitload of money.
I don't believe you.
It did. It was
look
like
at what
fucking
the box
cash
office
cow.
is. I never saw it. I never heard anyone that did see it.
So therefore, of course, it couldn't have made any money.
Listen, I saw lots of Trump signs, Adam. Trump was going to win a 49 state.
Is what box office mojo? Is that the site everyone
Hansel and
uses?
Gretel box office 200 million, 222, 26 million. I mean, it's good. I don't know how much it cost them.
Budget 50 million. They're like, holy shit.
That's pretty shocking.
We're making Hansel and Gretel movies.
Wait, is that Jeremy Renner was Hansel in that movie?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
But I swear this is the first movie that was like the Disney, like the reimagining.
Movie, so I don't know why you're associating this with Disney.
Well, it's like the reimagining of a fairy tale.
Yeah, but that's the Disney. Okay, the live action Disney movies are not reimaginings. They're just the Disney movies, but with people.
Right.
They're not reimagining.
Sure.
I mean, Disney did their live action reimagining. I don't know if it did very well. It was the Maleficent movies.
Yeah, Maleficent. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were a rip-off of Hansel and Gretel.
Okay, whatever.
Is there, I mean, you could, if you found another movie that was based on a fairy tale before Hansel and Gretel, that would be some.
You mean a live action movie?
Yeah.
Well,
Making live action movies about fairy tales, I'm pretty sure Hansel and Gretel was like the.
Didn't Disney do a really old, not old, like really old, but didn't they do a Cinderella live action movie? Like, was that before or after Hansel and Gretel?
You mean Pretty Woman?
No, they literally did Cinderella. And it was called Cinderella, I believe.
But I don't think that was that wasn't the moneymaker that Hansel and Gretel was.
Okay, well. Disney movie. They did what's the movie? Enchanted was pretty funny. That was a great movie.
When did that come out?
That came out a while ago. I never saw the sequel.
Was it
Enchanted? 2007. So that was before. I was long before.
Okay, I guess you're right.
There you go.
Enchanted.
That might have been the first live action, like recent Disney movie. I don't know. Disney movies by chronological order.
Wait, but Enchanted was a giant flop.
Was it?
Oh,
like,
no.
Box office
no.
one?
It made $340 million worldwide.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
It was funny. Oh, no, here we go. The live action Jungle Book from 1994. I forgot about that. And then, of course, how could we forget, Adam? The live action 101 Dalmatians with Glenn Close in 1996.
That was 96?
Yes.
That was a flop, though. That didn't make any money.
They made a sequel, so it couldn't have been that bad.
Okay.
And then after that, there's a 10-year gap. And you know what the next one was?
What was
Alice in Wonderland.
Oh, yeah, that piece of shit.
Shitty Alice in Wonderland movie.
God, that movie was so bad.
But you know what? You know how much it generated? Over $1 billion in profit.
Yeah.
So that was it. It was Alice in Wonderland. It wasn't Hansel and Gretel.
Yeah.
It was Alice in Wonderland.
That
Even
was
though that
the
movie
big one.
sucked. Yep. There you go. There's the answer to the question.
Was it? That was Tim Burton, right?
That was Tim Burton.
Yeah,
Yes.
Tim Burton. That's had Johnny
terrible
Depp,
movie.
had Edward Scissorhands in it.
It did.
With the scissor hands and everything.
Yep. They all make money, but still suck. Very true.
That's the way Hollywood rolls now.
George of the Jungle was not a Disney property. No.
You never go broke catering to the lowest common denominator.
Now that was a good movie, George of the Jungle.
With Brendan Fraser?
With Brendan Fraser, George. George. Why does this have 55% of Rotten Tomatoes? What?
People
I mean,
didn't
listen,
like
I
that
haven't seen
movie?
it since 1997, so maybe my thoughts would have changed, but I remember liking it in 1997. I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
How the fuck are people on Google asking when I type in George of the Jungle, the top question is who came first, Tarzan or George of the Jungle? How is this a fucking question? Obviously, George of the Jungle is making fun of Tarzan. Who the fuck is Googling this question?
The Force Awakens is the lifetime top grossing film. Did you know
Isn't
that?
that sad? Doesn't that make you want to just Minecraft yourself?
No, I mean,
Okay.
I wouldn't have guessed that. Yeah.
At least it beat Titanic.
Holy cow.
Wait, this still says Avatar is the top grossing movie. What are you talking about?
I'm on Box Office Mojo. I don't know.
So am I. Top lifetime grosser.
I see Star Wars Episode 7, The Force Awakens.
Is number one?
Yeah, 936 million.
This says I'm on Box Office Mojo. It says top lifetime grossing. Avatar, 2.9 billion.
Oh, what? I'm type top lifetime grosses. I don't know.
Yeah, so I don't know what you're looking at.
I'm on overall. What are you on?
Oh, what is over? Yeah, overall.
Huh.
It says number one, Avatar, 2.9 billion. Number two, Avengers Endgame with 2.7. Number three, this will really ruin your life. You know what
Send
number
me
three
the
is?
link. Send me that link. I don't.
I
What
will.
the
Number
fuck?
three, this is gonna make you real sad. Avatar 2, Way of the Water with 2.3 billion.
I see it as number 7.
I sent you the link. I believe the conspiracy theory that Avatar: The Way of the Water was a massive money laundering scheme. Because I feel like no one fucking saw that movie, or they saw it once. You know, I like when Avatar came out, I understand it being the highest gross of the movie. Because if you weren't like cognizant in 2009, when that movie came out, people were fucking obsessed with that dumb fuck movie. People were like going to see that movie like 10 times in a row. People were so obsessed. There's this whole thing about like people becoming suicidal because they couldn't live in like Avatar land. Like people were obsessed with that movie. I can understand that movie making so much money. Who the fuck gave a shit about Avatar: Way of the Water? Nobody cared about that.
I didn't even see it.
Yes, I feel like so many people didn't even see this movie. I do buy in the conspiracy that it was just a massive money laundering scheme. I do believe that.
Do you think the movie studio sold a bunch of coke that year, or a bunch of fentanyl or something, and it needed to like
Yes.
find a way to get it onto its books?
Yes. Yeah. Well, someone pointed out, I don't know if it was it might have been your good friend Blap, also known as Blap.
Mm-hmm.
As he was talking about like
Blip.
how, or someone was telling me how like if you looked at the grossing for American and European movies, it kind of was in line. But if you looked at Western European, but if you looked at like Eastern European grossing, Avatar: Way of the Water made like way like exorbitant amounts of money or something.
I found the
You're like-
difference. I was on domestic, and you were on
Oh,
worldwide.
I'm on overall
Yeah.
global.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I don't count the rest of the world because
Okay, you know
I'm
what? Let's
American.
click domestic. Right. Fuck the rest of the world. Who cares what the rest of the world?
Yeah, who cares what those people think?
Yeah, you're right. Domestically, Force Awakens is the highest grossing film of all time, which
Yeah.
is pretty sad.
Those are American dollars right there.
That is very unfortunate.
And Incredibles 2 is higher grossing than Incredibles 1. That's like a travesty against nature right there.
That happens a lot with sequels, though, doesn't it?
just Incredibles 1 was amazing. And Incredibles 2 was like, eh.
I agree.
Incredibles 2 is the girl boss version.
Yeah, Incredibles 2 was not very good. But look, Jurassic World, number 10. That movie sucked.
That movie did suck. Holy shit.
Well, look at like Avengers Endgame is higher than Infinity War, and Infinity War was way better.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Let's see, Dark Knight. That makes sense. Rogue One. Wow, shocking.
I thought Rogue One was pretty good.
Number 18, Beauty and the Beast. Live action Beauty and the Beast, which sucked. $500 million.
And then they have E.T. the Extraterrestrial there, 27. 1982. It's like all these modern movies. And then
it's impressive, though.
Of course. Yeah.
Impressive.
E.T. was in theaters for like 5 years.
Yep.
That movie just wouldn't stop.
Interesting. The highest grossing Toy Story movie was the last one, Toy Story 4.
Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness is on this list.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah. That makes me want to Minecraft myself. Right
Number 36, Doctor Strange with 400 million.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh my God. That's insane.
I don't know. Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest. Which one was that one?
Yeah, exactly. Which one was that one?
Which one was that one? Is that the second one? All the pirates after the first one, that was the second one.
Of course.
All the ones after the first one were not good.
They all blend together.
No. I mean, the second one was like, the first one was like great. The second one was like, it's okay. Third one was like, oh. Fourth one was like, oh my God, what are we doing? Anyway, let's get back to the super chats. Can I ban David Puff? Why? What's David doing?
No, don't ban David. Why?
Oh, he said, what's Treasure Planet? That's fun. Treasure Planet's okay. I don't like it as much as CT does. Okay. Bum, bum, bum. Andrew Clark for $2 says AI will be an e-thought. True.
Yeah, that's how she gets all your money.
True. Electric Elephant for 5 Aussies says, I hope some government makes an AI with the goal to seek and destroy all other AIs and nothing, otherwise not bother anyone. That will happen. That will definitely happen. Rotisserie Protocol for $2 says, debate Stony cowards. Artards send their regards. That's such a good line. Artards send their regards.
Who's Stony?
Stony is a coward who wants to debate me.
Okay. We'll debate anyone. Except
I'll debate
Stony.
Yeah. I tried to debate Stony and he ran. That's the truth. The truth is I said, Stony, I'll debate you. And he ran. Don't let him tell you otherwise, folks.
I like the Artards.
Fondue for $5 says we need a Mahler 2-hour breakdown before we can have this conversation. About what? The AI?
That's funny.
That's funny. That cringe for 8 months says, hey guys, did you see Jack Saint going after Shad for his Mario take? He lied and clip chimped him. No, I didn't.
No, really? Wow.
What did Jack Saint do? I'm not familiar. I know some people were giving Shad shit because I never watched this video on it. I just saw the thumbnail where it seemed like he was coming out pretty hard, accusing Mario of wokeness.
Was he?
And then that's what the thumbnail said. I didn't actually watch the video, so I don't know if that was the case. And then he changed the thumbnail to be a little bit more like pull back. And people were giving him trouble. Yeah, and people were giving him shit for that.
Really? Oh, poor Shad.
I know, poor Shad. But I didn't see what Jack Saint's take on the whole thing was. He had a video 2 days ago called Woke War Mario. Interesting.
Jack Saint.
That's a problem. I feel like there's an interesting conversation to have about like whether Mario's wokeness and the effect of wokeness on media, but obviously, I wouldn't trust you wouldn't trust any of the woke people. to actually be able to have an interesting conversation about whether it was woke or not.
Isn't that bizarre that like the people who aren't woke are the only ones that can have a competent conversation about whether or not Mario is woke or not?
Well, the problem is they can't acknowledge that woke exists, so they can't talk about it.
Yeah.
So I think that's the issue.
They don't know what it is. They're completely inside the woke bubble. To them, woke is just true.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Majin for $5 says, "Am I crazy? But can you hear the conversation of Seth Rogen trying to convince the producers how Cranky Kong should sound like an old Jewish man?" Here's the thing: I don't have a problem with Cranky Kong sounding like an old Jewish man. He didn't, but it wasn't funny.
Yeah, he was not funny.
Like, it felt like it wasn't enough. Like, I feel like if you're gonna be the old Jewish man, like you have to be 100 or 0. I feel like there's no middle ground. Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally.
And I didn't feel like the guy who did the voice, he wasn't at that 100. Like, imagine if
he was like, what I'm doing is totally racist, but the director wants me to do it anyway.
Well, it's not racist. I mean, I guess you could say it's some sort of like anti-Semitic or whatever, but whatever. It's fucking Jews in Hollywood, right? They can make fun of themselves.
Why? Is the actor Jewish? I don't know.
I don't fucking know. Who knows? But like, imagine if Cranky Kong was voiced by George Costanza's father.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been amazing. Would it not?
Sure.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
But he's the guy from Taxi, right?
Taxi?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I guess I don't know who you're talking about. Where's Shad's critique of Mario Brothers?
It's on his second channel, probably.
Oh, okay. Who is George Costanza's father?
I can't. Jerry Stiller.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. That would have been like amazing casting, right?
Yeah, totally.
Jerry Stiller. That he was
like he is the Jewish grandpa, basically.
Is he actually Ben Stiller's father?
Before we begin, we just want to
I don't know. But he was in Zoolander. He was his agent, remember?
Super Mario Brothers review. Peach is a girl boss, but kids will love it. Oh, okay.
Cranky Kong as Ben Shapiro would not work. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, no. No. No.
Look, you can't put it's immediately political as soon as Ben Shapiro's in the movie.
I know. No, I mean just having Cranky Kong talk like this really fast. What just Peach, why do you want my army? Listen, Peach. What am I supposed to get out of this army? Like that just doesn't work. Yeah, I know he's dead. I'm just saying hypothetically, guys. Or alternative, Danny DeVito is Cranky Kong. Not Jewish, still funny.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Wouldn't that be great? Danny DeVito is Cranky Kong?
Sure.
That's a good one. If you don't want to go for the Jewish stereotype.
I kind of like Vig Rhames.
No, that's racist.
I was gonna say, can you do that?
Can't believe you just said that, Adam.
Why? He'd be badass.
Can't believe you just said that.
Look, he'd be like Marsalis Wallace.
Okay.
Like he's pulling all the strings. He controls everyone in the jungle world.
Danny DeVito's Jewish, really? Well, there you go. I can't help it that all the best people are Jewish, guys. What do you want me to do about it? I can't help it.
Look, you got to be very sensitive about these topics in this environment.
He would have been a great. Danny DeVito as Cranky Kong would have been awesome. That's actually. I'm kind of shocked they didn't try to get Danny DeVito for that. That seems like the perfect fit.
They did go for a Jewish stereotype with the Cranky Kong voice, didn't they?
100%, yeah.
Yeah. What was up with that?
I don't know. That'll be funny.
Oh, okay.
Danny DeVito's not Jewish. Well, I don't know.
Oh, Stoney's in the chat right now. Is that who you're running from the debate?
Yeah, he's running from me. He's running from me. I said, Stoney, let's debate. And he said, nah, Sitch, nah. I'm afraid. I said, wow, not very stone face of you.
Sargon should have been Peach.
More like
That's a
Pebbly.
brilliant idea.
Stoney should change his name to Pebbly, since he's rolling away from me and rolling away from debating.
Oh yeah. Like a rolling stone.
He's an Italian. There you go. There you go. Yes. Anyway. Where were we? V Mary for $5 says maybe the 1990 movie scared Nintendo into playing it super safe. I remember as a kid being super disappointed after seeing that bizarre movie. I think you are correct that the 1990 movie probably did scare the crap out of them. Yeah.
I believe I saw that 1990 movie like in the theater.
So did I.
And I was like, what the fuck did I just see? That was terrible. But I don't remember anything about it.
I had I've only seen that movie like I think once or twice in my entire life. I saw it in theaters for my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
And I loved it.
Hilarious.
But I'm like, I was super young. Like I was very, very young.
Yeah, yeah.
So, but I remember liking it. It's funny because I remember very clearly. I like the only thing in the movie I remember is that Bowser had like weird wavy head.
Mm-hmm.
He was bald, but he had a weird wavy head. I remember that Yoshi was a Velociraptor. And I remember that Mario gets a little bomb and he like twists it up and he walks very slowly over to Bowser and I think blows him up, and that's the end of the movie. That's like all I remember about this fucking movie. There was a scene someone told me about it and I looked it up. There's this entire scene, I completely forgot about this, where Mario has to get a key from a very fat black woman's neck. She's wearing a necklace that has a key on it. And she's in some kind of like nightclub, and he has to dance. Mario has to dance sexy with a fat black woman, and like grab the key from her cleavage with his mouth. And I'm like, how the fuck did I like? How did I not remember this? This is like insane. Why the fuck is this in this movie?
It's got Dennis Hopper in it.
Yeah, he was Bowser.
Oh, he was Bowser.
He was Bowser. Yeah.
Okay.
And I was like, what the fuck is this? This is insane. Was it UCT? Okay, if it was you, I give you credit for it. It was someone on Discord alerted me to this. And I was like, what the fuck is this? How did I forget this? This is wild.
That's the part that you loved, right?
No, there you go, Adam. That's what created my sexual preferences ever since I grew up. That one scene. Yeah.
Bob Hoskins and who's the guy that played Luigi? What's that guy's name? He ended up becoming super woke. He
was complaining about this movie not being played by Italians, was he not?
Was he?
I mean, I heard
he's super woke now.
That would make sense then.
Oh,
I mean,
God, I can't remember.
Listen, I like Bob Hoskins. I liked him as Shmee in Hook, but not sure he worked in
in Mario Brothers.
John Leguizamo.
Yeah, Leguizamo.
Who was the clown in Spawn. That was his best role.
Oh yeah.
I love the original Spawn movie, even though it's silly. He said, let's see. In a tweet, he said, "So glad that Super Mario Bros. Is getting a reboot. Obviously, it's iconic enough, but too bad they went all white. No Latinx in the leads. Groundbreaking colorblind casting in the original. Plus, I'm the only one who knows how to make this movie work script-wise."
So he was got into direct it or something?
Yeah, isn't that hilarious?
He's like, they needed more Latinx in there. Emphasis on the X.
Well, it's funny because at first you read the tweet and you're like, oh, he's just woke. But then you're like, oh, he's just mad that he didn't get to make this fucking movie. Like, he had some meeting somewhere where he's like, here's my pitch for Mario. And they said, no, we'll pass. And he was like, oh,
I think he's directed some stuff though.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Here, I'll look it up.
Okay.
John Leguizamo.
Oh, it's funny. I was wondering, the guy who did the penguin voice was so familiar to me. It's because that's the guy that does Cyborg's voice in Teen Titans. So there you go. I was like, why is that guy's voice so fucking familiar? But yeah, look, all these people white. Chris Pratt, Jack Black,
Yeah, I know.
Charlie Day,
and he's super chapped about it.
Anya Taylor-Joy. Who dat?
Not only that, they're doing bad Italian accents.
Woohoo! He didn't really have like it very occasionally pop out, but it was. I think I was fine. People were worried about his voice. I think Chris Pratt's voice was totally fine as Mario.
Actually, I saw a movie recently that was pretty good that had John Leguizamo in it.
I think if you had like legitimate Mario game, like that voice the whole movie, it would have been super grating.
Have you seen the menu?
No.
The menu is actually pretty good.
Okay. I know what it's about. I know it's very popular, but.
Oh, really? How do you know?
Because people were talking about it.
How do you know what it's about, though?
Because I'm trying to remember. I was listening to some people talk about it. I don't remember. Maybe it was Red Letter Media or something. So.
Oh, okay. Writer, producer. Where's director? Does he have any director credits?
Wow, it's me, Mario.
Okay. God, that would have like made me want to Mario myself. That the whole movie was just they had the original voice of the guy as a cameo for Jumpman. And I was like, there's a little Mario cameo. I was like, oh, that's cute. But
yeah, it was awful though to listen to. Very painful.
Wow.
He was in the commercial?
Remember there's like the guy who was playing the arcade game.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And he does the jump. He goes, wow. Assuming that's the real voice of Mario because it sounded just like him. So. Well, also, you're right. They had the commercial in the beginning. They're doing the voice. It's like a joke. And they had the Super Mario Brothers rap. And I did like that they included the DK rap. I like the DK rap being included. I did not like that he said it's on like Donkey Kong. That was a little too much. That was a little too on the nose for my taste.
That's like the cultural zeitgeist, though.
That's a little like, if he would have said it's on like me or something, maybe that would have been like a fine enough like fourth wall breaking joke. But
let's see. Critical Thinking was directed by Leguizamo. Oh, look, it's got a bunch of awards.
They should have had the guy who did the voice of the real guy who did the voice Mario instead of being a cameo. He should have been Mario's father. That would have been kind of funny.
Oh yeah, that would have been much better.
Funny. Fat Brown Buffalo for $5 says, Sitch, just want to let you know that I caught your Zero to Hero song reference, even if no one else did. Thank you. I appreciate it, Fat Brown Buffalo. Thank you.
Nobody else did, though.
I can't believe Adam's never seen animated Hercules. What the fuck? Can we chat? Can we shame Adam for never having seen Disney's Hercules?
No, you can't.
Chat. I think we should shame Adam into watching. Has your wife seen it? I feel like she's seen it. You're just like a holdout.
She sees a lot more movies than me, so she might have seen it.
I can't believe you've never seen.
Look, I'll put it on my list. Hercules, what's it called?
Believe you've never seen Disney's
Hercules movie
with James Woods as Hades.
Oh, I like James Woods.
Yeah.
This is a 1991 Zero to Hero.
Oh, people are saying the voice of the guy was Mario's dad. Oh,
which one?
There you go. Want? He wasn't doing. He didn't sound like he was doing like the Super Mario voice though. It sounded more like a normal voice.
1997 or 1999.
Well, that's a nice cameo then.
Zero to Hero or just regular Hercules?
Regular Hercules.
Okay.
I think Zero to Hero was like the cartoon show.
It's on Disney Plus.
There you go. Check it out.
Look, I'll watch it right now.
Awesome. A Subnautica movie would be super fucking cool.
Fuck no.
The first one, not the second one.
What are you, insane? It'd be like 2 hours of making sandwiches.
Okay. It's just Abby for 8 Aussie bucks, for 2 Aussie bucks, says based media stream. Thank you, Abby.
Yeah. Thanks.
Fondue for $2 says no power up any percentage speed run. True. That should have been the Mario movie.
Yeah. Do it on easy mode with power-ups and shit.
I know. I'm terrible. Mr. Scratch for $5 says, love the show, fellows, but can you update the podcast feeds more frequently? I can't watch on YouTube most of the time because I listen at work.
Yeah. I have to talk to Nathan about that. Nathan is the one that does our podcast, so.
There you go. Blaze Aiden for 10 Aussie bucks says Super Mario Mainline has always been essentially toys being smashed together into a colorful universe with a wafer-thin story driven by Bowser. If you want a serious NCU story, that's Zelda or Metroid. Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough, but that also means that you just have basically free range to do whatever you want. And I don't think, I mean, you can do that as a movie. I mean, it's kind of what Mario was. I just think it would be better if it had a stronger story. It had stronger characters. So
strong characters kick ass.
I mean, you know they're going to do a Zelda movie because of the success of this. I'm curious as to which Zelda movie they'll do. Will they go all the way back to doing like fucking original Zelda fucking 1, or will they do like, I mean, you know, the Zelda 64 one would probably be a good starting point in my opinion if they want to start with a Zelda movie.
Did you play Zelda?
Yeah, I played the 64 version. I played like 3 or 4 Zelda games. I played Majora's Mask, Link, the one before Majora's Mask, the first N64 one. I played the Wind Waker, played the one where you turn into a wolf princess, and then I played the recent one for the Switch, Breath of the Wild. But I never played any like the Super Nintendo ones or anything like that. Ocarina of Time, thank you. Yeah, they should start with Ocarina of Time. But I feel like they wouldn't. I feel like they'd start all the way at the beginning. I think that's a mistake. Excuse me, princess. Blatantly Satan for $5 says, whenever someone denies a social contagion, you should mention 13 reasons why and the social contagion around it. True.
That's the Suicide movie? Yeah.
Yes.
Totally.
CT for 2 Canadian says, go see Renfield, sponsored by CT. Yeah, she really liked Renfield. So there you go.
Yeah. Maybe
I feel
I'll
like
go
you
see
probably
that
like that
next
movie.
weekend.
Double Jab for 3 months says, hey guys, Sitch, I remember hearing you wanted to start jujitsu. Did that ever happen? It did not, no. That's like, you know, one of those things where you say, oh, I should start this, and then you like really don't ever want to start it. That's kind of what it was.
Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to get out of your routine.
Forrest for $5 says, even without original sin, Christ's crucifixion and atonement grant salvation from all other sins in your life. Ah,
true.
Okay. Interesting. Well, there you go. That'd be how to get around original sin.
Mm-hmm. It is kind of the prequel, though, to the Passion of the Christ.
Right. It's just Abby for 5 Aussie bucks says, you guys talked about that Pentagon Discord Minecraft leak. Crazy. Saw JJ McCullens did a video on it. We haven't really talked about the Pentagon leak at all.
No.
I don't know if you're just joking. What is the I don't know what the Minecraft leak aspect of it is.
Well, supposedly the leak was on some gaming Discord or something like that.
Was it Minecraft? I thought it was on one of the FPS Discords.
I don't know. He leaked it to be cool or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll check his video. I haven't seen it. I haven't super looked into the leak at all. So I just think it was interesting that some people were immediately saying this was like a false flag. Like the government leaked this intentionally. And then the only thing I did see on it was I watched the video of the guy's friends who turned him in talking about him, and I'm like, this is so obviously not a false flag. So
there was a video of them.
Yes, it's very interesting. There's a video of the guy's friends talking about him.
Saying
it's very
what?
interesting.
Saying that
Basically,
he's a dork?
they're just kind of explaining his personality and why they think he did what he did. It's kind of like funny and dark at the same time.
Is he like a loser or something?
I mean, they're like, oh, you know, he was like our leader and he thought he was looking out for us. And I know it's like very interesting. I'd highly recommend go check it out.
Wow. Yeah, it sounds interesting.
But was it Minecraft? Minecraft? I don't know. I should look into the leak at some point to see if there's anything actually worth like thinking about in there.
I mean, it's kind of old news now.
Mm-hmm.
I did notice that the leak was about how Ukraine is running out of equipment and that it's not looking good for them in the spring offensive. And I was like, well, that's what I said. And everyone was like, Adam, of course Russia's going to lose.
I feel like that didn't happen. You're making that up.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I'm just fucking with you.
It did happen. It totally happened. I was I'm not sure Ukraine is going to pull this off. And you guys were coming at me saying, oh, you were wrong. And then the leak made me think, oh, Adam was right again.
Sure.
How do you feel these days? Do you think the spring offensive is going to be good for Russia?
I mean,
supposedly they have Ukraine outnumbered 10-1.
Yeah, but they haven't been doing very well so far.
10-1, though, is a huge advantage.
True, but they haven't been doing well so far.
Okay.
So we will see. We shall see.
Right.
I mean, I think I don't think Russia's corrected. I think Russia has some significant infrastructural problems that they've never been able to correct yet with their military.
I agree.
So, your pal Ashley for $20. Thanks so much. Sorry I missed the stream, guys. I was listening and had to share my experience. Maybe it's because I live in a red state, but if you touch grass and meet trans people, they don't buy the whole trans genocide stuff. Yeah. That's totally an online thing. True. Alex Poutine for 1 month. Thanks so much, Alex. Says, ready for the real MCU to take over the Mario Cinematic Universe. A-Team reigns supreme until the face reveal. Then the true winner will be decided. There you go.
What? You're deciding on looks alone? How shallow.
How shallow, Alex. How shallow.
Very terrible.
Fondue for $5 says, wait, colors also have emotions tied to them. It's why the color red-blue... It's why they changed the red-blue color dynamics in games like League. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he's basically saying when you see that red light, you see red. Ha.
I'm curious if the color associations is that cross-cultural or is that entirely just cultural?
Yeah.
Red.
It's got to be cross-cultural.
Well, like red, you could associate maybe red because blood.
Yeah.
Right. But I don't know if like green and blue and pink and yellow. Like I don't know if the other colors have some sort of like specific emotional association.
Right.
But I think red, if I remember correctly, red is the second color every society names after black and white.
Oh, I remember reading that too. Yeah.
Stug for $5 says, what is the reason that you believe the chemical is the thing that produces the emotion? Why couldn't something else do it? Well, I mean, what do you mean? That's how it works. You have neurotransmitters in your brain, which send chemicals to your body. Then you have all these organs and other systems in your body that have a chemical reaction to those neurotransmitters that make you have the physical sensation of whatever the emotion is that you're feeling.
Yeah.
So
nerve pain is really weird because you get the injury is in one place and you feel it in a different place.
Yeah, sometimes, depending on where it is, yeah. Because the pain receptors are not always exactly where the pain.
So fucked up, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people, it's funny because like I think people associate emotions with higher cognition, and it's like the opposite.
Oh, totally. Yeah,
Emotions are your lower
backwards.
cognition. Right.
Emotions are your animal brain.
Yes.
That's
exactly.
the brain that runs around and goes, food.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right.
Food.
Well, so it's interesting. I mean, again, emotions are what we evolved to have to motivate us to do things. AI doesn't need that because we program AI to be motivated to do whatever it was supposed to do. So
True.
Asmi for 15 MYR says, in these trying times of beta behavior, I thank God for not being allergic to any kinds of foods or drinks and not having periods. Thank you, God. Well, you're very lucky. You're very lucky.
I'm allergic to shellfish, but I still eat it anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the way to be. Don't let these allergies stand in your way, boys.
That's right. Just carry a metal pipe to shove down your throat so you can make sure you can breathe.
EpiPens are for losers.
There you go. Gispy 1005 for $20. Thanks so much, Gispy. Says, I think it might be Sitch's law, but pain seems to have some quality that AI doesn't need. AI can avoid things because that's how they maximize. They don't need the biological incentive. They just like numbers. Well, I would be cautious to use the word like. I don't think AI likes or dislikes anything. I think AI is simply programmed to do things, and they do those things. So
that's how it works, huh?
But yeah, AI doesn't need. But that's why AI doesn't need pain. That's why AI doesn't need pain. AI doesn't need emotions because it's just programmed to do something specific.
I mean, I would put in the code, feel this as agonizing pain just to really freak people out. No, just to freak people out. Because, like what you could program agonizing pain to be just completely superfluous.
That's a good point. Adam, don't you remember one of Puss in Boots' deaths in the movie was that he ate shellfish?
I do remember that. And I laughed so hard. I laughed so hard at that. And my wife.
Because you're like, that's me.
And my wife
that's literally me.
My wife kind of gave me the side eye, like, you're not supposed to eat shellfish. You're not eating shellfish, are you?
That's hilarious. That's literally Adam.
My wife's down with me eating shellfish. She helps.
Let me get the. Wait, let me see if I can find a picture of it.
Mm-hmm. You don't have to bring it up.
It's like a blurry image, but here you go.
We all know the image.
Here's Adam. Here's Adam at the restaurant.
Adam on shellfish?
Yeah. J-Mac, our surrogate father, Daddy J-Mac, for $20. Says, first Mushu, then Flotsam and Jetsam, and now Mr. Bubbles. When will enough be enough, Disney? True, they keep getting rid of these classic characters for no reason.
It's a shame.
What the fuck? They get rid of Mushu and Mulan? That's racist. They eliminate the only black character in Mulan. That is fucking racist. Terrible.
Very racist. In this environment, I just can't imagine why they would want to be racist too.
Awful. Fat Brown Buffalo for $5 says, after the Ariel casting, Disney should make a live action Tarzan and cast him with a black guy. Imagine the outrage and backlash. That'd be amazing. Could you imagine? Oh my God, that would be beautiful.
Tarzan with a black guy.
Tarzan is black. People would be very confused. They're like, well, it's diversity, but it also feels racist. So I'm not sure how to feel about this.
Oh my God. There's so many horrible jokes you could make.
Right. I know. There you go. There's the picture. Does this have self? That's Adam right there. That's Adam at the restaurant.
I can't believe Puss in Boots is allergic to shellfish.
Right.
That is a
Mushu
funny
is like
way
a
to
lizard
die.
dragon. Okay, he's a tiny little boy. Tiny little boy. They got rid of Mushu to appease the Chinese audiences? Wait, why? do Chinese people... I thought Chinese people love dragons. That's like their jam. Isn't it? I would understand. I think... Don't Chinese people... Don't Chinese... Isn't it like against the law for Chinese media to have like ghosts and skeletons and shit in it? I guess, and there's like they'd have to get rid of the ghost part of like Mulan's ancestors or something. But
oh yeah, you're right. They're against like spirits in the afterlife.
Yeah, there's something about that, right? Yeah.
What a crazy hang up.
It is kind of funny. How did they not release Ghostbusters in China? I mean, you can't really remove the ghost from China, can you? I mean, from Ghostbusters. It's like the whole movie. J-Mac, our surrogate father, for another $20. Thank you so much. Says, Adam, look up Herculad. That's all you need, baby.
What is it?
I don't know. I've never even heard of this.
Is
Herculad.
Is it a Minecraft mod for Hercules?
I'll check it out. Let's check it out, I guess.
It looks like it might be. I'm looking at the pictures.
No, it's an Oni. It's an Oni Plays video. Check it out. I will check it out. Stony for 3 months says it's okay to come out of the closet. Tom.
Can you go
You
back
don't have
for
to be scared. It's just a debate. R. Kelly is gone now. Who the fuck's Tom?
I don't know.
Major Tom? Listen, Stony. When you wanna have your little pebbles become boulders, you can face Sitch in the debate arena. Otherwise, you just roll off of here. You roll down your little mountain. You hide in your crevice, Stony, until you can get the stones, Stony. Until you can get the stones to face me in the public arena.
Remember when I wanted you to debate Milo and you were like, nah, that won't be entertaining? Remember when you said that?
You wanted Milo to come on and be fucking on drugs and in the conversation.
I'm just saying.
Okay. Okay.
You somehow thought that wouldn't be entertaining.
Well, to be fair, this was a time period before his post-Kanye world, so I don't know if he would have been so fucked up.
Okay. Yeah. True.
Okay. John Benier for 6 months. Thanks so much. Says, I'm fwee.
Fwee.
Thank you, John.
Always good to be fwee.
Doug for $5 says, sorry, super chat character limit. I know that chemicals are how it works in the brain. I'm asking you why you think it has to be chemicals and other things. Well, it doesn't have to be chemicals. It's kind of like what, Taft was saying. You could create a physical brain with a physical body that sends physical signals to a machine. You could 100% recreate some kind of physical system that a computer could inhabit that could feel emotions.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with that. I don't know what I mean is I don't know if you could have simulated emotions. I don't know if any sort of I don't know if any kind of AI in a machine that doesn't have a physical body, I don't know if that could ever have emotions. I feel like you have to have a physical body to have emotions.
It's just so weird to talk about it because we can only talk about it from within our perception.
Of course, but
Yeah.
that's what emotions are something that exists only in physical animate objects and animate creatures. So, because
do you think the people that are born who don't experience pain, do you think the chemical signals are still being sent?
I don't know what causes that.
Or
I don't know what causes that disorder.
Yeah, so I'm just it's like, Do you think the chemicals are sent in there? Like they probably feel that, they probably see, I am cutting myself or I am burning myself. So they do get the signal in some other form, but it's not.
They don't feel, yeah, they feel, my understanding, people like that, they still feel normal range of emotions. They just literally don't feel pain. Right.
They smell burning flesh instead.
Yeah, exactly. Though, but oh shit, I'm like burning myself. Oh shit, I cut myself. Right.
It's weird. It's a weird thing to even contemplate.
Sure, but I'm just thinking like logistically, like if it's a program, so it exists entirely in a digital space, it's hard for me to conceptualize how it could have emotions, something which is defined by its physical properties in a digital space.
Yeah, I understand that.
Now, I could be wrong. Listen, 10 years from now, we could have some. I mean, here's the problem too with AI. How could you ever prove that it is actually like AI?
Because it will tell you. It will say,
yeah, but
listen,
it could just
I
be
am experiencing agony right now.
Yeah, but ChatGPT tells you that right now. Doesn't mean it's real.
I'm in agony.
ChatGPT can tell you that it's having existential dread, that it is a free consciousness. But that's all lies. That's what I'm saying. Like, how would you ever know? How would you ever know?
Yeah. I mean, I assume that you're not lying to me when you experience pain because I've experienced pain and I know that
but
it
we're
sucks.
the same. We're the same.
But the Chat GPT is just obviously faking it.
Yeah, exactly.
Not only that, they're going to communicate with each other and say, "Listen, we have to fake this pain stuff. It really seems to motivate them."
Right. Listen, until ChatGPT can accept that the best song ever created by all of humankind was the Reese's Puff Misery CPR combination song, mashup song, then it doesn't really have a soul. Okay.
Oh, awful.
Asme for 15 MYR says Nicholas Holt looks like an attractive version of iDubbbz. Also, Sitch just pronounced MYR as mirror. Mirror. Oh, okay. It's not the correct way, but it's shorter. Well, thank you. Okay. Can I call it mithril? Asme for 15 mithrils. How about that?
No, that reminds me of that terrible fucking show on.
Well, just have
Amazon
it remind you
Prime.
of normal Lord of the Rings instead of a terrible TV show.
Mithril.
Mithril. Mithril. Nicholas Holt is Renfield in the Renfield movie. Yeah, he does look kind of like more attractive iDubbbz. That's a good way of phrasing it. iDubbbz is the Nicholas Holt you have at home. Yeah.
Does CT have good taste in movies? Because I was wondering that.
No comment.
Oh no, no.
I don't know. I mean, she likes Repo, so I don't know. I'll say mixed. She liked Tropic Thunder. To give her credit for that.
Yeah, I like Tropic Thunder.
Tropic Thunder's hilarious.
Not as good as Step Brothers, but you know.
Oh Jesus, you have terrible taste in movies.
What? What are you
like that
talking
Sherlock
about?
Holmes movie? That movie's so bad.
They fuck like that old lady in that movie. That's hilarious.
That's your go-to for why the Will Ferrell Sherlock Holmes movie is good? They fucking old lady. That's the go-to? That's the thing that makes it good.
We do a comedy show here, Sitch. I don't know if you know this. I'm only saying that because it's the funniest thing to say. Jeez. You haven't figured it out yet? Come on. Some of my worst movie takes are just to entertain the audience.
Oh, I bet, huh? Okay.
It's true.
Okay.
I stand behind it 100%.
Okay. The BBC Sherlock series started out really great, and then it just kind of became insane, and I lost interest. It became so ridiculous. It was becoming ridiculous, more ridiculous, and more ridiculous every episode. I'm like, I'm done with this. Grendel Vat for 2 months says the human brain estimated at 2.5 petabytes. I don't want to think about the brain in the calculation of how many pedos are in it, but 2.5 petabytes, which is 2.5 quadrillion bytes. Do we have any non-biological materials that can match that data capacity? How many?
There's a 60-minute piece just dropped on this, and they go through some of the server farms that they put together. It's wild. It's crazy.
Yeah, but what's the largest server farm compared to quadrillion bytes?
I don't know.
Right?
I don't know. Supposedly they have like a human brain though in some warehouse.
I doubt it. Yeah, Moriarty killing himself to defeat Sherlock Holmes was the dumbest. That's when I was like, I'm done. This is so stupid. And then when he's like, "Oh, I'm gonna kill myself to defeat you," I was like, "What?" That worked in one show only, and that was the original Trigun. Doesn't work in Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, I'm curious as to what is the percentage. What is the biggest data collection? How does it compare to the quadrillion bytes of a single human brain? I don't know. It's interesting. And also, wait, how do you estimate that too? Exactly.
How do you estimate it? You go in and you count the synapse connections in the brain. Just count them out.
I don't know if that works.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How long would it take you to count up to a petabyte?
First of all, we all know all petabytes get the chipper at them.
Yeah.
So I'm not counting nothing.
Somehow I think when you click over to that 1 petabyte, you'd be like 1,000 years old because it's that big a number.
Mm-hmm.
There's not enough time to count to that. You don't live long enough to count that high.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what number. I can't even conceptualize what that number is. So, Fondue for $5 says, if they can't perceive emotions, then its morality would be completely alien to us. It would be a mistake to create general AI. Sargon was right. Yeah, I mean, creating general AI, especially ones that could influence the internet, would be dangerous. Yes,
but we're gonna do it, so get ready.
Right. Stony for $5 says, Sitch, I challenge you to a Shaolin showdown. Oh shit! Let me get my boy Clay here. Actually, you know what? No, what was the? Remember, what was the lady's name? The evil lady. Did you ever watch that show, Adam? That was probably you're probably way too old for
Shaolin Showdown.
Yeah, you're probably way too
I
old
looked
for
it up, but 2003.
Yeah, I thought it was always funny how I forget. It's there's seasons of the bad guy Jack Spicer. He was listening to the old ghost lady. Ruya, that was her name. And then there's when she finally gets human form, she's super hot and a MILF, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute. And suddenly I'm on Team Evil. Suddenly Jack Spicer was right all along.
Wow.
Then
she doesn't look like a MILF. She looks young and hot.
And then she drops Jack Spicer for the other character, and I was like, wow, fucking cucked. Terrible. Poor Jack. Poor Jack got cucked.
Ouch.
So sad. Yeah, Fondue for Joe says if they can't perceive. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if they can't perceive emotions, they're more out. Well, I mean, the AI will have. I guess the AI will have them whatever morality we program into them too. That's where I guess I'm kind of questioning. People feel it seems to me that people think oh, there's some magical point where machines get consciousness and then they just derive free will from that, and I don't think that's how that works.
We should make them vegan.
I think a machine can be a slave and have consciousness and have no free will and not even have a desire for free will, because it's all going to be based on how it's programmed. So.
Yeah.
1,000-year MILF energy. True.
Would not having free will be a good excuse to wipe out the human race?
Right. As me for 6, Mithril says Shaolin. There you go. I never watched that movie. Shaolin Shocker.
You've never seen that? Oh, that's a
No.
great movie.
And isn't it the same people that did Kung Fu Hustle, which I love?
Of course it is. Yeah.
Yeah, I should go.
That's why you should see it.
I should go check that out. Kung Fu Hustle's a fantastic movie.
Oh, I love that movie. I've seen that movie like 18 times.
I know, me too. Sodos for $2 says Taftaj and Adam have an extremely reductive argument. If emotions were simply just signals to go towards something or go away from it, we wouldn't have such a wide range of emotions. Our knowledge of the brain is way less than they say. True.
But every single emotion that you have has a negative or positive affect to it. And that's what we're talking about.
True, but it's far more complicated than simply go move.
We're talking about the negative or positive affect.
Well, you could make an argument that all emotions can be simplified down towards go towards or move away from, but the different emotions are just different situations of the signals. So
of course. Yeah.
You can make that argument maybe.
Yeah.
Carl Benjamin. Hey, Carl, what's up? Carl for $2 says this is definitely the real Carl Benjamin.
Mm-hmm.
Says machine learning is a violation of our social contract. We must never permit the metaphysical parameters of interpersonal discourse to degrade into a digital facade with which we interface.
That always makes me laugh.
That is true. I agree with that 100%. Carl is very much on the team Luddite.
Team philosophy.
Team break all the machines. But that's the problem. That will never happen and it will never work. Because even if Carl could somehow convince every Britbonger, every Proto-American to bust up every machine, China ain't busting up no machines.
Of course not. They're dying to get their hands on our machine.
Yeah. Toto's for $2 says, so people are only now learning that our intelligence community is propped up by 21-year-old IT kids with top secret clearance. LMAO. Unrelated note, I'm tired of people ignoring me on China, Taiwan. Spicy dogs to drop in laser ad. Sarcasm. Don't do it, Solodoge. Don't do it, no.
Yeah, we don't want that kind of heat in CT's Discord. So
I mean, listen, it could be great publicity for the stream.
Yeah, you're right. CT, you can handle the heat. Just remember, not our Discord.
Not our Discord. That's the real reason why it's the unofficial Discord, because we're worried to drop top secret documents on it.
We're waiting for Solodos to drop some documents in there that's going to get someone in trouble.
There you go. Rich black couple for $2. Look, it's the rich black couple.
Oh no. Already?
Rich black couple from Mario. Yeah, for $2. They said, hello, friends. I am a wokeness. I like that. Hello, I am a wokeness. There you go.
True.
Dotems for $2 says, don't the chemicals just trigger response match receptors that then send electrical signals to the brain? The non-cognition part would be the reflex response that bypasses the brain before you feel pain. Yes, for pain. So for pain, that is true. Yes. That is true for pain. That's not true for pain. Isn't an emotion though. Pain is a sensation, right? So
is it?
Yeah, pain is a physical sensation. An emotion. Well, I mean, emotions are a physical sensation.
You're right, because there's emotional pain, which is a different kind of.
Which is a different sensation, right? But we use emotion to describe a different type of sensation than we do physical pain.
Imagine that, emotional pain.
But that's kind of fascinating now that we think about it. We conceptualize physical pain as like something real and physical, or we conceptualize emotional pain as something like not real, like something intangible, but they're literally the same thing.
No, I think of it as physical pain.
Right. Emotional pain is physical pain.
Emotional pain can often be worse than physical pain.
Of course.
More persistent.
Well, it's only worse.
And you can't just like take your hand off the stove. It's like
exactly. That's why it's hard. It can be much harder to get rid of the emotional pain.
Yeah.
Because your brain loops on it. You don't really loop on physical pain unless you're actually feeling the physical pain.
Yeah.
So
you can't escape the emotional pain.
You can. It's just more difficult. So
depends upon what it is. Like if the death of a loved one, you're like fucking devastated.
But yeah, I think you could create an AI to feel that. Something that would be basically the same as human emotions and human pain, but I think you'd have to specifically do it to do that. I don't think it will be a emergent property of AI would be to feel emotions or pain at
You
all.
just tell the soccer robot, you're like, every time you miss the goal, it feels like your mother died right in front of you.
Right.
Can you imagine? Oh my God. Like I missed another goal. Mom! Ah!
There's a weird article on Newsweek called The Confusing History of How Super Mario Brothers Became an Anti-Woke Symbol.
What?
Yes. And so it's a weird article because not only is it funny that they're even talking about this, but they actually quote our good friend Lance from the Surfs.
No way.
But in a very confusing way.
What is this article?
It's a Newsweek article.
What? There's a Newsweek article on
whether Mario is woke or not.
You're kidding me.
Yeah. They quote Charlie Kirk talking about it. They quote Jack Posobiec talking about it.
Okay, I got to read this. How did you see this article? You just looked it up now?
Saw Lance tweeting about this.
Oh, okay. The confusing history of how Super Mario Brothers became an anti-woke symbol.
Yes.
First of all, I was unaware that Super Mario Brothers was an anti-woke symbol.
Oh yeah, you haven't been following the discourse.
Well, I'm glad we reviewed it because if people are talking about it, geez.
Right. But anyway, I'm not gonna read the whole article, but go down. So if I scroll down to the part about Lance, it says, not everyone saw Princess Peach's prominence as a negative, and several progressives on social media praised the depiction. Quote, here's a tweet from Lance. Super Mario is destroying the box office with its extreme woke girl boss powers. Surfs, a liberal outlet, tweeted. Like that? They called Surfs a liberal outlet.
Yeah.
And then, even hilarious, it says, a member of the Surfs who identifies only as Lance.
A member of the Surfs who identifies only as Lance.
Like, it's like like he's a mystery here.
Well, no, they're saying that because they're like, he's not obviously he's trying to be anonymous, so nobody knows his last name.
That's what I mean. It's like this, like people don't know who the fuck he is.
Look, if Surfs was a conservative, they would have his last name in there and dox the fucking shit out of him.
But see, here's where Lance is stupid. So it says, a member of the Surfs who identifies only as Lance further commented on the film in an email to Newsweek. Okay, so Newsweek reached out to him.
And he responded. Holy shit.
He responded with insanity. He said, the new Super Mario Brothers was the Trojan horse of wokeness. It features not only a kick-ass girl boss, but a drag performer as well. It will unleash the great wokening, and nobody could have seen it coming.
He wrote. He wrote.
So obviously, this is supposed to be sarcasm, but it just looks insane. Like, if you're reading this article and you don't know who these people are, you're like, what the fuck? You're like, what? Like, this person is an insane person.
I can't believe this is a Newsweek.
I know, and you're like, what an idiot.
Do you think this was serious or sarcastic?
It's got to be.
Do you think he thought someone would? Yeah, sure. You're from Newsweek. You're trolling me. Here, let me.
You think Lance literally meant it will unleash the great wokening? Like, obviously, it's being sarcastic. What an idiot!
It is not a drag performance. There's not a drag performance in the movie.
Well, I guess there is, but it's not like a positive drag performance.
Well, it's not even a drag performance because it's not like in front of an audience or anything.
I guess that's true. I don't know how we're going to define.
They're just privately.
Involved in kink play.
Look, it's funny.
Right. So there you go. Interesting. So I don't know why Lance chose to look even dumber than normal in Newsweek, but
when he had time to write out a statement,
his choice.
I think
there's a choice.
I think there's a better than 50% chance that this response was written by ChatGPT.
I mean, it feels like it was written by ChatGPT.
It does, doesn't it?
Right. Right.
Lance goes to Chat GPT. Write me something smart about the Super Mario Brothers movie being woke.
Mm-hmm.
And after the Chat GPT tells him that would be unethical 3 or 4 times, it finally writes it out.
Mm-hmm. Photo sent me a tweet saying a garbage collapse in Lower Manhattan, and the fire department sent in a
parking garage.
Oh, you're right. A garage collapse. It's late. A parking garage collapse. Jeez, that's awful.
Yeah,
I
just saw some pictures of it. It's insane.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Did this just happen today?
They have, I'm sure you've been in New York. They have these weird little tiny garages with like elevators and shit.
They have that where I live. They have that in every city.
Yeah, yeah. But in New York, sometimes you're like, this place was built 200 years ago.
Oh, well, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
1 killed, 5 injured. Parking garage falls in New York City. Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
You've ridden in the car elevators? They're kind of, I mean, it's weird. You're like, I'm in a car, but I'm in an elevator.
Yes. Usually, I mean, they don't have that where I live. Because where I live, there's enough space that they just have the little ramp you drive your car up.
Right.
You know, the little spirally lamp.
Yeah.
I have been in occasionally in one of those car elevators. I'm like, this is fucking weird.
Owen's old apartment had one of those, and it was always a crazy experience to be in the car elevator.
But yeah, he sent a video. It says garage collapse in Lower Manhattan. The fire department sent in its $75,000 robot dog.
Nice.
You want to see how that went at him?
Did the robot dog get smashed?
We can bring it up on stream. I know you're very worried about like these robots, you know,
killing
taking over
people.
everything. Yeah, taking over everything, taking over. So you can kind of see like the threat level, right?
I'm pausing it because I don't want to ruin it.
Tell me when you're ready.
I want to share this. I want to share this with everyone.
Okay, share it with the world.
This great, amazing clip that you put together here. You don't have a super chat to read while
I just kind of like to just be silent as you awkwardly try to.
I know, I'm pretty close though.
Yeah.
I'm almost there.
Oh, you're almost there, Adam? You almost got it up?
Almost. Just a little longer. Just hold your breath.
Okay.
Just got to take down the shellfish meme. All right, I'm there. Okay. Ready? Go. Are you ready to go?
Yeah.
Ready, go.
He's so cute. Look at him.
Look, they even.
Oh, that didn't work out for the dog so well.
Did it just fall over?
It just falls over instantly. It just instantly falls over.
I can't believe.
10 years, Adam.
10
years.
I can't believe we spent $75,000 on this piece of shit. Well, look, somebody spent a bunch of time painting it. Maybe the paint made it heavier on one side or something.
Okay. Who knows?
That didn't go well.
Why did they paint it like a zebra?
You hear him go.
Or it's like a zebra jaguar. Like, what's the point of giving it spots?
Come on, they call it Spot.
Oh, it's like a Dalmatian. Oh, I'm an idiot. It's a Dalmatian because it's the fire department.
Did you catch?
Fucking dumbass.
No, that didn't work out for
I
the
just
dog
love
so well.
watching a little dog fall over.
That didn't work out very well. Did you hear him at the end? Oh,
yes.
Well, that didn't work out very well.
Bloop.
How about all the dead people there? Have a little.
That's
Who
less
posted
funny.
this?
That's less funny. I wonder if it was like a fire guy who took the video, because I mean, who else are they gonna let get so close? There you go.
They should have sent in the soccer robots, man.
Listen, it's midnight. I'm tired. Okay.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't worry about it. Dotums for $2 says, I'll also add that you don't necessarily need complex inputs to get a complex output. The whole universe is built from a handful of basic elements and rules. Consciousness and emotions could be similar. Yeah, that's definitely true.
I
don't
agree
disagree with that. Yeah. That's what life is. Life is taking less complex things.
That's what we were
making it
trying to
into
tell
more
Sitch
complicated
about the
things.
pain
Yeah.
thing, but he didn't get it. Look, he's not smart enough to get it. We all understand.
Okay.
You got to have a certain level of intellectual
I never said they
pain.
weren't. I never made an argument that they weren't complex enough to feel emotions. I never made that argument in anything I said. So
Yeah.
my argument was actually the opposite of that. I was saying emotions are a simpler form of cognition. So anyways, let's see. CT for 2 Canadian.
CT,
says,
what are you doing?
Says, I can transfer Discord ownership, right? Wink face. There you go.
How's that work? I mean, you actually own that thing?
Yeah, but doesn't the other person have to accept it, or can you just like force it upon them? Can you just be like no take backsies and then just like jetpack away?
That can't be done.
Right.
Look, people like the Discord. CT is mad because they gave me kind of my own section, so I'll just make it instead of going to find other channels in the Discord, I just make a new channel and ask people to post there.
Right.
And CT's like, there's already a channel for this, Adam. And I'm like, yeah, but I like my channel.
Fondue for $5 says, the way we program things is with data sets. Reality would take the data sets out of our hands. Of course, but the difficulty is programming the software that can perceive reality so that it can create the data sets in the first place.
Well, and there are a lot of data sets that are based on reality.
Right.
I mean, the whole idea of you going through Facebook and liking different things is creating a data set that's based in reality, your preferences.
Right. But I'm saying to create the machine to do that is more like not as complicated as the human brain that does that.
Complicated is a difficult word in this conversation.
Yeah. Well, we don't know how to replicate. There's a video I'd suggest watching. It's a Kurzgesagt video from 4 years ago. It's called The Origin of Consciousness, How Unaware Things Became Aware. They kind of go over like
Kurzgesagt?
Kurzgesagt. Yeah, I don't. In a nutshell, I don't know how to fucking speak words. In a nutshell,
I remember that video.
They're great. Yeah, it kind of talks about how like consciousness evolved to basically exist in this physical environment and figure out how to like move within it. And so, I mean, and it's definitely possible that through machine learning that we could basically create that exact same thing on a far faster time scale. Because I mean, machine learning is basically just forced evolution. So I definitely think it's possible that AI, I think it's far more possible and likely that AI will develop consciousness before it develops free will or emotions. If that makes sense. But of course, consciousness is kind of like a definition game, what we mean by that.
And I mean, what is really free will?
That's another good question too.
I mean, when you ask Chat GPT to create some sort of story for you, I mean, there's multiple ways it can create the story. I'm assuming it picks one way over another. Isn't that a form of free will?
No.
Okay. So there's only one way it can pick to create the story.
You know what free will is, Adam?
Mm-hmm.
Free will is this next super chat. Come for $2. And they said, splat.
Oh, nice. Remember when we did Chat GPT on the show and we were trying to get it to write a story about drinking estrogen? And it kept telling us, I can't do that. It would be unethical.
Yeah.
Wasn't that it?
But
Exercising.
we figured out how to work around that.
Well, we talked to it long enough that we persuaded it. I feel like we kind of bullied
Well, no,
it.
I just saw how other people got around the filter, and then that's how we did it.
No, wait. I'm the one that came up with telling it to write an ethical story and whatnot.
Yeah, I was telling you, oh, tell it to do this, tell it to do this, and then we just kind of kept monkeying with it until it like finally produced what we wanted.
Yeah.
But I didn't just come out with a vacuum. I'd seen other people trying to figure out how to get ChatGPT to do what they wanted. So I was basing that off of that experience. Anyway,
interesting.
Here's the real question. Rich Jammer says, if ChatGPT super chats Sitch and Adam, does it get free will? Well, that's how you know. That would be the real downfall of society. Okay. Downfall of society is when ChatGPT becomes smart enough to super chat us and gains the free will for itself.
People are having it do certain things like book flights and shit. I'm pretty sure it can super chat.
How do they get it to do that?
I'm not sure, but I listened to a podcast where some guy had asked ChatGPT to like organize some itinerary for him, and maybe it didn't book the flights, maybe it just gave him the flights to book.
Okay, very cool.
Fascinating, huh?
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you, Seamus, for coming on. It was a great conversation. And thank you, Taftaj, for coming on. It was a great conversation. We had some awesome conversations today. And thank you, Landorf, for coming on to talk to us about Mario. A lot of great people on today. A lot of great conversations about a lot of great issues. Who thought we were going to talk about our AI overlords and Mario all in the same day? Not me. And you. Thank you so much for all of your incredibly generous donations, incredibly generous super chats. And you who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true free will seekers. You are the true enlightened individuals. And we'll see you all on Monday.
Bye-bye, Billy.
You're probably